של הכנס, ואחר כך מתחילים. סבבה.
Good morning. We're going to start in 1 minute. Boker Tov, good morning. Guten Tag. Sabah al-Khair. I can try my Hungarian too. Jó napot kívánok. How many can start the day with Hungarian blessing? Welcome to the workshop, which I think is the best today. So if you were like hesitating whether you're in the right room, let me tell you, this is the best session. I saw most of the presentations on the future of terrorism technology. We are going to have 6 speakers, including the chairperson, me, and I will introduce each one of them before her lecture. But let me just present the titles so you know what we are going to have. And this is a very thrilling start of the day. Mr. Daniel Cohen, the title will be Between Imagined Reality and Real Terrorism. Mr. Nitzan Levi, Deepfake Technology. Colonel Reserve Eyal Daikan, the changes in the paradigm of terror in the deep web. Professor Sabrina Schönrock, European AI Regulations. Professor Gabrielle Weimann, that's me, Going Darker and Deeper, New Trends in Online Terrorism and Violent Extremism. And finally, Ms. Jennifer Woodard, The Future of Metaverse for Terrorist Recruitment, Training, and Radicalization. What could be more interesting than that? Now, about the rules of the game. We have 2 hours, 6 speakers. So each speaker will have 12 to 15 minutes, but not more. To make sure, now you know, this is Champions League soccer days. I have yellow and red. Any soccer fan knows what I mean. When I wave the yellow, you have 2 more minutes. That's the warning. When you get the red, you're out. I mean, like really out. So if you see the yellow, be aware, 2 more minutes. After the entire presentation, the full volume of the presentation, we will have about half an hour for discussions, questions and answer, whatever. So let's start, and the first speaker will be Mr. Daniel Cohen. Please take your place there while I introduce you. We will dim the light so you'll see the presentations when there are presentations, and there will be 5 of them. Daniel Cohen is a research fellow in the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism, ICT, at Reichman University, Herzliya. He is the head of the diplomatic counter-terrorism program at the Abba Evan Institute for International Diplomacy at Reichman University. And he also serves as a senior researcher at the Blatavnik Interdisciplinary Cyber Research Center and Yuval Ne'eman's Workshop for Science. You're working a lot. Okay, Daniel Cohen, the floor is yours. 12 minutes.
Thanks, Professor. Now I'm under stress, so I will skip the small talk and start with the presentation. So good morning, everybody. Thanks, first of all, for ICT for inviting me, even that I'm a research fellow of ICT. And thanks for the kind introduction. Now, let's see if it switches. Yes. Okay, so can I speak without the microphone? It's okay? Maybe I'll take it from here. Only from here? Yeah. Ah. No, because I want to see you waving me. Okay, so I will think about between imagined reality and real terrorism. We're working on a project trying to identify trends of emerging technology and the impact of it on actually offline terrorist attacks. Another thing that is simultaneously trying to understand policy, standards, regulations towards emerging technologies, exactly like the ones that we have here in this workshop. So first of all, Let's look on the first silent movie from 1896, Brothers Lumiere in Paris. And when we speak about the myth of it, it is that people were like freaking out and running out of the theater because it's the first time they're seeing a movie, even that it's silent, and really thinking that, תודה רבה. עדיין אמרו לי להישאר פה. But thinking that it may run them over. Now, it's a myth, of course, probably. Now we see it differently, or the impact of it from what it was in real time. Second, example of technology, this time to the mass population, not to elites in the theater, is Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, 1838, when a radio play terrifies a nation, and people like really thinking that will be an invasion of aliens. Again, we're starting to see now more literature on it saying it's only 2% of population, it didn't have rating back then, and only like 10% of them were really impacted or influenced by it. But that's another example of technology and the fear, uncertainty, and doubt that we as civilians can fear for something that is unknown. So our whole discussion on the metaverse, even that we have examples from the gaming world for the last decade, is still very unknown to define and to understand what will be actually the impact, the use of it by terror organization, but actually the use it by any other bad actor in the field of, I don't know, cyber criminals, state-sponsored attacks, and so on. Now I'll give you another example that is more recently. We skip history. And let's speak about an attack, nothing to do with two examples that we saw so far. This time, 10 years ago, 9 years ago was actually, same time that there's a civil war in Syria, and Syrian regime is using chemical weapons. A hacking group, amorphic but affiliated with the Syrian government, at least pro-Assad regime, takes responsibility for an attack during the time that President Obama is threatening that he will use kinetic weapons against Syrian regime if they won't stop using chemical weapons. And then there's a simple defacement attack on the Twitter account of AP, defacing it and saying, look, breaking 2 explosions in the White House and Barack Obama is injured. And we can see the real-time effect on it in the stock exchange, like collapsing for a couple of minutes, but then again, popping up. And of course, this is not something that most of us remember, so it didn't have an impact in history. But that is exactly the example that I will suggest that we need to take under our own assessment when we're trying to analyze and understand what will be the intertwine between reality and imagination, but also between technology and the use of it by terrorism. Now, ISIS, of course, heavily use of technology, and also I put it here like examples from Hamas. We're already starting to see this evolution. First of all, of course, you can see on the left corner the use of social media, of trying to recruit, use it for psyops, use it for influence people to commit spontaneous terror attacks. I remember, Professor, that you said, it was in a conference years ago, saying that there's no such thing lone wolf because they're acting like a gang working together, and it's never spontaneous. I agree with them that I do think that we saw ISIS trying to do something really interesting, that is defacing social media accounts, publishing hit lists, for example, of people that were attacking them in Syria from a US Army or other coalition members, and providing actually intelligence for people to go out on the offline web and attack them. We didn't really see it on the ground. Another example on the right corner, up on the right side, the first app by ISIS, a software developer, Ivy League USA, originally from Palestinian origins, that develops an app that becomes, the tide of the gliding becomes one of the most popular apps on Apple, and it removes. And what it does, it actually provides videos of attacks by ISIS on the ground in Syria and Iraq. Last, the use of cryptocurrency, in this case, Hamas campaign for donations. So we see this evaluation between social media, and we see it now progress to what we're speaking in this panel on emerging new technologies like blockchain, AI, and others that will probably affect the field of counterterrorism. Now, let's go to the business that we're speaking here. Next generation technological enablers. So I divided to three main ones. We spoke about gaming today, but I see gaming as a domain and not as a technology, so I'll put it a bit aside. We have interactive experience like VR, AR. Of course, in gaming, it's been used for the last decade. The digital ledger technology like blockchain, and intelligence demonstrated by machines like AI. So these are the facilitators, the platforms, the technological enablers, and the question is, what we will see by terror organization using this kind of technology. And I will say that it's very hard to analyze it because we have missing parts that we still don't understand how it can be used. So we have cryptocurrency. On the left corner, in the middle, I posted the VR and AR, and we have AI. Now, AI, we're starting to see a trend in the cybersecurity in the last 2 years. The use of AI for attacks, at least as a trend, it's a big hype, a big buzz, but we didn't see it on the ground yet. But we do see attacks against AI models by cyber criminals. So we can understand that there's a potential here, but for me, it's not really still understood yet how it will be used by terror organizations. Where we will see it is a combination between deepfake, of course, VR, AR. If we're talking about augmented reality or virtual reality, in a domain where people can sit in their own room with glasses or something and live in this online world, of course, there's a potential to use it heavily for recruitment, psyops, influence operation, and encouraging radicalization. On the other side, I will say that the correlation between VR, AR, and cryptocurrency, or NFTs, blockchain, for money laundering, for funding of operation, is something that we see already today. So it's not something that we need to prepare actually for it, because we already understand it and already we see at least responses and solutions, less on the policy level like we see in AI, but we do see there that there is a understanding that this is something that needs to be countered. The main question will be how it will look like on the metaverse, for example, the combination between all three for organized or non-organized terrorist attacks. Now think about it. We had this offline world, the reality, where we saw attacks that were conducted only on the offline world. Then we saw the next evolution of spontaneous, if you agree or not, on lone wolves, yes or no, but we saw attacks that started or being coordinated on the online world and then being operated on the offline world. What will look like an attack on the metaverse? Will it be online to online, or will we see it as a spillover to the offline world? Because we still don't know how it will affect us as human beings. We will live a life only on the online world back then, or yes or no? That's a question. Not us, of course, the next generation. So this is something that is still a big question for me. On the combination between all of them, I would say that these are the main activities that I would suggest that we will see, using it by a terrorist organization to exploiting of the metaverse. Now, as I mentioned, we also researched the policy steps being taken. On AI, there's heavy discussions. We will have a lecture on that today. We see guidelines and we see policies by governments, by international organizations. There's not many discussion on the others, only on the academic world. I was in a workshop on deepfake 2 weeks ago. Really brilliant, really interesting, how to create deepfakes. But the main questions that we had as audience was on the ethical side of it. What's the discussion? Because it will be used for disinformation, misinformation, and any other activities that the terrorists can take advantage of it. For now, it's being sold to Hollywood for movies, for ads. I don't see any discussion. We didn't find actually almost nothing on deepfake but we do see it, of course, on centralized or trying to centralize currencies. So we do see it on the cryptocurrency side, at least there's a start of providing policies. So I see it as a vacuum, and I think that we need to start to prepare to that and look at it in a more like an ecosystem between those three technologies to do so. And again, we have lessons learned from the gaming world that we can start this kind of discussions that will lead to policies in this field. Less than 12 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, you mentioned, Daniel, you mentioned a vacuum, and you spoke about deepfake. I think you'll be excited like me to hear the next speaker, who will speak about deepfake. Now, if it will be at the same level of your lecture last year, it will be a real experience. I remember your lecture last year. It was shocking. It was innovative. Please keep the standard and keep the time.
I think it's the same lecture. No.
Let me just introduce the speaker. Mr. Nitzan Levi is a fellow at the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism here at Reichman University. He's a cybersecurity expert and offers consultancy services in the fields of governance, regulation, software development, architecture, application security, risk management, and cyber training. How about marriage?
No.
No services. Okay.
No.
The floor is yours.
That's the only one. The presentation? Next. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I can't see you because of the lighting, but good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this session. No, it's okay. Well, no, everything is fine. I think they can see. Well, I think that this is a very interesting topic, first of all, because I'm lecturing on it, and second, as Daniel said, this is basically what we see as the future of terrorism. This is the future of our cybersecurity threat landscape. Because, you know, technology is basically very natural, right? You can do whatever you want with it, but what we are trying to do now is taking a proactive way of trying to analyze how bad actors will utilize the technologies of deepfakes in the year to come, okay? So for those of you who don't know what deepfakes is, so deepfake is basically an AI-based technology that is used to generate fake information in images, sound, video, and so on. It's rather a new technology. The usage of AI and a neural network basically began in 2014 in images, and later we saw it in 2015 when they start using it for videos. So it started in a good way. By the way, this is my heritage. This is based basically on a technology that enables you to take one picture and change it into a deepfake video. This is really nice quality. Of course, this has already started several years ago. We have already seen it in Samsung. They had Samsung labs in the UK were able to generate even a better quality. But again, this is public available, and it's really nice. So it started at the universities, like I said. 2014, the first usage of generative adversarial networks. It started with analyzing images, and then later on it moves to movies, okay, to analyze videos. Of course, the idea was nice. If we can use AI to analyze video, we can try to work on new researches in the medical field, or maybe you can use it to predict how asteroids move. NASA can use it in a way, you know, to try to predict what is the course of an asteroid coming, whether it's coming near Earth, what will be the future courses. This is really interesting, trying to shift the responsibility to the AI. So it started, and again, it was a very good idea. Okay? But then the information, of course, around 2017, leaked to the world. And of course, when people received these powerful technologies, they used it for, well, mainly porn. Okay? Until today, most of the deepfake videos are basically focused on the porn. Of course, this is one of the first. This is Gal Gadot. And we've already seen applications like the one on the left. You see, this is deepfake nude, where basically you can take any image and just remove the clothes from that person. So it started as something I think that it already showed us from the beginning that, when you give people that kind of technologies, it could be used for good purposes, but again, it was used for something else, right? To spread disinformation. So of course, we had this, and of course, a lot of Nicolas Cage images. We have the very big community of Nicolas Cage video online. And again, you do have some really nice usage for the technology of deepfake. So like I said, the technology itself is natural, okay? So, for example, this is from Adobe. It's called Smart Portrait. Let's assume that you're with your family in Paris and you're taking a very nice picture. And one of the kids wasn't smiling, true story. So again, you can just use that technology and you can move it. Okay, you can change the image. You can make yourself look younger. You can remove the way that you look that way. You want to smile more, you want to smile less. And again, you don't need to be an expert. Okay, you can see that? You don't need to be an expert just to play with that. It's just a plugin, plug and play, and you take your image. And if you want to look more surprised, you want to look more happy, you want to look more serious for a job interview or something like that, you can do that. And again, you can play with it. And we've already seen really nice usage, in the civilian industry, using deepfakes. For example, we've seen it in the movies. For example, one of the actresses in this French TV series was isolated due to COVID. And basically, they took another actress, they switched her, and then they used deepfake technologies to replace her face. So again, we've already seen a lot of nice things, like they said, and we anticipate that this kind of usage basically will evolve more and more. We already have actresses that are selling their faces, and you can buy, for your campaign, someone that will be with you for the next coming years, and basically you buy the way that they appear, okay? So, of course, not only just nice things, because otherwise we wouldn't be here. And basically, the usage of deepfake, or the use of videos in the way that can become a threat to our society, was already discussed, since 2018. I mean, it started, I remind you, in 2015, but already in 2018, people started to understand the threat that deepfake can pose. This is Senator Marco Rubio. What he said is, in the old days, if you wanted to threaten the United States, you needed 10 aircraft carrier and nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. And increasingly, all you need is the ability to produce a very realistic fake video. And this is exactly what we see, the problem in this technology. And when we started passing these lectures and also talking about this technology, it seemed like something that is going to happen in future to come. But each year, the technology is just getting better and better. And already also in 2018, we've also seen, addressed to Coates, the Office Director of National Intelligence. 3 congressmen basically asked him an assessment of how foreign governments, foreign intelligence services, or foreign individuals could use deepfake technologies to harm the United States. And since 2019, basically, deepfake, misinformation, along with cybersecurity, terrorism, and nuclear weapons are basically on the top of the US top threats. And, looking from February on Ukraine-Russia war, I think that this was the first place that we've seen the usage of deepfake used by one country against another. Of course, in April, the Korean government issued this warning on Twitter. Russia plans to launch a new deepfake with President Zelensky. And, that was in April, and they were not mistaken, because the Russians basically did that, okay? They had a video of Zelensky, telling that the war has ended, and basically told them to surrender. Of course, looking at that deepfake was not really at good quality, and no one fell for that. Also, the Koreans were, prepared that that will happen. And again, without going into the sides, the Koreans also did that, And you also have a deepfake video of President Putin basically telling the Russian soldiers to drop their weapons and go home, So again, I think that this is the first place that we've seen deepfakes, and I know that if you see the video and you know how President Putin talks or how he behaves, you will know, you will know that I'm scared here because I'm waiting for the pages. No, last year. So basically, you know that it's not him. But again, this is the first thing that it's possible with that technology. So basically, what we believe is that between, being optimistic, between 5 to 7 years, every creator, every person with a cell phone will be able to produce a really convincing 100% fake video of anybody, okay, including the voice. Even today, you are able to create a convincing deepfake voice and mimic someone's voice only using by a 20-minute sample of his sound, of the way that he speaks. Okay, so here we have 12, so you need, okay. So let's try to go, do we have a problem? So first of all, the technology is better. We also see a variety of global communities trying to help you create deepfakes if you want. We see tons of services, and we also see a lot of option to hire teams abroad, whether it's in China or India, that will help you create your own deepfakes. And we also see, on the other end, that basically you have what we call market failure. It means that you don't have a lot of investments in technologies that should be able to monitor and alert on deepfakes. And you see, this is the problem with deepfakes. They are created really quickly using an AI, and the only way to identify them is basically using an AI against them, right? So I think we have a rare opportunity here. Like I said, we still have a few years according to what we believe. We should raise awareness. We should implement laws, and that you will have the next session. We should definitely work with the content provider to take responsibility on what's being published or pushed to people. And last, we should develop systems that are able to recognize and help us with the war in deepfake. Now, I will end with this. Jeff Kennedy said, "For the great enemy of truth is very often not the lie, deliberate, contrived, and dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic." And this is exactly what deepfake are offering our enemies. They are offering not a lie, but an alternative reality, where they are trying to sell the people that believe in them, an alternative way of what they are doing is correct. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nitzan. As always, interesting and on time. I'm really looking forward to hear the next speaker, Eyal Daikan, because his lecture will be focusing on deep web and the confusion probably with deepnet and darknet and so on, and terrorism. Just a short introduction. Colonel Reserve Eyal Daikan is currently a fellow at ICT Reichman University and founder and president of the Active Fence company in Israel.
Good morning. Since I don't want you to sleep, so I don't have a presentation, I will speak and we will know what to do with people that are trying to be asleep. So a few words about me. It's important not for the resume. It's important to my lecture about the things that I was doing in the past and what I'm doing today, and I can do a comparison with the old world and what we are facing now. So I was serving in a few Intel units, in Unit 504 when I was serving as a case officer. So my looking is, or my perception is, when I was dealing with real terrorists on real life. And my last position in Israel Defense Intelligence was the head of the psychological warfare unit. When I was doing influence for good reasons on the other sides, and as you know that Israel is located in a bad neighborhood, so that was my expertise, how to influence people and how to fight terrorists and other challenges. So the things I'm speaking today is a sort of knowledge what we were doing, or how the systems of the people that are trying to fighting terrorism, and how it's look today when, as they said, I'm now the president and the co-founder of Active Fence, what we are doing, and I'm not doing a selling point for Active Fence, everything is all right. But the unique thing that we are doing in Active Fence is exactly doing what I was doing, but from the other side. We are getting legally into thousands of closed groups in any applications. There are 54 or 55 known today in any language, and getting the content and taking the content and giving the content, of course, after triage it, either to big tech companies that they are part of the fighting against terror. You should know that even the UN has a system or sort of a delegation that call themselves Tech Against Terror, because we can't fight the terror without taking care about the platforms that are giving the opportunity to the terror to rise. So what we are doing, we are getting into those thousands of groups, understanding what is going there, and while they are trying to upload it to the regular application that you are using, such as YouTube and other applications, they are stop it from uploading it. But looking at the behavior of those terrorists and giving me the challenge to understand few things. First of all, what is a terror group? The question is a group that developing tools to hack or to steal money, and they have connection, because we are seeing that cross platforms, as I told you. Is it part of the terror group? I think yes, because if we will define it for a narrow place, we are missing evidence, we are missing habits of terrorists. So who are the terrorists today? And the other things is, what is exactly a terror attack? So my main say is that we are facing, because of developing of social, and by the way, when I'm dealing with closed groups, either if it's in the deep web or people are using the term dark web, for us it's the same thing. The deep web is the rest of the web. The regular web or the clear web is between 8 to 12% of the web. That today we are facing it, I'm saying the community or the intelligence community facing with this challenge in a good success, because we have tools. We have tools that we can scrape the surface or the clear web. While the deep web, it's everything that it's not indexed. So if you are not getting into the groups manually, and you don't using an AI machinery to get inside and to understand the enormous attractions and things that are happening there, we are losing our face of enemy. So the changing of this paradigm is the changing of the other side in front of what we are doing. So first of all, as you know, we used to work in front of an enemy that has his own hierarchy, has his own areas that he's working, and we used to work, I called it in the pyramid tool, when I'm taking part of the pyramid and I hope to see what is going down there. So now in nowadays, it's change. They are using the deep web for a few, when I'm saying they, it's terrorist organizations or terrorist actors. They have two layers of using the deep and the dark web. First of all is for infrastructures. Buying, selling, contacting, and as you know, even today, it's not speaking is not a language, is not a challenge. You can translate whatever you want. You can contact with whom you want in any platform you want. And this is our second challenge. We don't have a real boundary. And if we are not holding like them on the other side, the Intel, cross-platform, we will miss it. because it's too much. If we won't have machinery to hold it, we will lose the full view. They are using it in the layer of structure, as I told you, to buy, to sell, to contact, even to collect information. We are concentrating in few areas in our company when I'm saying we. So we started in terror. We got through hate speech, but for me, people that are using hate speech, it's sort of terror. You can see it now in Germany. I just was invited for your main organization. How? Because you have a new law. I understood how to fight this terror speech and to prevent terror. So a real example, a group of, it's a Nazi group in LA, want to do terror attack. It's not shooting or something like that. It's throwing things against the rabbi in LA of Chabad. Now you can see the things that I was mentioned. They are consulting between them. Where is the location? They are using Google Maps. They are getting into groups of Chabad members as a cover and trying to collect information. But the weird thing that we saw, that the answer of what they are asking, or it's coming not from the US. The answer was from South America. And it's very interesting what they get them. They got answers that exactly where is the Chabad synagogue, but it was an operational advice not to stand in the mornings and waiting for the rabbi to come, as the rest of the group was looking in the Google, what are the terms or the time of the prayer, because they want to stand in the right time, in the right position to humiliate the rabbi. He's telling them, look, Chabad is starting their prayer not at 8 o'clock, at 10 or 11 o'clock. So be aware not to stand in the street, because otherwise people will start to see that something is strange. So this is an example of our lack of understanding how to fight it, because now we don't have boundaries. When I was the head of Unit 504 in the Gaza Strip, in front of me, I knew what is the scheme of the enemy, what I should prevent. But now I don't have boundaries. The other part of the deep web is using the deep web or the platforms or the communication to do a terror attack. Because of that, I told you, I don't know today what is a terror attack. Is using or buying a very simple tool, a malicious tool, a DDoS tool, and starting to attack any formal Israeli platform and deny it for 20 hours, let's say, every request site. Is it a terror attack? I think yes. Because what is terror? We used to see, now we have the memory of Munich, and in my mind, when I'm saying the word terror, I see the guy with the mask standing in the balcony. But no, today is the things that I gave you. Is using terror attack of frightening people by using fake news. And when I'm saying fake news, we are not even defining exactly what is fake news. By the way, the biggest tech companies are using unauthentic, coordinated behavior. You need those three things to do a fake news. So I saw you remember, I'm a colonel and I'm a hero, so I'm not afraid. 2 minutes. you spoke, Danny, about the metaverse. So we are seeing metaverse SimCity with codes that we're getting through the Telegram, getting into like a courtroom or something like that, and they get lectures of extremist sheikhs. So we have it already in the metaverse. So these are the challenges. How to be good and to fight it. My advice is, first of all, learn the enemy. We are not stupid as fighters against terror, but as I see it now in front of intel organizations, we are far behind them. We are still using a lot of analysts to get manually into closed groups. It's not the way. We can't do it like that. We need to use an AI machinery. We need to do it cross-platform, not to stick on one thing that we know, because otherwise we won't see the big picture and understanding and define better what we are going to fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eyal. The three first presentations spoke about what the bad guys are doing. Maybe it's time to ask the question, what can the good guys do? And for that, we are honored to have with us Professor Dr. Sabrina Schönrock, who is a professor of public law at the Berlin School of Economics and Law. She has been the dean of the Department of Police and Security Management, and her research and teaching concentrate on fundamental and human rights, important issue that we didn't discuss yet, in the context of policing as well as public service and disciplinary law. Furthermore, which is really special, Professor Schönrock is a judge at the Constitutional Court of Berlin since July 2014. So, Your Honor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A very warm welcome to everybody, and thank you for inviting me for this workshop. Yes, we talk now about what is the possibilities of the good guys. So I hope you won't be that disappointed, because it's a legal view, and of course, you know, sometimes legal and ethical framework is an obstacle for for law enforcement and for the things the police and the intelligence wanted to do. So it's a legal and a science perspective, but we have, of course, an applicational approach on science and work together with the police and other actors. So I want to talk about, I skip this about dimensions of deepfakes because we heard it already from the experts, what's going on with deepfakes and what's the risks of deepfakes, how they can manipulate political decision making and do criminal things. So I skip to the EU as a regulator of AI and detection of deepfakes. So we heard from Ronan Barr, for example, that it's important that we have a regulation of AI. And the European Union started a draft, an approach to regulate AI. And after some tries, in April 2021, they published the new draft of the European Commission for Regulation on AI. And for the Commission, it was important that AI regulation fits to and finds a balance between controlling deepfakes and the respecting fundamental rights and union values. So what are conflicting aims for the draft regulations? Ensure that AI systems placed on the union market are safe and respecting existing law, of course, fundamental rights, and by making possible that new inventions of AIs show how to deal with deepfakes in a proper way, but not only for the deepfakes that are used by privates or private organization. We also have, of course, the regulations for law enforcement, for police, for example, and there the EU, they started a risk-based approach of AI regulation. So they say there are various levels of risks that require different responses, of course. Prohibited AI systems, with exceptions, of course, high-risk AI systems, and low-level AI systems. And in that case, you can imagine what is a very high-risk AI system. It's, of course, a system that interferes in human rights also. So that's why there's a big discussion about these regulations, this draft, and there was one example about facial recognition that would be a prohibited AI system. So they made clear, oh no, there must be exceptions. There must be exceptions when it deals with national security, with crimes and criminal investigations. So I give you this recital, but in this risk-based regulation, you will see that there are a lot of exceptions. So one thing, there are not enough exceptions, but for example, civil organizations think there are too much exceptions. So that's what we, the academical staff, deals with in this moment, thinking about how can we concretize these risk-based approach. Another thing is, what do we do with special effects on law enforcement? Because we will have the, of course, this is possible to use AI for deepfakes detecting, but you have always to respect the accountability, regulations. So related to the concept, you have to care for transparency, fairness, explainability, efficiency, responsiveness, responsibility, integrity. All these has been shown, and it is not clear that, for example, law enforcement intends to protect, for instance, investigation methods of the AI-supported activities, and they want to be, that transparent and want to show how the methods work. That's, of course, a problem in the real life, in the application of these rules. And another problem will be, perhaps it is a little bit over-optimistic, belief in the capacity of all national supervisory authorities to conduct these verifications of transparency, if they know, we can explain what we are doing there. That's another problem. And so I talk about problems, you see. And the third one we stress on is how could we accurate training data for the reliability of AI applications. The training data, for these data exist also general data protection, all these things, and the EU has a local approach, so we can't buy dates from China and say the regulation doesn't exist now for us. These are problems, and the German perspective to this is, of course, if this draft will become real in the next years. So we have to see what we do with our rule of law and implement it. And, but by the way, now we start with several projects funded by the German government, for example, Fake ID or Viking. These are projects that are that stress on the detection of deepfakes, and so our researchers' work is now with a sub-project to do this legal and ethical frame for this detector. So that is a draft, and perhaps we come in contact about these research projects and can learn from your experience, but of course by accepting these rule of law that we have, of course, to implement. So, thank you.
Vielen Dank, Professor Schönrock. Switch places. It's really a pleasure to present the next speaker, myself. Needless to say that the next speaker is free of any limits of time and can speak it. No. Can I have my presentation, please? Introducing the speaker very shortly, I know him well. I'm Professor Gabrielle Weimann. I'm a professor of communication at Haifa University. I used to chair the Department of Communication for 12 years. Now I'm a professor emeritus at Haifa University and a full professor here at Reichman School of Government and a senior researcher at ICT. I published 9 books, 4 of them on online terrorism, and about 200 scientific publications. Most of them deal with terrorism and the media, terrorism online, and so on. So let's start. What I would like to use my time for, as I do every year here, and mind you, being an old cat, I have been here since the first conference of ICT, 21 years ago. I was the keynote speaker there. 21 years ago, I spoke about online terrorism, and the first question from the audience was, do you really think that terrorists will use the internet? 21 years ago. So every year, 19 years, I've been here. And what I'm trying to do is update the audiences with my recent findings. So I'll do the same today, focusing on 4 findings from our studies in recent year or 2. On dead drops, I'll explain the terms, migration to the clouds, the secret language of hate speech, and the power of the algorithm. So these are some of our findings. They come from a long-term project that we have been doing for over 23 years, the dark side of the internet. Our project is started in 1998, 24 years ago, when we were probably the first to start monitoring terrorist websites. At that time it was websites, today it's social media. We archive, download and archive and code the material, both visual and textual, and we are funded by a long list of funding institutions, because to do this work, you need money. All our findings are reported, even those that I will present today, and I will show you the links to find the publications if needed. So many books, many publications, many articles, and so on, mostly accessible online, free of charge. Let me argue that what we found is 4 stages, since we are here since 1998, monitoring terrorist presence online, and today also violent extremist groups online. The first stage was websites only. Then terrorists interested in adding more interactive platforms started using forums and chat rooms, adding that to the websites. Then stage 3 was the emergence of social media. On top of the websites and the interactive forums and chat rooms, they added social media, all of them, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, what have you, TikTok too, by the way. And stage 4, most currently, is adding to all of this the use of darknet. Now, the trends that I would like to focus on today, what we found, are challenges, new challenges. There is a dialectic game here between terrorism and counterterrorism, between those who are using online terrorism to those who try to defend us. And the dialectic game means the terrorists are learning what we do and try to respond. So let me show some of the responses that are really challenges. Now, what are their drops? Anyone knows who the guy is in the picture? Yeah, thank you. This is John le Carré, the spy novels author, who wrote about Smiley, the chief spy. And spies use dead drops. What are dead drops? Dead drop is when a spy wants to exchange information with another spy. According to John le Carré, in the old time of spy world, they used to hide it somewhere and mark with chalk or color. They never met. They left it, and the other guy came and picked it up. Let it be microfilm or any other. What are dead drops today? They are virtual dead drops. Terrorists are knowing that we are monitoring them, that we try to find them, that we try to find the communicator, the producers, the disseminators, and the audiences. Now, they find ways to react. And one of the interesting ways, and the most innovative one, is dead drop. That is that I leave a place online for you to find, but it takes 2 stages. In our study last year, we looked at the various platforms used by terrorist groups, like the Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and even Al-Shabaab, the one in Africa, to store and disseminate material on online dead drops. What I mean by that, and there were some research, I focus more on the method. We looked at how they direct audiences by a 2-step flow, 2 stages. The first one, I will let you get to the information if I'm sure that you are trustable or that you are one that I want to access the information. I'll give you the key, but at the second stage. So I'll hide the information somewhere, as I'll show you probably on the cloud, and I lead you there, but not everyone can access it. And certainly, this 2-stage type of information or communication flow guarantees them more security, more safety. So we looked at various services that they used to store this information. You have all these cloud services, so they can interact with you on a social media, on a Telegram, on Twitter, on Facebook, but only at the second stage, if they trust you, they will lead you to the cloud with the information. They will provide you with the key. These are the virtual dead drops. So you won't be able to read it all, but if you're interested in some of our findings, I really speed it up. You can find our reports. Either the full report is an article published recently in Perspective on Terrorism, the dead drops of online terrorism, free access, or in a special report, a more detailed one that we published here at ICT. Let me move to the second one, clouds. Now, all of us know what clouds are. Instead of storing our information, our pictures, our movies, our data on the computer itself, on disk on key, and so on, we store it on free clouds that are actually virtual libraries. Now, terrorists learn about it too, and especially about the safety of some of those clouds. That is, instead of opening their libraries to anyone, which they don't want to do, they want to select cloud services that provide them anonymity, that will provide them safety. And what we noticed in recent years, that they are moving the information, their libraries, their instructions, their communication to such libraries, such cloud. The most alarming one is the most recent finding that we found. This is a new study. We just completed it a month ago on one of the most popular internet archive. It's an American company that established a huge library, the biggest, the largest library online. It's called Internet Archive. Very valuable, very important. We use it to find, if you want, movies, books, old publications, newspaper, everything is there. But also terrorists are there. Once they realized that Internet Archive is providing them with the ability to store information secretly, securely, nobody can harm it, nobody can. Then Internet Archive became a popular cloud service for modern terrorists. So just to give you indications. So we did a content analysis of terrorist online material and extremist, right-wing extremist material on Internet Archive, this public, democratic, liberal library. Just look at the numbers. This is the number of movies, audio files, text files, images by Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Hezbollah brigades in Iraq. Same findings about neo-Nazi groups, white supremacy, racist groups using Internet Archives. Look at the numbers and you see how many items are stored there. Again, if you're interested in our findings, please just use my name on Google and you'll find Open Archive of Hate. This study was published 2 weeks ago. And the third one, out of 4, so I'm running out of time, I know, is what we call digital dog whistles. The way terrorists are communicating online, how many, yellow? Oh, no, not yet. The chairman has some advantages now. Digital dog whistles is a study we did on the new language of terrorists. Now, terrorists know that if they communicate online openly, they could be found, traced, monitored, identified, and maybe arrested. So they use a new language, and they established dog whistles, or those whistles that only dogs can hear. So what about the new language that they use in order to communicate among themselves online without being identified? So we did a study. Here's the publication. You see some of the codes, Skypes, Skittles, and Yahoos. I'm sure most of you don't know the terms. This is the terms used by neo-Nazis, anti-Semite group, fascist group, extreme right-wing groups in the West for their online hate communication. So it's a new language. Codes are used, maybe the most popular that I guess some of you heard. They won't use Hitler because they know that it will be removed. So what's 88? HH. What's HH? Heil Hitler. That's a known example. But in that way, when we did our study, published already on far-right contents online, we revealed this secret language, and there are many of them. And the last element that I would like to focus on are the algorithm of evil. Again, a new study conducted only last year. As you know, social media are using algorithm, and we were faced with a vicious algorithm ourselves. 2 years ago, we did a study on hate speech on TikTok. Yes, TikTok, that innocent, seemingly innocent platform, is not that innocent. It is used also by terrorists and hate groups. And one of my research assistants, Natalie Masri, from England, called me one day and she said, you know, I used to spend nights and days looking for those videos of hate. Now I don't need to do that because TikTok has an algorithm that sends it to me. They profiled me, she said, as a hating Jews, as a hating Muslims, as a right-wing extremist, and I'm flooded by recommendations. This is the algorithm. Now, the algorithm can be, in many ways, the algorithm of evil. So last year, we did a study. This is my last aspect of the presentation. Does the algorithm really promote hate and violence? To do that, we took 14 students from Reichman University, School of Government, divided them into 4. Each one had a new phone, unused before, new user number, and each group, there were 4 groups, 4 students each, contacted and searched one social media. Let it be Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. And it took 2 weeks, and I'm really hurrying with the findings, for the profiling, for the algorithm to profile them. And immediately, they were flooded with offers just for you or recommended for you with additional hate speech. So there is a vicious cycle. Just imagine, these are not students who do experiments, but these are young high school kids looking for information, studying Nazism, the history of terrorism, looking for information on bin Laden. And all of a sudden, they're flooded with this kind of finding. So these are our main findings. And actually, the merging of these 4 trends present a new challenge for those who try to fight hate speech and terrorism online. Thank you. If you wish to get any more information. Okay, we move to the next speaker. And the last one. Ms. Jennifer Woodard, who suggested that I would change the title of the lecture and update it, and it's fine. AI for online threats, past, present, and future. May I quote a joke about it?
Absolutely.
The communication scholars, when they criticize journalists, they like to quote the case of an American journalist arriving to Israel and was questioned in the entrance. For how long did you come? He said 3 days. 3 days, what for? He said, I'm writing a book on Israel. He said, can you write a book on Israel in 3 days? He said, yes. What will be the title of the book? He said, yes, Israel, yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Okay.
So, resembling your title. Ms. Woodard is an entrepreneur and a global technology marketing expert. She's a founding partner of INSKIT, I guess we heard about it, Intelligence, a Barcelona-based artificial intelligence. So you are from Barcelona?
No.
No.
Can you tell by my accent I'm not from Barcelona?
Okay. You lost yesterday, by the way, in football.
Exactly, you knew that.
Yeah. It's a startup specializing in the automated detection of criminal content online. In addition, Jennifer is a vice chair and external expert for the European Commission's Marie Curie Fellowship Program and was a member of the Commission's steering group for the competitiveness on the net. So, 12 to 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to try to be brief, even though it is a past, present, and future presentation. I wanted to talk to you today about, yes, the past, the recent past, in terms of basically everything related to online terrorism detection and AI, and the present and future of online threats and how AI can help. And I wanted to take a step back. So prior to the pandemic, I think I would come here year after year and we would talk a lot about the challenges that we were facing in terms of grappling with the detection of radical content on the internet and in mainly social media, and the fight against terrorism and extremism. And one thing that's mentioned many times at this conference, even this year, is that, is this better? Does it matter? Okay. No, this is fine. Social media continues to be a massive problem. Social media companies continue to grapple with the problem, and even though there's been lots of advances in technology and lots of effort on their part, lots of things have changed since I've set foot in this conference many years ago, but not everything is all roses, okay? But when we take a look back, what we've been talking about for years and years is the challenge of basically finding needles in haystacks that are just dense forests of content, and just a reminder of some of the statistics that we talk about a lot in social media and what makes that such a daunting task, right? The number of tweets that are published every day, the billions and billions of pieces of Facebook content that are shared every day. It's in every single language. There are millions of slang terms. We have problems with fake users and bots. And the question for us was always, how do you detect an authentic security threat in a situation like this? And where we were then as AI researchers, we were looking to basically achieve this goal, right, by helping law enforcement agencies and mainly in the sphere of jihadi radicalization. So looking for content like what you see on the screen in order to detect not just terrorist-related content, but also to get ahead of the threat and kind of prevent those radicalization processes from happening. And what was clear to us as AI researchers was what we needed was a sound scientific methodology, and powerful AI was basically the only way to solve that problem and defeat these threats. So we've been working with this methodology for about 6 years. We developed a lot of different scientific techniques in the areas in which we have expertise. This research has actually benefited greatly from the collaboration with the ICT, who are our partners and above all, they're our friends. And for this methodology, we've actually been awarded 4 times a Seal of Excellence from the European Commission for the excellence in the methodology. The last one we received just last month. So I won't go too deep into this because it's technical and scientific, but and there's not a lot of time. But I wanted to just basically focus on some of the things that we do. You know, we employ natural language processing. This is able to understand human text. So when you train it properly with the right data sets, it can detect things like signals of terrorist-related content, radicalization. And obviously, like humans, the system is actually learning from the data that it's trained on. It's trained to recognize something that's seen before, and training on a wide range of data sets. We also use a methodology called network analysis, which is for understanding user connections. This is something that we really rely on. And of course, actually, let me go back. The interactions between the users, they actually tell a story. We're able to detect criminal activity, the spread of radicalization, understand how terrorists operate, how they're organized, and also understand what their communication patterns are. So as you can see, there's a lot of use cases for AI in this area of counterterrorism for understanding terrorist behavior. So we use natural language processing to understand what they're talking about. We use network analysis to understand how they're interconnected, who their leaders are, who their weakest links are, and what they'll do next is actually supplied by deep learning algorithms. So what we use deep learning for a variety of different things. Anomaly detection, we can figure out if users are behaving differently, which could point to something suspicious. Vulnerability, is there a group of users that might be more vulnerable to radicalization attempts? Fraud detection, so things like the Facebook page of an NGO actually being used for terrorist financing. Bot detection, geopolitical dynamics, psyops, all sorts of different things we're using deep learning for. So that was, the past, almost, the recent past. Those are the research areas that we've been focused on for many years. And, it sounds like the problem, like all problems could be solved with AI. It sounds like there's a happy ending, but as I mentioned before, both social media companies and intelligence agencies are still struggling with this problem. So the threat actually has not been neutralized, and the threat landscape is always changing. And if you want to take a look at what I think are kind of some of the main themes in terms of the threat landscape's changes since we last spoke here a couple of years ago, is that now there are new platforms. The social media landscape itself has changed. A lot of the activity that's being detected by larger social media companies, they're making some progress. But there are fragmented threats that remain spread across niche platforms and other disparate sources across the web. Gaming and streaming platforms have emerged as a hotbed for extremism and terror planning. And then when we talk about new behaviors and new domains of extremism, there is, as we all know, new homegrown extremism, lone actors who are maybe not making some overt announcements online before they actually carry out their attacks. There's the emergence of the extreme right, which lots of panelists have talked about at this conference as a result as a byproduct, let's say, of the COVID-19 pandemic. And also related to COVID-19, we have AI-powered disinformation. So in my opinion, AI-powered disinformation is currently one of the biggest threats. Converges with extremism, and it's actually able to supercharge the phenomenon of disinformation, which before was being spread organically by individual users. So at this point, I think that the only key to unlocking all of this is basically AI and specifically machine learning. I don't have to tell you what a problem disinformation is. We've already talked a little bit about it. Security agencies and defense forces are actually really making a priority because it has the ability to influence human behavior, and it's a huge national security threat. Governments and militaries are focusing on it because it is a type of information warfare. And I think the scariest thing about disinformation is actually the evolution that it's taken. So as I mentioned before, we start with organic social media disinformation, which is basically being developed by regular users and spread by conspiracy theorists. It was problematic, but it had a limited impact. Where we are today is we're moving into a situation where we have disinformation as a service, where it's become an industry. It's actually being enabled by companies and other sorts of entities that are enabling bad actors to cheaply deploy large disinformation campaigns at scale across lots of different channels. And what is the most frightening to me is what's emerging now, which is AI-enabled disinformation campaigns. So this is what I call nuclear disinformation campaigns because of the potential impact that they have. So the characteristics of these campaigns are they're developed by AI. They're deployed by autonomous algorithms. They're capable of generating text, which is basically undetectable in terms of being fake or authentic. Can also generate authentic-looking users, and capable of the massive amplification of disinformation in very, very little time. So the challenge is actually, if these campaigns are being developed by complex AI, we actually need to defeat them with complex AI. They're using hundreds of millions of parameters in large language models to actually deploy these campaigns. So it's really difficult to tell. Amplification can become nuclear because obviously you have the ability to build a lot of different users on a lot of different content at scale. And what you see at the bottom is, it's actually not mine, but it's proof of users that have been verified by Twitter as real users that are actually all fake users that were created by AI. In terms of amplification, we've also talked a little bit here about hate speech and how it converges with terror. Amplification of hate speech is something that we really should be worried about. It's basically related to disinformation as well. The rise in anti-Semitism has been fueled by online hate speech campaigns that have been amplified. It's not just offensive, it's a security threat. And there's evidence of online hate speech leading to offline violence, as we've seen actually in the US, and it's increasing in all sorts of areas, not just political discourse. We're also seeing it in gaming and online sports. And in order to disarm phenomena like this, you really need to understand it. So some of the things that we've been working on, for instance, are tools for understanding these phenomena. So one thing that we've built are some AI tools for understanding narratives, tracking narratives and how they spread over users and over time. For instance, how online disinformation narratives actually ended up evolving into conversations that related to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It sounds like a stretch, but it does happen. Also tools for understanding hate mapping. So mapping hate via some AI algorithms that we've put together. So what we've done is we're tracking hate in different language across different platforms around the world and actually seeing how it spreads geographically around the world. And what we are able to do is to create analysis that shows a clear picture of the dynamics of hate and how they spread from one region to the other. And the same methodology is actually being used to track disinformation campaigns and how they spread geographically. So these are huge challenges. They require new methods. The methods I spoke about at the beginning are methods that we've been working on for a long time. They're very mature. I won't go too much into this, but we are developing advanced methods to basically tackle these things. Lots of large language models that have millions of parameters in order to be able to tackle these AI-enabled content creators. We're also developing lots of technology in terms of being able to do lots of multi-language analysis, building custom models for each of these domains, and deep learning models that are able to detect with great accuracy a lot of these different phenomenon. And also, as I mentioned before, training systems requires a lot of data, and that requires actually, at the beginning of a process, people to annotate the data. We're developing some methods for automating that process. And back to the metaverse, I'm switching gears completely here. This is something that's been touched on by my colleagues, but and it's not directly related to what I've spoken about before, but I do think it's something that we should all be thinking about. The metaverse as a new threat domain. So, the metaverse, everybody's talking about it, but what is it? What can happen there? The fact is that we don't actually know what it will be. We know that it has the potential to be, the next internet, the next version of the internet. We know that there's a massive amount of investment coming into this space, but what can happen there? So right now, not much is happening, but what will happen or what could happen in the future it remains to be seen. Right now, what it's being used for is a lot of fun things. So gaming, attending events, interacting with brands, but then we also think about, for the metaverse, what the inherent risks are. So in the metaverse, users are realistic avatars. True identity is hard to ascertain. It's hard to figure out who's real and who isn't. Data is not just text, it's multidimensional. It's going to be behavioral in nature, so that's going to be something that we need to reckon with. And online harms can actually become probably near real life harms, because there will be all sorts of different elements within the metaverse that we aren't acquainted with yet, even sensorial aspects. So everything bad that can happen on social media has the potential to become a lot worse. And as with all fun places, bad things can happen. So what bad things? So just to name a few, I think Daniel actually touched on some of these before. It could become a new breeding ground for radicalization. We could see avatars come online and inspire people. We could actually, create a hologram of Osama bin Laden and have him come and give a speech and use that for radicalization. It can become an echo chamber for extremist content. So if right now content moderation is hard to do, it's going to become exponentially harder. It could actually become a real nightmare. It could also become a terrorist training camp. It could become a virtual base camp for ISIS or ISIS wannabes. And back to the threat of disinformation, it's also a place where we could see discrete campaigns using compelling avatars that, they become your friend and they tell you things that aren't necessarily true. What else? In the metaverse, you can practice high-risk things with a low risk. So you can simulate things. You can estimate what the impact of something could be with augmented or virtual reality. So you could potentially shoot up a shopping mall in the metaverse, or practice getting a bomb through the airport, or you could figure out how many victims you might be able to take out in a terrorist attack. So the options are actually endless. So the questions I think we should ask ourselves about this new threat domain is, how would you detect an authentic security threat in the metaverse? That remains to be seen. Then there are some blurred lines. Is someone who's actually simulating a terrorist attack in the metaverse, are they actually committing a terrorist attack, or is that actually a terrorist act? What would happen if someone's digital twin is radicalized? Would they also be radicalized themselves in real life? And will the possibility, this is one I think that concerns me the most, will the possibility of building virtually potential targets and practicing the attack scenarios in the metaverse, could that increase the odds of terrorists actually being successful in their attacks? So I think these are important questions to ask ourselves. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer to all of those. But what I can tell you is that AI is going to be our tool for answering all of those questions. New threat scenarios require new AI. As we've seen in this presentation, every single thing that comes online requires a new approach. And I do believe that AI is basically what we have on our side for defeating all of these threats. Thank you.
Please. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank all of you. Before we move to the questions, discussion, and so on, a word of gratitude. Behind every conference, behind any session, there are the people in the shadows, people who do the real job. They don't sit here, they don't speak, they don't present, but they do the hard work. I would like to mention one of those, the assistant who worked with me on preparing this session, Ronen Jacob. Please, come on, come on. The man in the shadow. Ronen did the job of organizing it, of making it so perfectly and smoothly run. He contacted you, bugged you about getting the information, the presentations, the title, the bios. I know, I made him do that. Thank you, Ronel. Now to the questions. I have two directions for the questions. First, if you have a question, let it end with a question mark, okay? Or if you want to preach, if you want to lecture, this is not the forum, we can do it later. Second, please direct your question to one of us. Say who is the one you want to ask. Now, there are two advantages of being a chairperson. One is that there is no time limit on your presentation, as I abused, you know it. And the second one, that I'm entitled to ask the first question. So, Jennifer, the question is directed to you. You highlighted the use of AI, machine learning, to learn terrorist presence and use hate speech online. But the information you can detect is on the open web. And terrorists know what you do and monitor what you do. And they react to that. They move to the darknet, they move to coded language, they move to secret clouds, they use what I described as the dead drops. How can your methods, sophisticated as they are, updated AI, can overcome this challenge presented by, I would say, savvy, internet-savvy terrorists that know how to overcome your search?
Does it work? Yes. It's a good question. I think that's the focus of our methodology is for understanding how terrorists, not only how they speak, but how they behave. So one way of doing that is getting basically into their heads. So understanding their methods for actually evading this type of content, and working with partners who actually have the ability to tap into these different areas, because our area of expertise is obviously, it's AI and it's source agnostic in terms of the analysis, but what we do need to know are things like, kind of the behaviors that the expertise from practitioners bring, or expertise from academics like you.
Sure.
I didn't present it, but I'm also in research between academics and domain experts. So we have data science from one side and domain experts from the other side. We actually collect information from the dark web and deep web of jihadistic forums. And what we do is text classification, but in a way that is a reciprocal learning, meaning we have the machine from one side and the domain expert from the other side. There's iterations between them. And the idea is not to work on lexicon, on the words, but to understand phenomena, patterns, and concepts. One example, to try to detect an influencer in a darknet forum, to understand that this guy maybe can be a mentor to others, is not to look on analyze each word that he writes in his post, but actually to try to see if this guy is familiar with religious in a way that you can understand that he's a professional and not only someone that, quotes others or copy-paste from the Quran sentences. So this is another way, maybe, as a solution to this kind of question.
Yes. And then we'll open the floor to ask.
Just to add that this is exactly the concept of AI. I mean, we don't want us, to teach the machine how to think. By concept, we want in the future that the AI will be able by itself to analyze how we think and even find new ways of communication by itself. This is the entire idea of artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Please. Can you introduce yourself? I guess people don't know you.
Just a researcher at ICT. I heard some of you, and I'm sorry that I didn't hear everybody, but I would like to refer to the metaverse for one moment. And I think Jennifer alluded to that, but I would like to emphasize something. The metaverse is a revolution. And we refer, in what I heard, to metaverse as another another stage in the evolution of internet technology. So everything that we know in other platforms will be on Metaverse, but it will be even bigger and better. Radicalization process, simulations, practicing, and so on and so forth. And I do believe that we need to refer to a Metaverse as a new, not new dimension, new universe. And therefore, what we are going to see is terrorist attacks occurs on Metaverse against Metaverse facilities, against NFTs, against concerts, against business gatherings, and so on and so forth, as a world of new terrorism altogether. But since you've asked to end every comment with a question mark, so question mark.
I think you're right, Boaz. I'm terrified of that. Like I mentioned in my presentation, what I'm most terrified about is the ability to train and simulate. Because I think even though that can be done right now, I mean, we could argue that that can be done in Google Maps, or that is being done as we speak in with things like Google Maps. I think that's the most terrifying part. And then what I just thought of, Boaz, with your comment is, if a terrorist attack is taking place against a facility in the metaverse, what are the legal implications of this, right? Is this actually something that could be tried as a terror-related incident? What do you think, Sabrina?
I think that's always a problem, because you always see it after it happened, not before. And that's the problem, and that's also the hope for AI development. So you have, that's why we try to be within the process of implementing these AI detectors, for example, so that we have a catalog to this legal and ethical requirements, so that it will work, and not afterwards everybody will say, not everybody, but the courts, for example, will say, no, you are going too far.
One thing I think is a challenge there is also the fact that everything is going to be decentralized, and it's not, the regulatory issues will obviously come online, because this is a new space. It's not owned by anybody, much like the internet was when it first started. It was the wild, wild west. Obviously there are major players, Meta and other ones, but it's going to be interesting.
And may I another thing, of course, the European regulation differs completely from the US, for example, and inside the EU it differs. So that's another problem, that you have this diversity of regulation.
Questions from the audience, please.
Just to add? Just to add, no, sorry. Just to add that this is not going to happen. This is happening right now. We see, for example, in some metaverses, we see military groups. And you have even in Roblox groups for 100,000 people, you know, training in a metaverse. And this is really open. And it really takes time to get into those groups. You need to learn how they behave. You need to learn how they work. You need to understand the codes. They're running tests where basically millions of people trying to, you know, accept it to these armies. And again, this thing is huge, okay? And this is happening right now.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question. Since we are in a summit of counter-terrorism, and you're experts, you said that the future is on AI. What do you recommend to the law enforcement authorities to prevent what is happening? Okay, I mean, we see almost every 2 weeks in US, regardless of the regulation, that has been a terror attack in a school, and somebody came up in the morning and started to kill somebody. And when it comes to the post-mortem analysis, he was advising in the social networks, today is the day. A lot of technology has been presented, a lot of nice passwords, and how it comes that there is no, what do you recommend in order to prevent the guy that will wake up in the morning and say, today is the day that I'm going to make it?
So I don't have a clear answer, but I have few advice. First of all, as I told you, as I see in my previous word and even in these words, Intel organizations are trying to find machines that are profiling. Why? Because by the end, they need to get into a specific guy, and after that, to arrest him and to give him to trial. And if you don't have a real name, so you lose your fight. And this is not right, because one layer before is understanding the target audience that you as an Intel organization interested in. While you are defining this target audience, and there is in any areas target audience. There are terrorists, there are regular people that are being radicalized, there are people that are insane, all those things. And I think that the Intel organization are losing the level before to understand what they are facing with. And if you describe those target audience, now you can put an AI machine and start to see the regular level of groups and individuals, and you can see a leverage of changing in those target audience. So I think that there is an answer, but it's going back, first of all, to perception of how Intel organizations are taking their job and think that they can implement it. And it's the time to put a lot of effort in technology and not in analysts. This is the simple way to recruit another 100 analysts.
I think that one of the problems that fighting online terrorism and hate speech is a cat and a mouse game. That is, we see what they do and we try to respond. They see what we did to respond and respond to that, and it's a never-ending game. One way out of it is, instead of trying to find out what they do today or yesterday and fight it, is try to guess what they will do tomorrow and prevent it. What I mean by that is not just chasing and fighting terrorism on online platforms as they are today, but try to think what will be the next Zuckerberg, the next Facebook, the next Twitter, the next YouTube, and maybe the next Bitcoin. And think about the future evolving or developing platforms, and try to develop them in a way that will be, I would say, less victimized by the forces of evil. How can that be? Very simple. Cooperation between private and public domains. If you will, for example, give the developers of new programs any initiative, any rewards for considering terrorism and hate speech when they designed the platforms, then the next Zuckerberg, unlike the one we have now, will think about, maybe it will be profitable for me to have the next Facebook more protected against abuse by terrorist and hate speech. So what I suggest is try not to think only about the past and the present, try to be proactive and fight the terrorism online of tomorrow. Any more questions?
I can also comment on that. I agree. We need a collaboration. I will also add the civilian sector, NGOs, academics, to this ecosystem or system between private sector and the government sector. Two things. One, about the platforms. I think it doesn't really matter, because once you shut them down on Facebook, they will pop up again on 8chan or 4chan and others. So we will continue to be they will be one step ahead of us. Meaning we need good analysts and good technology to deal with it, to detect it, to analyze it, and to find ways to respond. What we see today on the law enforcement side is great systems purchased by many great Israeli companies or companies that come from other places that deal with huge amount of data on the OSINT web inside mainly to provide what is not classified and can be on the open source. And we have analysts with experience, but what I see that they are suffering from dealing with too much of big data and data analytics, and not being able to receive the right tools, the right training, and the right methodology to use these systems and to really detect threats that are on the online. So I think we need to put the law enforcement needs to put the analyst in the middle of the discussion to collaborate with the other units in his agency, but to understand that it's not enough that he now collects a huge amount of data, but we need more ways to analyze it, using AI to do so, but also the visualization of it, because there are many domains. It's not only open source or web or Facebook, or Twitter, Telegram, and so on. We need to find ways to cross-check between them, and this maybe is our main challenge of AI in the near future to assist with tools to law enforcement.
We have a question for Professor Maruf.
I just want to add that is to your question regarding the AI detection, is that that is how do you deal with the challenges that I still see on Facebook and Twitter. You have, of course, the use of Arabic, which is a real challenge, and blurring of the pictures, okay? And also that is you have a lot of videos on YouTube. They are produced by the Islamic State, but under other appellations. For instance, I can give you an example now on YouTube. It's still hackers.com, which is, that is a lot of mobilization videos, but they use other, that is, appellations. And also they use anagrams, that is, they write the words, that is, with disorder, or with slashes, or with dots. And I still see them, and they succeed, because they know also, as you know, they know that is the keywords you are looking for, and so they change them. Jihad, I can write it in English, but I can write it with GH, okay? And then, of course, it works, but in Arabic. And the most important thing that the machine cannot detect is ornamentation. We have bots to ornament words. We ornament words that is of the accounts, of the profiles, and also that is of the content. So there is how that is AI deals with these challenges, and also electronic rates. Electronic rates, it means that is it's a coordination attack. It means that sympathizers will attack a page, and they will bombard it with hundreds of tweets, videos, and images at the same time to take it down. How does the machine that is react to this electronic rate? And I have participated in many raids, and I have seen how it works, and it succeeds. Okay, so how does your machine work? That is on that. Regarding deepfakes, can we consider the graphic designs that the Islamic State produces as deepfakes? And there is, for me, there is an artistic and an innovative side. That is that your presentation has not been broaching upon, because still when we produce graphic designs, there is a quality control, there is a hard work, and it's not only that is the work of software, but it's also the work of human creation. So what about...
Let us stop with two questions, one to Jennifer, and then the second one to Nitzan.
Your first question, which was, I think, a lot of different questions, the only answer I can give you is to stay ahead of this type of behavior by implementing custom machine learning and deep learning models for this, because what you need to understand is that not any algorithm, not just one algorithm fits all of the different scenarios that you mentioned. So that actually ties back to what Gabi was talking about in terms of how do you stay ahead. So staying ahead is being involved with practitioners who are actually witnessing these behaviors online, looking at these things, academics. Unfortunately, this doesn't really happen quite often. It's very rare to have like an institute with like the ICT plus practitioners plus companies like mine coming together to build it. But that is actually the dream scenario, is to have that sort of a triad so you can build these models to be able to detect those types of things, but they continue to be a challenge.
I think that the main challenge in this kind of technology is that technology moves really quickly, you know, in advance, but us humans not. We basically stay the same, right? So, you know, looking, for example, at Facebook, I think some of the discussion is not just what are the challenges, but also whether Facebook wants to do anything about it, you know, because Facebook basically clings to Section 230, claiming that this is the freedom of speech and you don't want to do anything. And you have small sites like Pornhub and others that say that they will not cooperate with that and don't want to have deepfakes. So from my perspective, I think that the challenge is also not just technological. It also comes with regulations and laws. It also comes with us raising awareness to what is deepfakes and how, us society will learn how to live with it, A few years ago, none of us would have considered manipulating images. And today, when you look at an image, you know that it's photoshopped, including the one in the first slide that I have. So basically, from my perspective, deepfakes pose a challenge, but I think it more pose a challenge on us as a society rather than a technological challenge, because I am sure that the challenge itself will be resolved. And even producing a very realistic fake video, it will be easier over time. And we have a lot of creative enemies that can do a lot with that. So.
I'm a researcher too, if you want to call me that. I'm very new to this, but one thing I look at, and this is really an observation, is you're constantly looking at cause and effect, and what's missing, I think, in the team that I'm looking at is a psychological approach. So the problem with what you're dealing with is that even if something is fake, you are talking to people who want to believe things. And unless we can unpick that, dealing with this from purely a technological approach, you're not going to achieve the ends that you need. So as you're moving forward and you're thinking, you need to bring in your team someone who understands the psychology of human nature. So it's an observation as opposed to a question.
Thank you for the remark. I think that there's a lot missing here, more than just psychology. And we didn't discuss financing terrorism online, the rhetoric, semiotics. We're only 6 of us, and so many topics to cover. However, I think the question could be answered better by directing you to other sessions. This is the first session this morning. I know well the organizers of this conference, and I'm sure that in the next couple of days, actually 2 days, and the workshops, will give, I would say, a wider perspective on the questions that you raised than the 6 of us. So let me now move to the conclusion, because we have to have a break before the next session, and say that despite the fact that we covered only a part of the territory, I think this was a very interesting combination of experts from different places. We had academia, and we had practitioners, we had scholars, and we had a judge. We had people who deal with fighting back, or with detecting, or people who look at the challenges presented by online terrorism. And I think in some ways, we didn't answer all the questions, and certainly not covered all the perspectives, but some of them were really discussed here. So let me thank you all for coming here, for being here, and for all of you for participating in this first workshop this morning. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for coming. Toda rabah.
started. Was that the video? Are we done? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Perfect. We can make our way in. Welcome, everybody. My name is Lorenzo Vidino. I am the director of the program on extremism at George Washington University. And I'm really delighted to be back at ICT this year, to be back at what pretty much everybody considers the most important conference in our field. So it's really a delight for me. And it's a delight that also this year, for the, I believe, 4th time, we're co-sponsoring an event with ICT. We're co-sponsoring 2 panels. The one we're in now, which is Jihadism in the West, and one that my colleague Seamus Hughes moderated this morning, which was about right-wing extremism in the West. This is sort of what we at the program, and I apologize for the short pitch about the program and what we do, this is what we try to do, which is cover all sorts of extremism, particularly in the United States and Europe, ranging from jihadist, Islamist, to right-wing, to left-wing, to a variety of different ideologies that can be seen as extremist, finding similarities and differences, and so on. Today, we speak about jihadism in particular. We speak about it at a time that is very different from the last time we did that at ICT, which was 2019. And I think 2019, we had started to see the decline of jihadist activities in the West, but it wasn't something as acquired, as established, as consolidated as it is now. I think we can now say we've been, at least when it comes to the West, in a phase of steady decline of jihadist activities. If we want to just look at it from an empirical point of view, if we look at the numbers of arrests that we have seen in Europe and the United States, compare the last 2 or 3 years with the, let's say, the glory days of the last wave of jihadism, the ISIS-related mobilization, so 2014, 15, 16, the number of arrests are halved. If anybody saw the presentation by my good friend Claudio Galzerano from Europol, or you read the numbers on the TSAT, the Europol publication, you see that the number of arrests in all European countries are basically half of what they were 4 or 5 years ago. The phenomenon of foreign fighters is not entirely disappeared, but almost. I think we are in the single digits when it comes to individuals that from Europe or the United States try to travel to different countries in Africa or the Middle East or Asia to join jihadist groups. And finally, attacks. While we still see occasional attacks in most Western countries, we've seen around 5 or 6 every year for the last 2 or 3 years. They are less and significantly less sophisticated and lethal than we were, again, in the 2014 to 2017 timeframe. So it's not gone. I think anybody that has studied the phenomenon for a long time understands that it's arguably part of a physiological phase of ups and downs, ebbs and flows in jihadism. If we see the jihadism in the West as a phenomenon that has been with us for 40 years, give or take, I would say from the early 80s, we see that there's always been a combination of 2 factors that determines the intensity and the direction of jihadism in the West. There's always a milieu, a bubble, groups, networks, isolated individuals in the West that adopt jihadist ideology, that sympathize with it, that always exist, that subculture, substratus. But it's external events that take place outside of the West that determine the size of that milieu, its direction, and its lethality. So if in the 80s was the Afghan conflict, this Soviet-Afghan conflict that led a few individuals from the West to travel and join the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, then in the 90s, early 90s was the war in Bosnia, then we had a bit in Chechnya in the late 90s, 9/11, Iraq with the invasion. By 2009, 2010, we start to see a phenomenon that is fairly similar to what we're witnessing today, a lull in activity. Sort of the idea was that it had plateaued. beginning of the Arab Spring, with the promise, elusive promise that it brought in the early days. And I think I remember being at IDC around that time, and there was sort of an agreement that jihadism had plateaued. Then, of course, we only needed to fast forward 1 or 2 years with what went on in Syria to see that things are quite different. Jihadist networks in Europe boomed in size. New people embraced the ideology, and we saw 5,000 to 6,000 individuals traveling to join ISIS and other groups. Since then, we're on the low end of these ups and downs. Of course, none of us has a crystal ball and know where things will go, if we will see again a rise in activities. Historically, one would think so. But if it will happen, how it will happen, when it will happen, I think it's close to impossible for anybody to predict. But I have 5 wonderful speakers, distinguished scholars here, that can help us understand what has happened over the last few years, both when it comes to the dynamics within jihadist networks and the responses that they have elicited from governments, and arguably discuss also what we might be seeing in the next few years. This was probably a longer than expected introduction, because I want to leave as much space as possible to our distinguished speakers. I'm going to briefly introduce them, and then we're gonna have them speak for around 15 minutes each. That should leave us enough time for a very good Q&A, in which I really solicit your participation in asking questions and engaging them in a debate. So, without further ado, let me introduce them, starting with our first speaker. But I'd like to read a short bio for everybody, and then I'll call you here. We start with Ido Levi, who is an IDC graduate, so home turf here. He received his BA from IDC here in Herzliya. He's at the Washington Institute, where he has produced a lot of very interesting research on different aspects of ISIS, but in particular on the military effort of the group. Has written a very good book called Soldiers of End Times, assessing the military effectiveness of the Islamic State. And he will be speaking about jihadist attitudes when it comes to attacking the West. After that, we'll move to Liam Duffy. Liam is a strategic advisor for Counter-Extremism Project, which is a New York-based international policy organization. Liam has been writing extensively about different aspects of Western jihadism and Islamism, and I'd like to make a distinction between the two, about the Western recruits, and he writes often very interesting and very thought-provoking pieces, particularly in Unheard. Then we're gonna move to, I apologize for all the paper here. We're gonna move to Austin Doctor. Austin is the Director of Counter-Terrorism Research Initiatives at the National Counter-Terrorism Innovation, Technology and Education, INSKIT Center, which is a good partner and friend of the Program on Extremism, which is a department of, more importantly, a Department of Homeland Security Center of Excellence, and he's also an Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. His research focuses on militant actors and terrorism. He has done very, very good work on Africa. Has recently published a piece with our center on ISIS in Mozambique, which is a very timely topic. And he will speak about the reintegration of Western foreign fighters and their families. After that, we will move to Katia Theodorakis, who is the head of counterterrorism at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, in Canberra, which is arguably Australia's most important think tank. Katia has an extensive background in extremism and terrorism research with academic, policy-relevant, and international experience. She has been at some of the most prominent institutions in Australia, spent significant time in the Middle East, and she will speak about jihadism in Australia, which is an oftentimes overlooked topic, but is quite important considering how important Australia has been when it comes to the ISIS-related mobilization. Last, but definitely not least, is our good friend Ayman Dean. I don't think I need to read the bio, I can't find it, but I don't think I need to find the bio. Ayman is the managing director, if I'm not mistaken, at the 5 Dimension Consultants, which is a company based in Dubai that specializes in terrorism financing. Weimann, of course, as most of you know, a very interesting background, having been born in Saudi Arabia and then having in the late 90s pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda and having been a member of Al-Qaeda for several years and having then eventually worked for MI6 in providing substantial information on his previous organization. This movie-like story is told in an autobiography that came out, I suppose the movie is forthcoming, or should be. We'll talk about it. In a book that he published, you gotta, again, I can't find your bio, you gotta remind me the title of the book. 9 Lives, which I strongly, strongly recommend. So without further ado, again, apologize for the very, very long introduction. I think if we can move with Ido first and you give the presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this thing to work. But okay, well, why isn't this working? Yeah, it's not working. All right. Well, yeah, I will say, first of all, thank you to Lorenzo and thank you to ICT and the GW Project on Extremism for putting this together and for inviting me. It's just really amazing to be back here after graduating from here. So it's really kind of surreal in a way, and I'm really, really happy to be here with you. All right, great. Yes. Yeah. All right, there's the fun stuff. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk kind of like a broad overview of what are we talking about when why do jihadists even think about the West? What is it about the West that gets them going? We like to think, at least in the U.S., that jihadists have something really hard against us. I'm going to try to show that maybe it's not that way, but I just wanted to give you this broad overview going back in history to understand the ideology, understand their attitudes, and how that influences their behavior when it comes to attacking the West. So let's go. So I'm going to go back really to the 60s. That's where I kind of start this rise of modern jihad. In the 60s, we see humiliating defeats by Muslim-majority countries by Israel, which, of course, the Jewish state, which jihadists refer to as the Zionists, and say that this defeat by secular secularized states, was largely because these Muslim leaders have lost their way. We need to go back to Islam. And that's where we get this thinker on the bottom here, Said Qutb, who spoke about separating ourselves from the West, going back to the traditions. But he also came with an extremist view of overthrowing this corrupt, secularized, westernized governments in order to bring about a just Islamic regime. And he talked about that's the near enemy, those corrupt regimes that like Egypt, where he came from, that they sought to overthrow and replace them with religious regimes. But this turned out to be very difficult. Israel turns out to be very strong, thank God. And a lot of these secular regimes wouldn't budge so easily. That's why this other guy that I have up here, Abdullah Azzam, came up with the ideology that we have to move. He was actually a Palestinian scholar, and he said our jihad in these westernized societies, in the Zionist society, is not really working. We have to go and do it where it will work, and that's where the idea of immigrating to fight in a foreign territory began, and that's where we have the Afghan jihad against the Soviets, of foreign fighters traveling to fight there. He was really the ideological, he started the ideological backbone behind this, and a lot of the logistical components that required this. Out of this background came the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, and they were really the first major kind of implementers of this ideology, but we'll see that it didn't play out exactly as Qutb and others thought it would. So Al-Qaeda was really the first jihadist group that said, actually, we really do have to focus on the West. The West has to be our primary target. These secularized Arab regimes, these corrupt regimes are actually being backed by the West. And that's the reason they're so strong, is because they have this Western backing. If we're able to defeat those regimes, then we'll be able to take over very easily. And that's where this comes from. Any study on Al-Qaeda would have to refer to this, Osama bin Laden's declaration of war against the West in 1996, where he says, after Iman, there is no more important duty than pushing the American enemy out of the Holy Land. So in this case, it's about America. America is the heart of the West. They're giving all the big support. We have to hit them hard in order to get them out. And once they're out, we'll be able to take over. That was the idea. And this is very important here because he says after Iman. Iman is the #1 most important thing in Islam faith, belief in one God. And he's saying that if you believe in one God, then you have to be doing this. So this is something that was very he was trying to resonate with Muslims from this. Now, Osama bin Laden's theory was that the US can't stomach terrorism. So our strategy against the West is going to be terrorism. Look what happened in the Beirut barracks bombing. Well, not all of these weren't really, that wasn't perpetrated by Al-Qaeda, by Hezbollah, against an American Marine base in Beirut. Look what happened after that bombing. The US took off and they left and they never came back to Lebanon. Look what happened after the Aden hotel bombings. It caused the US to rethink getting involved in Yemen and other places. The Black Hawk Down incident, when the US lost a few soldiers in Somalia and they decided to withdraw. So if we keep doing this kind of terrorist strategy, eventually they'll leave. What bin Laden really advocated was terrorism with small secretive units, not holding permanent bases, because permanent bases of territory, holding territory can make you into a target, and the more powerful Western-backed forces will be able to defeat you. But that's actually not what happened at all. Well, we saw that there was the motivation behind 9/11. Bin Laden said, we'll hit them really hard, 9/11 happens, and then we actually get more involved in the Middle East and Afghanistan, and so this kind of completely backfired. And a lot of Al-Qaeda's franchises that came out of this, Al-Qaeda had major franchises in Iraq, Yemen, the Maghreb, and in Somalia. And these guys down here under Osama bin Laden, they all were leaders of different Al-Qaeda affiliates at different times. And they said, actually, we do want to take permanent bases. The whole point of jihad is to take over a country and create an Islamic state. That's our whole purpose for being here. Hiding in a cave and waiting until the right time to strike, it's not a very popular thing, it turns out. And so what we see is that from Al-Qaeda in Iraq, the guy on the right here, Abu Mustafa Zarqawi, he had a policy of, after the US invasion, he tried to take over cities in Iraq. We know about the battles, for example, of Fallujah, the battle for Ramadi, battle of Baku, but we can go into more and more examples of jihadists trying to take over cities and hold them, even against military forces that were much more superior to them. We have examples of this in Somalia up until today. In Yemen and in many places. So, and this was all against Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, his right-hand man, who became the leader of Al-Qaeda afterwards and was recently killed. Their advice, which said, don't do this, we have to wait until the time is right. None of them really listened. And that's where we get ISIS, because ISIS said, this whole Al-Qaeda ideology is completely wrong. We shouldn't be waiting. We shouldn't be doing any of that. And they accused Al-Qaeda of committing irja, which is an important concept in Islam that means delaying something that you should be doing, basically. And they're saying, you're delaying the return of the caliphate. We have the power to do it now. We should be fighting the infidels, and we should be fighting them right now to create our caliphate. And by not doing that, they're committing apostasy, and that's how the conflict between Al-Qaeda and ISIS begins. And for those who don't know, ISIS and Al-Qaeda fight each other violently. They have a very strong conflict that continues today. And they also accused Al-Qaeda of being stuck in the phase of Nikaya attacks, which basically means terrorist attacks of things like 9/11 or attacks just like hit-and-run attacks. And they're saying this is not the way to do it. We have to be true warriors. You know, this picture of Islamic State fighters, they're like, this is what we should be doing. We should be going out there and fighting. We should be fighting like true warriors, not like hiding in caves and waiting for the right time to strike. So that's how that happened. And so what am I really trying to say with all this is that Al-Qaeda's fixation on attacking the West is kind of an outlier in jihadist history. It was really Osama bin Laden and Zawahiri who they came with this ideology. Most of their followers didn't really agree with it. They all wanted to attack the near enemy. They didn't really, attacking the West for them was kind of a distant target. It's something that is important in some sense of getting the West out of our business, but in the end of the day, what they wanted to do is take over these countries and implement Islamic states. So here I have this little periodization here. If you look at this, the only time when the primary, you could say the real primary method of jihadists was terrorism was during this period right before 9/11, when Al-Qaeda was very focused on hitting the West, hitting the United States as hard as possible. And where does this come from, this idea? Is that because Al-Qaeda had this big strategic focus on the West, it was all about getting the West out of our business. But when ISIS came, they said, we should be taking, our primary target should be the near enemy, those corrupt regimes. We should be taking them over and turning them into Islamic states. The West kind of became a secondary objective because the West was still involved in supporting other armies that were fighting against the jihadists. So when ISIS had the capability to do it, for example, in 2015-16, they did organize terrorist attacks in the West because they were trying to persuade the West by force to get out of ISIS's war, because they understood that it was going to be a big problem for them. Now, when I talk about this 2001 to the present, the Islamic State period, I'm not only talking about ISIS. Of course, ISIS, that's the Islamic State, but I'm talking about the goal of jihadists at this time was to create an Islamic State on the ground. After the invasion of Afghanistan, the fall of the Taliban regime, the Taliban's goal was to come back into power and reestablish an Islamic State. All of Al-Qaeda's affiliates tried to establish Islamic states in whichever country they were in. And so this period of focusing on terrorizing the West was quite short. Now I'm gonna do a quick plug for my book here, because that's what my book is about, actually. You should really check it out if you haven't seen it yet. It's free online, and I can offer some free copies. But it's really about how did ISIS do this? They really decided to become a conventional army, and this was a big effort for them. And because of this ideology that they had to take over territory, they really invested a lot in becoming a conventional army that was difficult to defeat. So now just some implications to leave you with. The West is still a target for jihadists, but it's not really a priority, as we've seen, and it hasn't been a priority for a while. The priority of jihadists has been to create, again, Islamic states where they're operating. And fixation on the West is unpopular with jihadists. Look what happened when ISIS came up and said, actually, we shouldn't be focusing on the West. We should be fighting on where we are on the battlefield. It captured the imagination of jihadists around the world. We saw a huge foreign fighter influx. We saw a lot of popularity to this idea. And at the expense of Al-Qaeda, a lot of Al-Qaeda affiliated groups, many of their members defected to ISIS or became sympathetic to ISIS. This is very important for Al-Qaeda now because, as I write here, Al-Qaeda core is the only jihad. When I say Al-Qaeda core, I'm talking about the core leadership, not just the affiliates that are scattered around the world, but they're really the only group that's still advocating this primary focus on the West. And ISIS presents a much more exciting alternative. You don't have to hide and wait. You can actually go and fight right now. So this is going to be, I think this is going to be a problem for Al-Qaeda going forward as they have to compete for the battle over the narrative of who's in charge of the jihadist ideology. And the last thing is expect jihadist conventionalization, not the return to the short-lived period of terrorizing the West. What I mean by conventionalization is what we saw with ISIS, that it tried to actually become a conventional army and hold territory like a conventional army would. We've seen other Al-Qaeda affiliates do this as well, and ISIS provinces or ISIS affiliates around the world also tried to do this recently in Mozambique, recently in other countries around the world, in Somalia and the Philippines. So what we should be expecting is jihadists to do that, to actually go for that kind of conventional style of warfare. We shouldn't really be, we should be on the lookout for terrorism, of course, but to recognize also that terrorists will do these attacks on the West when they are strong enough to do so, like ISIS was, for example. And Al-Qaeda also was only able to plan such big attacks when it had a safe haven in Afghanistan. And by the way, it has a safe haven in Afghanistan today again. And that could be a new chapter of this story. So that's pretty much all I've got. And if you're interested in talking to me, there's my contact information.
Thank you. Excellent.
So I just click through this. Let's get to the next. It's in process. Okay. Well, while we wait for that, thank you so much for having me. Gather, as long as the genuine national hero on the left over there for my country, ended up being one of the only Brits who could make it here for obvious reasons. So unfortunately, that also means I'm far less important than all the other Brits who couldn't make it. So apologies, you're stuck with me, unlike Ayman, who is very important. And thank you, Lorenzo and ICT for the invitation. I think Lorenzo touched on this. I do a lot of writing. So I haven't really got a project or a data to introduce or explain or give you an overview of, but I'm going to make an argument or a series of arguments. So apologies in advance if it's a little bit scatterbrained and there's several threads that I try and pick apart. In order to do that, I'm going to start with a story. So the story is of a young Belgian who was arrested in Iraq in about 2004, 2005. He spent the best part of 10 years in detention in Iraq, and among those places where he was detained was Abu Ghraib, which is famous for obvious reasons, Camp Bucca as well, where kind of the deposed lieutenants of Saddam's regime mingled with religious fanatics of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, sowing the seeds we now know of ISIS. Intelligence reports from the time, this chap was named Usama Atta from Brussels. Intelligence assessments at the time deemed that he was a disorientated young kid who was in way over his head, even though he was known to be making jailbreak attempts with leadership of AQI and known associates of Zarqawi, who was the leader of AQI. After a big public and governmental campaign in Belgium, he was eventually repatriated. And within 1 year of his repatriation, he was granted a passport that he was never supposed to be able to get his hands on. And a few months after that, he turned up again in Iraq, where he was welcomed as an old friend by his former cellmates from Camp Bucca and Abu Ghraib, who were just about to basically set the region on fire as ISIS. He was given a senior post in ISIS. He was made director of external operations. From that position, he basically dispatched his childhood friends from Brussels and his own relatives back into Europe, disguised among refugees as Islamic State commandos, and they basically gunned down Friday night revelers in Paris and blew themselves up in Brussels airport. To move on from that one, around the same time, we've got a young Parisian named Sherif Kouachi, who was arrested in 2005, spent some time in a prison jail where he associated with senior Al-Qaeda operatives and a network that was funneling fighters and cash to Iraq to fight in the insurgency. His probation worker, and I don't mean this to shame this guy in any way, but his probation worker at the time appeared in a documentary saying, he was tricked into this, he didn't really understand what he was getting himself into. 10 years later, Sharif and his brother Saeed burst into the offices of Charlie Hebdo and gunned down everybody inside. Sorry, I'm going to continue. A little bit more recently, a chap called Usman Khan in the UK was arrested for a serious plot, convicted for a serious plot to blow up the London Stock Exchange, Upon his release, just a few years after involvement in that serious plot, he was part of a post-release program where he was even used in promotional material in that post-release program. Unfortunately, he turned a knife against volunteers on the program, and that was the Fishmongers Hall attack. So he killed people who were only trying to help him. So these, in a way, are stories that are kind of, in many different ways, emblematic of Lorenzo mentioned, our 3 to 4 decade fight against jihadism in the West. They're multi-generational. They show the long horizons we're dealing with here. We're dealing with 10, 12, 15 years between bouts of activity. But they also, I could give dozens more examples like this from this 3 to 4 decade period. They also speak to a kind of denialism that has blighted our response to jihadist terror, and particularly a minimization of jihadist agency. So a minimization of the reasons that people get involved in jihadist terror, which really, really hampers and blights our counterterrorism and our prevention of radicalization efforts. So to use a bit of alliteration, my title is Myths, Monsters and Manipulation, because I think that what we do in our public discourse on jihadist terrorists is kind of divide them into 2 camps. On the one hand, you've got those who are manipulated into doing this, and then on the other hand, you've got people whose crimes are obviously so monstrous that they're monsters, and we don't really need to ask any more questions about how they became involved in this movement, because they're just monsters, they're psychopaths, they're driven by bloodlust. And our discourse on counterterrorism really is failing because of that dichotomy. And I think emblematic of it is the 2 people on screen here, one being Shamima Begum from the UK and the other being Mohammed Emwazi, better known to the tabloids as Jihadi John. On the one hand, we've got Shamima Begum, who in the public imagination was groomed, trafficked now into ISIS, and I do take into account her young age. And then on the other hand, we've got Jihadi John, who was a monster. These 2 people are 2 among 900 Brits that left to join ISIS. They don't really tell us a whole lot about the movement and the type of people who joined ISIS, yet they dominate the conversation, they dominate the public discourse. For me, they're kind of a red herring, and that we need to look a little bit broader than that. You'll notice whether it's the manipulated or the monster, in neither cases do these individuals have intellectual agency, moral agency for what they're doing. And I know I'm probably preaching to the converted. You're probably sitting here thinking, I don't think there's many people in this room who would deny the agency of jihadist terrorists. I'm sure there aren't. But the kind of residue of that discourse is all over our counterterrorism efforts and our prevention efforts. So it's in the mouths of politicians. It's in funding streams that overwhelmingly want to see a response to online radicalization, even though this is primarily not an online phenomenon. It's in the media. It's in training sessions, it's in policies, policy documents, vulnerability to radicalization, this kind of language that is in all kind of CVE and those kind of efforts in Prevent in the United Kingdom. I also think it speaks to it's symptomatic of a broader problem where and for obvious reasons, we're here at a World Summit on Counterterrorism, we're all counterterrorism practitioners in our own way, so it's right that we focus on individuals and attacks, but I think we only focus on individuals and attacks to the exclusion of almost everything else. And I think that leaves us in danger of missing the woods for the trees. So we focus on these individual perpetrators. We look for the thing that happened in their past, the trauma that must have pushed them or driven them towards terrorism, instead of asking about the moral and intellectual drive behind their actions. And we look at attacks. You'll notice the only time we debate our response to jihadist terror is in the immediate aftermath of an attack. And as Lorenzo mentioned with the ebbs and flows, there are long, long periods where attacks are not happening, but that doesn't mean jihadists just stopped existing or suddenly become incels or the far right, because that's what we care about all of a sudden. So if it's not about individuals, what is it about? I think what we need to do is and I mentioned we look at individuals and attacks for obvious reasons and good reasons, being that it's counterterrorism, and we don't want to implicate people under counterterrorism lens who are not terroristic. But to really understand and grasp the movement, we need to put it back into its geographical, historical, and ideological context. So starting with the geographical, if it was kind of a movement of angry, disaffected, disillusioned, marginalized people, or people, Manchurian candidates radicalized online, we would see massive geographical distribution, but we don't see that. We see the complete opposite. If we look at these maps of foreign fighters from the UK, France, and Belgium, we see massive geographical concentrations of where foreign fighters left from. They're around certain population centers, and even if you zoomed out a little bit, we talk about Western jihadism and Western foreign fighters. actually 90% of Western foreign fighters with ISIS came from 5 or 6 countries. So it overwhelmingly doesn't affect most of Europe. It overwhelmingly doesn't affect most towns and cities. It only affects half a dozen to a dozen in each of these countries. And the flip side of it is really, really interesting. If you look at the areas that aren't affected, so in my own country, places like Glasgow, Bradford were not overwhelmingly affected by the foreign fighter departures. Yet, if we accept the dominant discourses on radicalization, you would expect to see those areas affected. They have all the socio-economic challenges you would expect. They have internet access, obviously. So those kind of CVE and kind of liberal socio-economic arguments for radicalization are challenged by that. But also they have large Muslim populations, which challenges the kind of framing of the right and the far right, which is that this is a problem only of Islam and Muslims. All of these dominant discourses on radicalization fall down when you look at this geographical clustering. So to quote Jutta Clausen, who I had the pleasure of interviewing, little plug, it's on YouTube if you want to check it out. Recently, she put it as the growth of terrorist jihadist extremism is best explained by a simple axiom. To become a terrorist, you have to know one. So this is about real-world relationships. Various panelists have throughout today and other days have used the term networks. It's definitely about that. It's about real-world relationships still. Even though the online is important, I would argue the distinction between online and offline existence is pretty artificial and one we've kind of made up. But it's not just about that. The key variable in those neighborhoods that were affected is the presence of jihadist veterans from previous conflicts. So some of the conflicts that Ido mentioned, Algeria, Afghanistan, Bosnia, these places where people came back, started associations, started NGOs, and started recruiting in their local neighborhood. Excuse me, and just to give a shout out to Aaron, who's in the 4th row there. He's done a phenomenal piece of work, which is in CTC Sentinel, on the role of Libyan jihadi veterans in the creation of the environment, which eventually spawned the Manchester Arena bomber and other terrorists from that area as well. So the key variable is the presence of those veterans, but not just that, talking about putting it in its historical and ideological context. You also have to look at the neighborhoods and the way that those neighborhoods were kind of ideologically prepared, if you will, over generations, decades and decades and decades. So first you've got kind of a desecularization that takes place under Tablighi Jamaat, the missionary movement. Then you've got the emergence of Islamist groups, which Lorenzo can speak a hell of a lot better than I can. So the Muslim Brotherhood, Hizb ut-Tahrir, Jamaat-e-Islami. Then you've got the emergence of a kind of political activist Salafism on top of that. And you have this mingling of all of these ideas, and it helps to prepare the ideological terrain in those neighborhoods. Add in, you've got the Salafi jihadist networks operating in those neighborhoods. So as a former member of the Muslim Brotherhood in the UK quoted to me, they basically at one point implicitly tolerated the Salafi jihadists they knew were in their midst because they just viewed them as kind of hot-headed and impatient. So in the interest of fairness, I should say that the British state also tolerated those Salafi jihadists for a long time. So this is where I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit counterintuitive. So I mentioned that we need to think a little bit bigger, put it back into its context. And I'm really glad about what Ido said about terrorism being an outlier during the OBL kind of years, is that the reason I say we need to think a bit bigger than counter-terrorism, and we need to think a bit bigger, certainly the kind of tropes and cliches that govern CVE, countering violent extremism, is I would say that jihadism is not primarily a terrorist movement. It's a way of life movement. It's a way of living movement. And I'll tell you what I mean by that through an example. So you might remember a few years ago, there were Muslim patrols in East London that captured the attention of the tabloids and the far right in London. I think because of that kind of ludicrous response from a group like Britain First, who launched their own Christian patrols in response, and the tabloids' panic that was set off by it, we kind of didn't really pay attention to that. But what this guy, Siddhartha Dar, who was famously another tabloid favourite, who was a Bounty Castle salesman in East London, told a Vice News documentary crew was, you know, we don't recognise British law at all. We believe in Islam, we believe in Sharia, and that's what sets our parameters for right and wrong. Just a few months after giving this interview to Vice News, he turned up in IS territory with an AK-47 and a baby. So what this tells us is that most Salafi jihadists are not sitting there plotting to behead and bomb infidels in their off time. They're actually living the fantasy on a day-to-day basis. In that kind of 10 years of quiet that we saw between the 2004 bombings in Madrid and 2005 in London and then ISIS, you know, they didn't go to sleep, they didn't stop operating, they lived their fantasy, they lived their dream every single day of their lives. They lived their lives according to Sharia, their interpretation of Sharia as close as they could from inside the infidel West. So what ISIS did was, through the barrel of an AK-47, was transform that fantasy into a reality. So they suddenly just kind of dropped their proselytizing efforts in the UK, in Belgium, in France, in Denmark, in Sweden, and migrated to the caliphate instead. And departing overseas to fight to establish Sharia or go to Islamic State is by far and away the preferred choice of action for adherents to a Salafi jihadist worldview, not launching attacks, because it gives them the chance to live out that fantasy that they try to live out. So again, I don't want to turn the tools of counterterrorism and censorship against people who are not terrorists, but in order to understand how the movement might take shape in the future, we need to understand that it does not go away just because they're attacking. There are people who are Salafi jihadist adherents or adherents to that worldview who just live their lives like this according to this fantasy. So, you know, who knows who will be the next group that will come along and turn that fantasy into a reality. The flip side of that is that unlike previous generations of veterans and returnees, this generation was overwhelmingly European-born, so wasn't necessarily always looking overseas. So we need to ask questions about how that's going to influence the future as well. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. Obviously mentioned that the foreign fighter flows to ISIS were far from the beginning. We're going to have the returnees and the influence of those returnees for several generations. I've no idea what time I'm on, so I'm just going to go through quicker because I think I've spoken for enough. We're all right? Okay. Don't have to rush, but give me another half hour. So I think just to wrap up my point, I think jihadism is a unique phenomenon and should be treated as such. I question the utility of coming up with like models of radicalization which can be applied to the far right or an incel or a jihadist. I think we need to treat this on its own intellectual terms as a distinct movement. I question the idea of having ideologically neutral or agnostic policies. I think we need to really think about this a bit more seriously. We need to take in the wider historical, geographical, and ideological context into which jihadism falls, which I've given a little bit of background on just there. And also the term network. So I would have for a long time said, you know, this isn't about online radicalization. This isn't about, you know, dispersed, angry citizens rising up. This is about networks. But actually, on reflection, given what I've just said, I don't think that's quite right. I think subcultures or micro-communities is a better way of thinking about it, because networks is kind of counter-terrorism language. It harks back to the days of Al-Qaeda, where we're talking about subterranean terrorist networks that are plotting, you know, attacks against airliners and bombs in shoes and printer cartridges and things like that. That's fundamentally not how most Salafi jihadists behave, even in the West. So I think thinking about it as subcultures or micro-communities is a much better way of thinking about it. The challenge then, on that basis, is that for the next 10, 20 years, is it a terrorist threat or is it a social, intellectual threat that we're going to face? And I think we're pretty good at the counterterrorism now. We're pretty good at the policing, the military, the intelligence. I don't think we're prepared intellectually or socially for that kind of challenge at all. And as I said there, treat jihadism as a coherent intellectual challenge, not a movement of vulnerable individuals who are kind of pushed into terrorism. And if I'll just leave it at this, I think this was mentioned by both Lorenzo and Ido, but 9/11 ended up being, like you said, a bit of a miscalculation, I think. I think it invited confrontation with the West, which ended up decimating Al-Qaeda's leadership, but it also let the genie out of the bottle. It showed adherents around the world that you could strike at the heart of the United States and the West, and it advertised jihadist ideology to the world. Islamic State declared a caliphate, again invited confrontation with the West, which eventually reduced it to rubble. But what we need to ask now is who was watching, given that that was advertised to the world on live television as well. That utopian endgame has now been advertised to the world in the way that 9/11 advertised the jihadist strategy to the world. So no longer attacks, now the way of life, the society, the revolutionary utopian society has been advertised. We don't really know who was watching, how many were watching, and it might be a decade or two until we really feel the impact of that. So I would urge, you know, just because we're not having the same level of attacks, I think we still need to be thinking quite seriously about how this movement evolves. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Hello, everyone, and let me be the first to wish you a good afternoon. It's a privilege to participate today. Lorenzo, to the program on extremism, to ICT, thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to be here to learn from my fellow panelists. This was brilliant. I look forward to learning from the other presentations as well. My name is Austin Doctor. I'm the Director of Counter-Terrorism Research Initiatives at INSKIT. That's the National Counter-Terrorism Innovation, Technology, and Education Center, the United States DHS Center of Excellence for Terrorism and Counter-Terrorism Studies. By training, I'm a political scientist, so that's the lens, that's the background that I bring to bear on this problem, this common problem set that we share. I specialize in militant actors, terrorism, and emerging threats. But I think more importantly, for our purposes today, is that like everyone in this room, I'm really here because I'm also deeply motivated by our shared mission, right? That is to make our world, our respective nations, and our communities safer and more secure places to violent ideological threats. For my brief time today, I want to share some just preliminary insights, some conclusions that have come from work that my colleagues and I, thank you, that my colleagues and I have been doing on this question of repatriation and reintegration of foreign fighter families. This is a security challenge that's already been mentioned. It's a security challenge I think that everyone here will be familiar with. But it's such an important facet of this broader problem set of jihadism in the West. And I think particularly, as has already been mentioned, because of the case of the Islamic State, in which we saw this unprecedented surge, right, rise and mobilization of Western-based foreign fighters. So today, just bottom line up front, I'm going to argue that many of the stalemates that are hampering current repatriation and reintegration efforts are at least partly a function of how we conceptualize the life cycle and the unique experiences of the foreign fighter family. Then I'll be very glad to hand the mic back over to my colleagues and pick things up back up during the Q&A. Last week, news came out that SDF soldiers, in coordination with U.S. military, apprehended dozens of ISIS supporters living in the Al-Hol detention camp in northeastern Syria. For those of you unaware, Al-Hol is the largest of a small constellation of camps where persons affiliated with the Islamic State, as well as those who have been displaced by their violence, have been kept since the collapse of the territorial caliphate. This includes the families of suspected foreign terrorist fighters. Al-Hol currently hosts approximately or up to 60,000 persons, with up to 95% of those being women and children, over 50% of them being under the age of 12. In last week's operation, they found evidence of torture and of murder by detained ISIS supporters living in the camp against other detainees also living in the camp. 4 women were found chained, right, to a wall and were rescued by the operatives, thank God. But this underscored what has been a consistent narrative since the establishment of this camp and others like it, in that these conditions are only increasingly going from bad to worse. And this is as the world's nations have made a decision and are coming to a decision about what to do with the foreign fighter families who are detained in these spaces. So why does this matter? I think, put simply, the stakes are high. And not only that, the policy space here is highly complex. There are a variety of security and humanitarian concerns that overlap and also at times are competing with one another. And I think it's because of that that it's especially important that we get this question and answer right. For years, Western countries have been content to leave their citizens in this sort of indefinite state of detention, but the tides have changed, right? The question of repatriation is really no longer at the very center of debate and discussion. Under the last 2 presidential administrations, the U.S. has taken leadership in encouraging the world's nations to help empty these camps, to bring their fighters, their citizens back home. And we've seen many Western countries, certainly not all, but many following suit. And so I think for academics, for policymakers, especially those who are leaning forward to anticipate the next set of challenges, the core question now is no longer if this is going to happen, it's when and how. How do we repatriate and reintegrate the families of Western foreign fighters? Speaking to this question, we, and by we I mean our team of researchers, to include INSKIT, our partners at the Program on Extremism, as well as Julie Coleman at ICT in the Netherlands, we've been working together to identify and promote best practices for the reintegration of foreign fighter spouses and children. We've been grateful in this to have the support of DHS Science and Technology Directorate. They've been an amazing partner in this work. We're about 1 year into this project with several months left to finalize and refine some of our key deliverables. But you can see here on the screen a number of products that have in the interim come out from this work and from this project. The core of the empirical work has come from a systematic scan of the academic literature and the policy literature, as well as some pointed case study analyses. In addition, with both my colleagues Devor Margolin and Hararo Ingram, I also just recently returned from the Netherlands and from Iraq, where we were conducting interviews with government officials, detained ISIS fighters and combatants, local tribal groups, and non-government entities who are helping to oversee and support the reintegration programming and reintegration process. And the point here is that the goal empirically is to triangulate this problem, to get word from and perspective from all of the stakeholders, right, that have a share in this problem set, both as a problem and as a solution. For us, this means establishing our work in the foundations of the foreign fighter problem. A framework that I've found particularly useful is thinking about the experiences of the foreign fighter family through the sort of 3 stages of their activity. That is, how and why foreign travelers bring their spouses and children with them, how they build and or maintain families while in theater, and then this fragmented nature of their return to their countries of origin. The life cycle of the foreign fighter family is really defined by these 3 stages, right? Pre-departure, in theater, and return. Daniel Milton, Lorenzo, Aaron Zellen, and others I know in this room have leveraged this approach, this framework in the past as well. So I'll go over this briefly. In that this first stage, in the pre-departure stage, we see the first glimpse of the foreign fighter family. And just to be clear, to establish this baseline, right, is that, well, most Western-based foreign fighters didn't initially bring their families with them. Many did. And so this presents, right, in terms of scope, a significant problem set. Second is that once these families and fighters arrive in the conflict theater, they demonstrate a wide variety of experiences, in part because some arrived as an existent, cohesive family unit, and because others were being formed, right, actually in the conflict environment. For some foreign fighter families, this second stage lasted only 1 or 2 weeks, right? But for others, it lasted several years, and that adds nuance to this problem set as well. And third, the final stage is the point of return, where foreign fighters and or their spouses and children make their way back to their countries of origin. And so this question of those detained in camps like Al-Hol, right? These detained foreign fighter families are actually finding themselves sort of sandwiched between the second and third stages of this life cycle, right? Where they're not really typically in theater by way of behavior or experience, but neither are they returned. And it's this prolonged status of limbo that is, if not created, at least facilitated new security and humanitarian concerns. So where within this life cycle are the most pronounced and persistent knowledge gaps? Where do we still have room as academic practitioners, academics and practitioners as experts in this space? Where do we still have room to better understand in order to promote effective reintegration practice? I'd like to present 3 of these for your consideration. The first knowledge gap is a need for a better understanding of the interconnectivity of the foreign fighter family. This is all to say that addressing questions surrounding repatriation and reintegration requires a nuanced understanding of both children and women's or spouses' experience, both as individuals and as members of a larger family unit. In this context, the lives of the foreign fighter children all involve some level of coercion, manipulation, and abuse, of trauma. All foreign children should be, I believe, seen primarily as victims, right? Where some were integrated into the Islamic State's military efforts, others have been incorporated into political and propaganda campaigns. But in short, many foreign children will both have been perpetrators and survivors of violence, complicating efforts of assessing the risk, right, that they pose when reintegrated, reintegrating them into society, as well as treating the trauma that they may have experienced in theater and in detention. For women, the media's often use labels like jihadi brides, ISIS brides, right? But in practice, women have had a diverse range of experiences and of agency under ISIS rule, right? And while it's true that some have certainly sort of served this role of being married to ISIS fighters, one or multiple in the course of their time in theater, many others worked as doctors, as teachers, as key administrators of the administration behind the emerging Islamic State apparatus. Others, even more, right, joined and served in domestic security forces, receiving conventional military training and even supporting operations. Devorah Margolin, Joanna Cook, Gina Vale, all of these have done really, really brilliant work in this space to unpack this dynamic. And certainly the most recent, this case of Fluke Ekren, I think has brought some of these dynamics back to the forefront of mainstream conversation. As a second knowledge gap, it speaks to this issue of pathways of return. And the first, in other words, how do foreign fighter families get home? The first thing I want to flag here is that the means by which ISIS foreign fighter families return to their home countries has varied significantly, or at least meaningfully, between formal and informal pathways. For obvious reasons, I think public policy tends to emphasize the formal aspects of return, right, in which state agencies have a full monitoring and facilitating role from start to finish, right? But foreign fighters have also returned through less formal channels, right? Typically in similar methods to the way that they got to the theater in the first place. And so I believe that these cases, when we talk about reintegration practices and actual programming and policies, will require some nuance and greater attention. Okay, as a third knowledge gap is recognizing that we don't have a great sense of the long-term and short-term consequences of prolonged detention. And in some ways, this sort of point of detention between in theater and return almost is coming to represent this fourth stage of the foreign fighter family life cycle. In addition to the humanitarian crisis and growing political instability in these camps, there are several age and gender-based biases that may complicate this problem further. And I think this includes things like breaking up of families in the reintegration process or even during detention, minors being held alongside adults in prison camps and points of detention, as well as the increasing dynamic of minors becoming adults while still in detention. All of these further complicate just the legal apparatus, right, and also the practical reality of creating a universal reintegration policy and program. The fact that Western nations have shown some variation in their willingness to repatriate has also, I think, compounded this problem set. So out of these knowledge gaps, we've identified a few policy challenges that we think stem from this lack of understanding or lack of coherence across the international community. First, I'll just go over these briefly, are recognizing that there are policy cascades and complexities here. In other words, reintegration can't be treated in isolation, right? It is nested within a broader set of national security, humanitarian, right, considerations. It is inherently tied to policies related to counterterrorism, national security, immigration, citizenship, civil rights, civil liberties, social welfare, and in some cases, even health policy. Second, I think is going into this with eyes wide open and acknowledging, even at a programmatic level, that foreign fighter family management is controversial in many states, right, and can be a media magnet. This can make it difficult for countries and politicians to appeal to constituents. It creates an opportunity for malign influence actors to negatively sow mistrust, propaganda, misinformation that can hinder what would otherwise be effective policy design. Third is understanding the potential role and need for strategic communications to complement this process by using proactive messaging synchronized across multiple sectors and multiple actors. Like I mentioned, there are so many stakeholders at play here, and to incorporate those into this messaging, we believe may be essential to effective implementation. Again, this also recognizes that the reintegrated persons cannot be just treated as individuals, but they're going to be nested in this dyad, right, between where they're actually in relationship with their new host communities and creating and facilitating an environment and structure to maximize the probability of success is going to be really important, and communication can be a useful tool towards that end. Lastly, I'll just say briefly, and this is sort of taking more a step back at 33,000 feet, is that the threat and security environment is also actively changing, right? The decision-making environment isn't the same in 2022 that it was, right, closer to the actual collapse of the territorial caliphate. We're looking at a possible incursion of Turkish forces, the increasingly hostile behavior of the Islamic State in different parts of Iraq and Syria, placing it in broader context of the geopolitical environment. Think about tensions or conflict in Ukraine, rising tensions in Taiwan, continued outfall or blowback from the COVID pandemic socially, economically, and politically also puts the reintegration question into a different context, and decision makers who are making decisions now have to take those into account. By way of summary and to conclude then, a few insights. With respect to the study and where we're headed moving forward over the next couple of months, is recognizing and understanding that the intersection of age and gender is going to be important to establishing a robust reintegration process. Second is guaranteeing a more synchronized parallel process, particularly when parents are brought back with children, and recognizing that those parents may often be prosecuted in criminal courts, creating a synchronous process and actually parallel, right, to the reintegration of both to include the criminal prosecution at times of the parent. Third is acknowledging the politicalization and sort of second order stigmatization that can come from this for those who are being returned, and just providing a good faith opportunity for those who are being brought back to become productive members of society, as that is the ultimate metric, right, and outcome of these programs. And finally is a holistic approach. There can certainly be national level policy, but on the ground this is going to be done at a local level in many Western countries, and making sure clear lines of communication between local implementers, right, and national level political and policy authorities is going to be essential to effective outcomes with respect to repatriation and reintegration. We're in the process of formalizing these results in the way of a decision-making support framework, some training materials for those who will oversee this process in the United States. Again, it is critical that we get this right. And to motivate this further, it's not just for the current cases of returning ISIS fighters and their families, right? This is not the end of foreign fighting. This is not the end. We're going to need effective tools, I believe, for reintegration moving forward, and the time to do this is now. Thank you for your time, the opportunity. I look forward to more discussion in the Q&A.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you very much. Katja?
Just making sure that there's slides, I hope. Otherwise, I have to say, as you can see in the picture, excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here and to be in such esteemed company. I have to mention I'm notoriously bad at gauging time, so I think I probably need to be interrupted at some stage. Yeah, my name's Katja. I come from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, and I'll be talking today about, I guess, some of the local flavors of jihadism, and it's playing with the idea of what are the connections to sort of the assumed centers of jihad. How does this play out in a place as far away as Australia? The proximity of Australia to Southeast Asia is quite an interesting factor, which I won't be speaking about today, because I felt like I couldn't do it justice in just a cursory treatment, and there are people far better qualified to speak about this, because there's nuance there that you have to be an expert on to kind of draw that out. But I think talking about it in a more broader framework of how maybe we should understand jihad as an analytical category, and in terms of motivational factors, I think it would make sense to then look at Southeast Asia separately. Without further ado, once I get my notes up here we go. Yeah, here we go. There have been some other studies when we've looked at jihadism in the West. One of them, that's sort of the inspiration that, Anwar al-Awlaki, the great ideologue and sort of modern day resistance ideologue, he was described as American as apple pie. He spoke with, very locally flavored accent. And his ideas would resonate because he had that local background. It was culturally convincing. We've also had, some of the jihadi John or some of the executioners, when they spoke with these really localized sort of London accents as they're beheading someone, I think that really drove it home, that it felt like, well, hang on. They could have been in the streets in London a few weeks ago, and there were discussions going on in jihadi forums, people planning to go around that time, going, should I cancel my gym membership in this gym in London? Or what trainers should I bring? You kind of go, that's a discussion that you would have had in our context. So there's not this barrier of this exotic otherness there. And then what's the Australian flavor of jihad? Playing with that, we have a very blonde jihadi there, for example. There was a ginger jihadis. A lot of it was also about physical appearances because people didn't look like your typical jihadi. And I think that also stoked some fears that there might be in our midst. What is happening here? Where now the blue-eyed blonde kid from the Gold Coast is all of a sudden joining jihad. So I'm going to play around with this. This is where the picture came from. At the beginning, we actually had a plot where someone wanted to load. It was a foiled plot, foiled in very early stages, thankfully. But a young man wanted to pack a kangaroo full of explosives and release it into a crowd, especially Anzac Day, which is sort of commemoration of the Gallipoli defeat in the First World War. It's a big deal in Australia. It kind of binds us to our security allies, the US and New Zealand, and it's very symbolic. For a terrorism target, I reckon that's what you'd be going for if you want to have the major impact. But his name, and the interesting thing about him was too, it kind of highlights this, he had connections. He was motivated by a fatwa that was issued by an Islamic State leader. And he wanted to deliberately target soldiers and police officers and intelligence services. And his friend, Newman Haider, he was also very young. He actually attacked 2 joint counter-terrorism police officers at a police station in Sydney. So that was kind of his network. Newman Haider was of Afghan origin. And there was quite a bit was sort of made of these really young jihadis. And I think he was quite young himself, and he was also communicating with a radicalized British boy who was only 14 years old. I think I think he even got a life sentence. And that kind of shows those connections, but again, with this Australian flavor, because I don't know if a British jihadi would be thinking of packing a kangaroo full of explosives. But I think it challenges our thinking a little bit too when we look at this recent cohort of Australian jihadis. And I'm only referring to the period of sort of 2013-14 onwards because, for time reasons, but also that was a different kind of mobilizational wave, for lack of a better word there. Because it was a different kind of appeal that a physical caliphate all of a sudden had. Someone who would have, in earlier years, we had David Hicks, who spent time at Guantanamo Bay. His appeal, the way Al-Qaeda would have appealed to him would have been similar in some ways, but also different because it took a lot more preparation, took a lot more sacrifice. It was something, it would have made you very lonely, and already before you went, you would have not been part of necessarily mainstream society anymore, at least in your head. Whereas this, what we saw there was a lot of times they would be at school one day, and the next day involved in something or making those connections because the boundaries were blurred, because the radicalization hubs, again, for lack of a better word, there was a lot more was not as clear-cut as before in terms of, someone's communicating with a network overseas and they're making preparations, they're dropping the emails into the drafts folder, so that classic, it was quite different, and it would be from maybe being vocal also in classrooms about certain topics, and then quite quickly, when sort of opportunities on the ground presented themselves, go on to act on this. Just a little bit of just sort of conceptual stuff, because what I'm trying to get with this before we look at the Australian cases is I think it invites us to look at a maybe slightly adapted definition of jihadism sort of for that age. this is one way of looking at it. It's a French sociologist, which I think is quite helpful because he's saying it actually incorporates narratives that come from different, from left-wing extremisms, this kind of anti-imperialism. There are some deep conservative traits there, but it's inviting us to look at it in a broader way. There's an Australian scholar, Pete Lentini. He has called this neo-jihadism, which I think it's very similar, and it's very useful, I think, to look at this as something a bit more hybrid, which is also then useful to look at it in terms of what are people's radicalization journeys, because sometimes you get this, well, I don't understand, they were never really religious, or some of the foreign fighters crossing, I think, into ISIS territory, a lot was made of one having sort of an Islam for Dummy book in his luggage, and they go like, but how can they're not actually religiously knowledgeable, they're not really understanding this, and so how can they now go? Because it's not, I think, seeing religion sort of this in this doctrinal, ideological sense, I think it's misleading, or it's too narrow at least. So it's just some different ways, and I absolutely agree with the points that were made before, that we can't look at sort of online radicalization as a distinct phenomenon from offline radicalization. So that's the caveat here, but I think it's an interesting one to think through, that when we have sort of the internet on offer where we can just download things, and the salad bar of extremism, common by, I think, a former FBI, head of the FBI, that you can sort of pick and choose. It's a bit of a mashup, so to speak, and I think that's really helpful in understanding this, because the boundaries are not as strict as they were before, maybe. And I think that phenomenon when the loss of Afghanistan to the Taliban, for example, all of a sudden you would get a lot of right-wing groups, or sort of alt-right adherents now praising Taliban and the memes of Taliban Chad, and thinking we have a lot with these guys in common because they're really buff like we are, and they're also just defending their homeland. They're patriots like we are. Never mind that they were like seen as the big enemy like maybe 10 years ago. There's literally now sort of patriot groups expressing solidarity with the cause of the Taliban, and I think our existing lenses don't really help us understand why. And I think some of those things, those big conceptual lenses, they may help with that. But back to the Australian jihadis and sort of that identity that comes from maybe our distinct cultural environment. That's just a little dress-up beard you can buy at IKEA. Has nothing to do with fundamentalism, but kind of looked like it. You could just sort of dress up as a Salafi jihadi for the next party. So now we'll go a little bit into who they were, just kind of exemplify that, wanting to draw down on typologies where we're now going, okay, we have this data set now, and we can now tell that most of the people who became terrorists in Syria, Iraq, they were converts, or these were their radicalization factors, and now we have to target that when we want to prevent things. That's sort of exactly what I think we need to get away from, and not be so sure, but look at this a bit more broadly. He was the poster boy, and his story is still ongoing too, because we're that, how did you put it? There are others that are more resistant countries. I think Australia is the typical example for, we're very resistant. It's not a good story, fighting with other countries over who's responsible for him, and in the meantime, he's sort of at large a little bit, and shows that citizenship stripping is really not that helpful. I would say he was maybe the closest to sort of the appeal of an Anwar al-Awlaki, because of the way he came across quite sophisticated, and he was articulating how his identity, his mixed identity, how that put him at odds with not just mainstream society in terms of being Muslim, but even then within that there were gradients of being rejected or not being seen, and kind of really makes it a very convincing argument that you're saying the West, there's no place for anyone that looks different. And I think that reaffirms some other narratives. That's a really sad story, Jake Biladi. Suicide attack. Someone at an earlier counter-terrorism conference made the comment saying, if this had been a different age and there was no ISIS and no internet, he may have joined like a radical student organization and became like maybe a Marxist or something, but he would have not radicalized to become a suicide bomber. His blog is really fascinating. I've taken some excerpts from there and showed them to students at the university, and I said, oh, what do you think this is? And they thought it was a really critical evaluation of, US imperialism, and they thought it was quite good. It's what he wrote, and a few months later, he was ready to commit a suicide attack. He was also he's often seen as being way too soft. And so then you get others that you could see early on. This is was called the ginger jihadi because having red hair apparently is also a source of amusement, not just in Australia where you get made fun of, but also in the caliphate. But he was, from an early age, or his trajectory, there was a lot more violence in there. There was a lot more, it was more logical that someone with his trajectory would end up doing what he did. And even people were saying, oh, he's such a dork. He doesn't really represent us as like this new vanguard of jihadis. So it just kind of goes to show that there is no mold. This is a very interesting one. I put jihadi in sort of quotation marks because he was targeted under foreign fighter legislation. We had prescribed declared area offenses, so they made it illegal to go with Raqqa and Mosul. They're not in place anymore, but by being there, already you had broken the law. He was stripped of he wasn't stripped of his citizenship because he didn't have another one, but his passport was canceled and he got stuck somewhere. Police don't like to talk about it, his whereabouts. There's no public knowledge of where he is. I'm sure there's more to that story, but he actually never fought for ISIS. He went to an area that was controlled by Jabhat al-Nusra, but he said he didn't go there to join them. His jihad was more of an altruistic one. He worked with on-the-ground news, I think someone, or an NGO that run out of Britain, of course with links to all those groups operating in Idlib province, but he said he never went there to fight, and he may be one of those cases where that's actually credible. He said he was motivated by the plight of the Syrian people. He was a convert. He converted in high school, and he said, I'm just here to help. He did several videos and interviews with, I think, on-the-ground news, Bilal Karim. So his case also shows he was classified like the same bloodthirsty ISIS terrorist like everyone else, and he was also treated, I think, in terms of investigations and the risk, how he was assessed. There was no distinction made necessarily. Yes, great. He was quite infamous too. And he was there were earlier sort of indications of sort of maybe some narcissistic or like sort of pathologies in his trajectory, where people thought he's already treated people with a lot of disrespect or disregard for other human beings in his surroundings. It's not surprising that he ended up there. That's what some of the people in his peer group said when it emerged, when these videos of him emerged. The interesting ones, Khalid Sharif, whose son infamously was portrayed with a severed head, and Mohammed Al-Omar. They come from really large networks where police look at this in Western Sydney, and they have the family tree up, and it's pretty, it just kind of stays within the family, and it's not surprising that the cousin would also radicalize, which presented some challenges also when it came to reintegrating. The only children that were reintegrated so far were actually the Sharif children and grandchildren. There was a lot of publicity behind it. The grandmother went several times and managed to get them back, but it was easy because both parents had passed away, the mother also, and so they came back as orphans, and so there was not this risk. I'm not saying that children weren't treated as possible perpetrators, they weren't, but it was assessed that it was the lowest risk possible, and they just were reintegrated. Not a whole lot of it is known. I think the authorities are keeping that quite restricted. He was a networker. Again, people thought he was a bit of a dog, but he was responsible for getting a lot of people there and kind of on the ground. He starred in some, sort of underbelly hit. He was an extra there, and he kind of had that gangster identity, very different. We have no time to get into the women. I deliberately called them caliphates and not jihadi brides. Complex story. This is where I'm going to probably be a little bit over time. I'm just going to wrap this up in 1 minute. But Musa Sarantonio is, I think, the interesting case in the sense that he was Catholic, he also converted, and he became quite sort of an influential sort of sheikh. He was even in Egypt for a number of years. He was in TV shows. He put out a sermon that was broadcast on some Islamist channel in India. And he really developed a following where he was very knowledgeable, maybe not as knowledgeable as other scholars in that area that actually had really intimate knowledge of doctrines. They say it was quite superficial, and he would, in his videos, they were just peppered with inshallah and using sort of buzzwords. But I think he had that, again, thinking of what Anwar al-Awlaki was able to do, I think he really resonated. He was also called part of the gang of the Counter-Terrorists. They tried to make their way up to the north of Australia, towing a very small boat and trying to get over to the Philippines again. And they all got arrested. He's currently, I think he's got 10 more years. There are rumors that he's renounced Islam altogether, but his influence is really interesting, which is kind of bringing me to my conclusion, because it sounded like he was very, very doctrinal in the way he was trying to persuade people, and why, why there was this need for violence now, and why we had to all join the caliphate if you're a good Muslim. But it was still that the underlying narratives were a lot more just anti-Western and closed in jihadi language. But what he was using, I think, had that mobilizing appeal. And maybe where Australia is, as much as we're very far away, maybe that element is sort of something that's quite distinct, and where maybe Australian jihadists had some leadership potential there. That kind of appropriation or cultural repackaging for a new age of some of the mobilizing ideas of radical Islamism. And so, you could use something that, say, Qutb had said about, America, the great big whore, and this kind of decay of morality, but then making it quite fit for our age, and especially when you're doing that with a particular accent from Western Sydney, where a lot of this, those Muslims networks were, or you can connect that to something that's happening in Melbourne, and that just shows the decay of morals. I think that has a lot more resonance. It's kind of a new form, sort of 2.0 Jahiliyyah, and that is something that's also not necessarily just a characteristic of jihadis, but you would probably find that just across the board, and its mainstream attitudes a lot as well. And whether that's with a Muslim flavor or not, I think that's sort of where I would be looking when we're thinking, sorry, I didn't want to get into all of it, also about what comes next, what comes down the road, and what other forms of violence and extremism does it actually inspire. Some of the themes, like no trust in authorities, the current order is corrupt. I think those are some of the dominant themes, just with a distinct cultural and religious flavor. Thank you, I'll leave it there, and I probably went way over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Last but definitely not least, I know.
You will be relieved to know there will be no slides. Well, today I'm going to have a tough act, following on what my distinguished colleagues here said. But I'm going to leave you today with 3 stories and 3 themes, and you will understand why I'm talking about them, because they are very relevant to what my friends here talked about today. I'm going to talk about money. I'm also going to talk about prophecy. And in the end, I'm going to talk about Abu Mus'ab al-Suri. So these are the 3 stories I'm going to talk about. In November, well, actually, no, I'll make it April. Okay, so we go back to April of 2010. There was an event in April 2010 when the Iraqi forces were able to finally surround and kill Abu Umar al-Baghdadi, the leader of the ISI, or the Islamic State of Iraq at that time, and to also manage to kill Abu Hamza al-Muhajir, the military commander of the ISI. So April 19, 2010, and the Al-Qaeda's branch in Iraq, the ISI, was almost written off as a footnote in history. It's gone, and people thought that the leadership was decimated when the Emir of the ISI, when the military commander of the ISI were killed. Everyone had a sigh of relief. The issue here is that in May, a new leader was chosen by the Shura Council, and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was chosen as the leader of the ISI. Now, in November that year, and I'm not going into details, it's just too long, but I just come across a useful piece of information about what Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi did in order to ensure the long-term survival of the ISI. The information that came to me stated that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi looked at the finances of the ISI, the Islamic State of Iraq, and he understood at the time that there were about roughly $120 million in cash with them. That is, by the way, a leftover from $340 million that Zarqawi, was able to, get his hand on around 2003. So there was a problem, as many of you know, if you work in banking. The dollars that Zarqawi had at that time were from the Iraqi Central Bank, just before the US invasion. So they are the 2002-2003 edition. So they are what you call the greenish white dollars. But at that time, with the imminent introduction of the new dollars, which is the bluish green one, these notes are going to be out of circulation. It's not going to be accepted anymore. And so therefore, in late 2010, with 2011 coming and the introduction of the bluish-green dollar, the ISI realized that unless if they launder that money as soon as possible, then they will lose it. And so they immediately put together a plan in order to distribute this $120 million among 100 dedicated cells. Each cell will be ordered to purchase a business. So that business could be anything from farms to small transport companies, butcher shops, tailor shops, restaurants, cafes. These businesses, and of course car garages for repairs, these businesses were spread all over Iraq, including farms, by the way. So from Mosul all the way down to Baghdad and going into the Anbar province. And the reality is that these businesses, some of them, I don't know, was it just them holding the middle finger to the Iraqi government? They actually purchased them next to the Ministry of Defense, to the Ministry of Interior, and they were bugging the tables of these cafes and restaurants, and they were listening actually to everything that these officers, were uttering during their, breaks. Now, at that time when this information was passed, to the UK Foreign Office, the answer came back that maybe, just maybe, that this is a deliberate propaganda, internal propaganda by the ISI to convince their followers that they are still there, they're still relevant, they are still having a presence around. And the reason is because there is no corroborating evidence. This is, I must say, impressed by how much, the ISI was able to keep this, intact. The reality is that the events 2.5 years later, when in early 2013 they were able, within short space of time, to break out 6,000 of their followers from 3 high security jails across Iraq, is a testament to the level of sophistication in the logistical network and the intelligence network they created based on the money they laundered through the Iraqi commercial system. Because how could you break out 6,000 people and none of them are caught again? Unless if you have a considerable network of farms to hide them. How would you secure 18,000 meals a day for them? How would you arm them and then send them to Syria in order to fight? So what is the moral of the story here? The fact is that during that time, it was the time of a lull. It was the time when between 2009 all the way until 2011, it was a time when jihadist activities all across the world and even the jihadist insurgencies were starting to plateau and to some degree decline. But what we didn't understand at the time, well, actually, some understood, but not many, that this plateau was in fact nothing short of an aggressive hibernation. And it was enabled because of the fact that they used that cash wisely in order to create that network which enabled their survival during a time when everyone was writing them off as a has-been organization. So what do we learn from that? Now, how much cash, of ISIS, how much cash is missing right now? Between 400 and 450 million US dollars. And it's understood that the same network that they created in Iraq, and to some extent the KRG, between 2009 and 2013, being replicated in Turkey, and to some extent among some in the diaspora in European countries, including Germany and others. So the reality is that as long as the financial infrastructure is not disrupted and it's not being followed and pursued, because it's a boring matter, and it's a matter in which, the people who are experienced and are rare and to find, it's difficult then to say that we have more or less defeated ISIS and that their return in the future, if there is a conflict in the region or a collapse again of political discourse in Iraq or in Syria or other neighboring countries, it means that their return is inevitable. So unless, if we understand fully, the importance of the financial network that they have created, and without going after the money, unfortunately, it's difficult to prevent a return, of that. The other aspect, apart from money, which I wanted to talk about, is prophecy, is eschatology. And I will tell a story here again, but this time I have to go back all the way to 1996. And I feel old already when I say 1996. 1996 in August, just a week or two earlier, I was at the time a young, trainee in one of the camps in Afghanistan in Nangarhar province when we heard the news that Bin Laden and his entourage, they landed in Jalalabad airport coming from Sudan. And they were staying in one of the compounds in Yunus Khalis camp. And he was asking if there are any people from the Arabian Peninsula who were around. And our camp was only 45 minutes drive. And so we drove to see him. There were 14 of us. And, the image that people always remember when we mention the name Osama bin Laden is of someone who is wearing these neat robes, well ironed, no crease whatsoever, and well presented, and he's looking well rested. But with Osama bin Laden, myself and the people who were with me encountered, it was really different. The robes were so creased. He looked disheveled. He was wearing the red Arabic scarf, but it was wrapped around his head, and it wasn't neat at all. And everywhere around the compound, you see boxes and suitcases, and they looked like a bunch of refugees. Now, what does this to do with prophecy? And the reality is, when he started talking to us, and he was able to read our faces, that we were skeptical of what he was saying. Of course, he was trying to put a brave face on the fact that he's just been betrayed by al-Bashir and al-Turabi in Sudan and been told to leave. But he put a spin on it, which is that it is a divine plan. It is the divine, prophetic plan that brought him all the way from Sudan to Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is going to play an important role in the prophecies that been foretold in ancient Islamic texts. And he even proceeded to call Afghanistan Khorasan in order to correspond with the prophecies of the black flags and the armies coming out of Khorasan, which are, of course, I don't want to go into details, they are disputed in Islamic history. It's mostly an Abbasid dynasty propaganda, but nonetheless, they seeped into Islamic textbooks, they seeped into Islamic imagination, and they fed both the Sunni and the Shia fascination with Mahdi. So he was trying to give the impression that he is the person who is going to, and his followers with him, to instigate the rise of the Mahdism and the Islamic eschatological apocalyptic armies that will come out of Afghanistan and sweep and just basically sweep through all the way to the Middle East to liberate the Middle East from the American influence. So America was ever present in his mind, and to liberate Muslim lands, especially the Arabian Peninsula, from what he called the American invasion and occupation of it. Again, the skepticism were there still, and he can see that. And he said, yes, we might look like a bunch of refugees here. But he said, remember that when the Prophet Muhammad was escaping with his own life from Mecca, trying to seek the safety of Medina, and the Arab tribes were putting a bounty on his head, and he was a fugitive in the desert, when one night almost caught up with him trying to claim the bounty, but he failed, and yet the Prophet said, well, if you let me reach the safety of Medina, I promise you something. There is something in return for you. And the knight said, what can you offer me? You are a fugitive in the desert. So he said that I can promise you the crown and the bracelets of the Persian emperor. Well, the knight scoffed at him. He said, you're a fugitive in the desert and you are threatening the might of Persia. He said, I can put it for you in writing. And so he instructed his companion to put it for him in writing. 16 years later, that Bedouin was sitting on the throne of the Persian emperor in Setefan, and he was wearing his crown and bracelets. So he was trying to tell us, using the power of eschatology, the power of prophecy, that we might be a bunch of refugees, but we're going to change history. And I remember the person sitting next to me, Abu Ubaid al-Makki, was almost in tears. He was in awe. And he was just another 17-year-old, just like me. 2 years later, to the day, it was, when we were sitting with him, it was August 4 of 1996. August 4, 1998, that same young man was driving the van into the American embassy in Nairobi. And 5 years and 1 month later, they did change history with 9/11. So eschatology is important because this is what I wanted to highlight with what all my colleagues here said today, that while Chairman Mao said that religion is the opium of the masses, which I disagree, I'm still a religious person, but in a spiritual sense, but eschatology truly is the opium of the radicals, because that is how they get high on all what they believe to be right and true. They truly believe that everything they do is an execution of God's divine blueprint for this conflict that is happening between them and their apostate leaders, between them and the aggressive crusading Zionist West, and all of that. So eschatology is something that Bin Laden, and the jihadists in Afghanistan started. The ISIS doctrine then took it into even a greater level of toxicity, and this is how the ensnaring and the seduction, the intellectual and religious and spiritual seduction of many young people who were mostly unaware of their own faith, that if you want to be forgiven for all the sins that you committed, for all the Western lifestyle that you have followed, if you are in prison for all the crimes that you have done, the path to forgiveness will come through sacrificing your life in order to be an instrument of God in fulfilling the prophetic text that has been revealed in the past. So without understanding the power of eschatology and the power of prophecy in corrupting the minds of these young people, without trying to remove that residue from their minds, unfortunately, they are just going to be sleeper cells until they are reactivated in the future. So this is why, without having a healthy dose of challenging the power of prophecy and its corrupting influence in their minds, it's not going to work. You have to drive it completely out of their minds through healthy dose of doubt and skepticism and educating them that most of these prophecies are in fact a fabrication by the Abbasid dynasties that actually seeped into the mindset of, and the books, unfortunately, of both Shia and Sunni Islam as just one of the residues that kept, building and piling up over 200 years of history. The last story I want to tell is in 1999. It's December, it's cold, it's in Kabul, and Wazir Akbar Khan, it's in the house of Abu Mus'ab al-Suri. Now, a show of hands here, who knows who Abu Mus'ab al-Suri is? Okay, so Abu Mus'ab al-Suri is an ideologue for the jihadist movement. He was not a fully member of Al-Qaeda, he was just an associate, but he lived in Kabul between 1997 under the protection of the Taliban all the way until 2001. And he was a pioneer of the lone wolf jihad. So if anyone talks about lone wolf jihad, it was something that he pioneered throughout the year 1999. And he is the one, during a time when I spent 4 months in his house in Kabul, and as his, I used to work for him actually at the time. And one of the things that was present in his house were, well, apart from the annoying frogs that were all the time, like being annoying there in the background with their sounds, waking me up all the night. But the other thing that was always present there is the presence of so many of these jihadi thinkers who were always talking about the evolution of jihad and the need to understand that while in Afghanistan, the jihad is to maintain the Taliban rule. The importance is that the West should never experience any semblance of peace. And that can only happen not through concerted, centralized effort, because that can always be disrupted, but only by the encouragement of the lone wolf attack, because the lone wolf attack is independent. It is not going to be instigated by a central command, and it is always by invading what he called at the time the intellectual space of individuals through books and through leaflets. Of course, at the time there was no Twitter, there was no dissemination of internet, but of course with the dissemination of the internet and with the information age, now an individual like Abu Mus'ab al-Suri and hundreds of his followers can invade countless homes and living rooms and bedrooms and phones because of the information revolution that we are experiencing today. So lone wolf was always designed to be a tactic used against what he called the hostile countries. Because hostile countries are not only just, in his opinion, Western countries, because this could include Russia, this could include China, this could include any state that at some point will be engaging in war against Islam as they see it. Like, remember, like 1999, it was the height of the Russian, Chechen war, the second Russian-Chechen war at that time, and he was talking about it. So it's important, therefore, and I conclude here, that with these three stories, why they are relevant is because money, so in the financial front, it's important to confront in order to prevent the return to the dark old days of terrorism in our streets, whether it is in the Middle East or in the Western societies. So chasing the money is important, but also in the intellectual field, without removing the toxic effect of eschatology, without challenging it intellectually and theologically enough in order to discredit that method of recruitment, it will always come back to haunt us. And finally, understanding that the lone wolf phenomenon is what even jihadists at that time advocated in 1999, is because they advocated that to be solely used against hostile countries, which is the West, and therefore coming back to the idea that individual recruitment is vital, and actually triggering individuals to just adopt that and then do the effort on their own is the ultimate aim. They are, I think, giving up on the idea of spectaculars, although they might try. But the lone wolf is always going to be the most cost-effective tactic they are going to pursue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayman. This is a wonderful way of concluding our panel. I think we have some 10-15 minutes together still. I just want to try to do the impossible, which is try to put some common threads among 5 phenomenal presentations we've had. I think what I see all panelists agreeing upon is the fact that we are in this stage of momentary lull, in these ebbs and flows I talked about in the very beginning, if we look at the history of jihadism. But this is not going away. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it's clearly that we are talking about an ideology. I think I like the way both Liam and Katya talked about a culture, an identity, a local flavor, a lifestyle. This is not going away. It might take different directions. Ido emphasized sort of the continuity, diversity, but continuity of thinking in jihadism. The movement reinvents itself, fights internally, intellectually for what the next steps should be, but it persists. Austin, of course, talked about the challenges that countries face in reintegrating people who participated to one specific struggle, but as he concluded in his remarks, these are challenges we're going to face in the future as well, and we need to get it right to face those challenges. And I love the aggressive hibernation, as Ayman called it, the stage that we have seen in the past. 2008, 2009, 2010, we deluded ourselves that this was gone, manageable. It clearly wasn't, and I think I see a lot of similarities, and we are probably also now in a stage of aggressive hibernation. Several of you spoke about the importance of ideology, of eschatology, of ideas, and I think this is crucially important, and I know we at the program try to do a lot of work on that, emphasize that aspect. IDC does a lot of that in not looking just at the kinetic aspects of terrorism, and if we refuse for a variety of reasons to get into the ideas of what drives individuals to embrace a certain cause, we're not going to be able to tackle the phenomenon. This doesn't apply just to jihadism, it applies to any kind of extremist ideology. But I think at times, if this is more from an American and to some degree European, but definitely American perspective, we do look at the ideology that moves right-wing extremism. We talk about sort of the mood music, the environment that produces right-wing extremism, the non-violent side that then generates, in some cases, the violent ones. We are at times reluctant to do that when it comes to jihadism and looking at the broader picture of non-violent Islamism that at times produces the conducive environment for jihadists. Several other issues that I take on the concept of hubs. Again, we've got the idea of ideology and who do you know, how individuals are connected by ideas and by common social networks. The importance of both online and offline aspects. I think this is probably, and I love it, it was one of the few panels I've seen over the last few years where the online aspect was, yes, mentioned, but it was emphasized by all of you as being just one component and not necessarily the key component of what we're trying to look, and the diversity of profiles of people who get attracted by this ideology. I can go on and ramble, but I think the fairest thing to do to you all is to take questions in the, as I said, remaining 10 minutes. I'll be very strict on that. I wasn't strict with them, but I will be strict with you in terms of asking a question and not making a speech. So if you can briefly raise your hands, say who you are, and make a very, very short question. We'll take 3 at a time. Start 1, 2, 3.
My name's George Breitberg. I'm from Australia. And I just wanted to ask Katya, we have I guess a tradition of really embracing the larrikin in the Australian society. We came from a country of convicts. We've always been anti-establishment for a long time. We had a rebellion against the government in the Eureka Stockade, and often in Australia you'll see Eureka Stockade flags at these sorts of protests. So I guess my question is really about the romanticism of being a larrikin, being outside of normal society, and how much of that romantic image is a potential reason why people might look towards jihadism or any other sort of extremist group.
Got it. Perfect. Let's take this second. Let's bundle them and then we get to you. Yeah, second.
Hello to you all. My name is Yaniv. I want to ask Ayman and maybe other colleagues about the differences between the hijra that al-Baghdadi called against the hijra that Al-Qaeda opposed. Because we saw the hijra that ISIS, when al-Baghdadi killed the emissaries in Al-Qaeda that sends to Syria and then pledged the caliphate himself, it's generated, motivated all around the world. Between Australia and the United States and in Denmark and Sweden, and then became a really huge phenomena. Regarding the Al-Qaeda hijra that observe maybe domestic, maybe other Arabs, if you can enlighten us about this phenomena.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Wallace from the Marshall Center in Germany. So accepting the axiom that terrorists are being formed in micro-communities and that they're following particular narratives, what can governments do and what ought government to do in order to affect and or change and or mitigate both the effect of those communities and those narratives?
Okay. Let's go with the answers. Let's go. Maybe Katya, you start, and then there's questions for everybody else, whoever wants.
Another question, thank you. And I think you really hit the nail on the head there, because that's our cultural spirit of yeah, thank you. Is that on? Yeah. That's kind of our particular, brand of rebellion. And, as an ex-penal colony, we're kind of proud of that, right? But it doesn't just mean that it's sort of far removed from us. I think it's in our culture, and to distance ourselves from, other parts of the English-speaking world. And I think when we're talking about people that have grown up in Australia, they've lived there, that would be part of you, whether you want it or not. You're influenced by your environment. And I think, in that sense, the ghost of Ned Kelly is pretty strong. And I think that's across the board, just with this form of jihadism that we've seen. It was sort of the clothes it was wearing looked like they were completely exotic. It was a self-contained phenomenon. And because it was religion, there's this fanaticism and nihilism is like, yeah, but that's like a pathology. But now I feel like we're seeing the same rebellion. Like I was sort of at the protests, that convoy to Canberra, those freedom convoys we've had in Canada and New Zealand and Europe. It was the same narratives, that same underlying, resistance against the powers that be, and the same, especially with some of those conspiracy narratives and myths, they're the same ones, and sort of the way anti-Semitism is being sort of reimagined in different ways, and people don't even realize it, how anti-Semitic something is, and it's coming from, the left. I think Germany is one of the few countries that has made these distinctions. There is the anti-Semitism, that's, the classical neo-Nazi one where, the end goal is Auschwitz, but then there's also sort of this anti-Semitism of, pro-Palestinian rallies, of anti-imperialism. Then there is the anti-Semitism that's with the vaccines now, where people now feel like then we need Nuremberg too, and they're like victims like that. I think those are all symptoms of exactly that, and I think that's where I would be looking, how recruiters or how new movements tap into that zeitgeist in a sense.
Who wants to take the other questions? They're more open. I got. Liam.
Is that working? Yeah. It was a question about the micro-communities and what state can do, essentially. I don't know if I've got a direct answer to that, because it's seriously challenging. It's as if people aren't committing terrorist acts, if they're not committing crimes, then, what legitimacy do we have? I think there are examples in some European countries, and Lorenzo knows a lot more about this than I do, but if you look at France and Austria in particular, France has got what became famous as like an anti-separatism law, which became, I think they renamed it as the law for strengthening Republican values. So it's really about asserting the Republic's values over the values that exist in those micro-communities. The problem is that can't necessarily be replicated in every country. In my own country or the United States, for example, individual liberty takes primacy over protection of the Republic and the Constitution, like it does in France. So I'm not sure what France is doing could be replicated in the United Kingdom, for example, and certainly not in the United States. the other challenges Lorenzo talked about, Islamist groups producing a conducive environment, and I actually think it's more than that. And I've been watching this this is the first time I've been alive during one of these ebbs and flows, or intellectually of age, shall we say, to actually think about it during these ebbs and flows, during these low periods. You actually, when jihadists are on the front foot and launching attacks like we saw against Bataclan and other places like that, Islamist groups tend to distance themselves from jihadists. But when we're in a low period like we are now, you actually see the overlap, like real physical overlap between Islamist groups and jihadists to a much greater extent. And we saw it with the response to France's anti-separatism law. Islamist groups were running interference for jihadists around that non-stop. They drummed up support among Middle Eastern countries to target France. They drummed up a boycott of French goods. They painted France as, you know, an evil Islamophobic country. And you see it in the UK now with the repatriation of foreign fighters or terrorist detainees and actual genuine convicted terrorists. Islamist groups will lobby on their behalf when they're in prison. So there are actually genuine overlaps and coordination between Islamist and jihadist groups. They just tend to happen during these low periods rather than the high periods when they have to distance themselves. So sorry, I don't have a direct answer because I honestly don't know what the answer is if people aren't committing a crime, but there are some emerging examples from some countries.
Want to say something, Evan? Yeah.
The Hijra question, I think.
Please.
Is it working? Okay, it's working, yeah. Okay, so for the Hijra question, what is the difference between, by the way, the word Hijra in Arabic means migration. So what is the difference between Al-Qaeda's and ISIS Hijra? Well, you have to understand the fundamental difference between Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Al-Qaeda is for the elite. Al-Qaeda is, for the patricians. Yes, we are the cool people, like, the vanguards, yes, the elite, the vanguard. You forsake all familial ties and everything, get rid of your business, just come and join us in the mountains and fight, and you are the part of the elite. And that's why, I remember, like, in Al-Qaeda's camps, who you will find? You will find university graduates, you will find, people who came out of, like, religious schools. You will find people who were in the armies before, or military or security services or accountants, and even we had dentists, with us, like, basically. So dentists can be evil in both ways, like, being dentists and also being a jihadist at the same time. So, so this is what Al-Qaeda camp will have. But then, if you go to the hijra that, al-Baghdadi said, because al-Baghdadi created the territory. Al-Qaeda, just as, as Ido said, like, Al-Qaeda didn't want to create a territory. They wanted to fight in the mountains. They wanted to fight in the urban settings. They wanted to be in valleys or in safe houses. They did not want, they wanted a life on the run. And so a hijra is really for the individual, for that individual, person who want to be a part of the elite vanguard with no burden. However, al-Baghdadi decided to put as Al-Qaeda would think, put the cart before the horse and created a state and with it a territory. And therefore, now the hijra is for all. So the plebs came. Not only the plebs, but also, like, with them, came the criminal classes. Graduates not of dentistry schools, but, maybe better, criminal, classes from the prisons. So, and you end up in a situation where people who are less educated, who sometimes are with criminal backgrounds, ignorant, so ignorant of their own faith, so ignorant of their, what is right and wrong in societal sense, people who were in gangs, people who, which is, true in many cases, would have joined. And the hijra of Al-Qaeda, was more for the elite, for those who want to become warrior monks, while the hijra of ISIS, look, you were a psychopathic sadist before, but it was haram, illegal. Now you can come and practice your sadism and psychopathic tendencies on all halal. Like, you can come and just do it, and you can bring your family with you because now we are a territory. You can bring your baggage with you. You can transport your life, as it is, from Luton or Marseille or from Cologne all the way there and just move houses. And it's going to be like, a life where you can exercise that sense of statistic empowerment that you always, like, sought, there in the new territory that we have conquered. it's two different visions completely.
Perfect. I think we have one more question, really the last one I can take. I'm getting looks from...
I have no microphone, but I'm usually very loud. I wanted to say that coming from North Macedonia, I represent the civil society, and we work with women and children returnees that we had a group return to North Macedonia. And while offering them psychosocial support, what we have noticed as mental health practitioners is that groups that are returnees have this huge disappointment in them. So, like they talk of ISIS in voice of disappointment. What we saw is that those families or people that couldn't go to ISIS lived with that ideology. Our country looks at those as a threat right now. Do you believe that in your respective countries, those people are a bigger threat or the returnees? So, thank you.
Also extremely briefly, Yigal, very short question, and then I'll ask all of you guys to answer the two questions in 1 minute or so.
Which organized the resistance movement of Naqshbandi that you probably know. So they paid to the ISI in order to not to lose their own people. And then you know that they penetrated ISIS. I mean, most of the military commanders, most of the chemical specialists, and even the ideologues came from the Baathis. What is your reaction to it?
Great, thank you, Eli. I guess, Austin, if you want to take the maybe Austin starts with this, and with the one about reintegration.
Sure, yeah. Thank you so much for your question. It's a really good one, something I'm still thinking through on a daily basis. And right now, I think the short answer is not that one is a threat and one is not, right? Disillusionment, you're describing disillusionment, correct? That there's a disappointment with their experience in the territorial caliphate, and they're disillusioned from that, from re-participating, right? But I think what's really, really important for the reintegrated persons is there's still the risk of sort of recommitment, re-radicalization if they're not given a credible off-ramp, right? And so if they continue to feel isolated, even in a state of disillusionment, there's still a credible risk that they return, right? And so there really is quite a bit of impetus placed on the success of those psychosocial programs. And so I guess I hesitate to say that the risk is fully resolved, even given their current psychological state. Clearly, for the person who still maybe romanticizes the vision of the caliphate but never actually experienced it, yeah, I would say that if those beliefs, those attitudes are still positively inclined towards that kind of behavior, then I would assess that risk is also moderate to high. Yeah.
Do you want to say something, and then?
Yeah. So
sorry, I meant let it Ido for a second, and then you close, and then we're finished.
I just wanted to quickly add on to Ayman's other comments about the hijras, as I would say eschatology, which you emphasized a lot. ISIS emphasized that much more than Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda was kind of moving themselves away from that issue, saying the apocalypse is in the future. And part of the reason why I called my book Soldiers of End Times is because ISIS constantly emphasized this, that they will be the army of the apocalypse. They will be the ones to lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, supposedly. And for some reason, like you said, eschatology is like this opium for the masses. It's something that people are really attracted to. And so that's another reason why the hijra to ISIS was much bigger than Al-Qaeda's.
Ayman, you want to close with you?
Yeah, the question that came regarding the money from Ibrahim Izzat Duri, you mean, the vice president. So, around April 9, of 2003, there was a big van driven by Qusay Saddam Hussein, and next to him was Ibrahim Izzat Duri. It went straight into the central bank, and they got at least $660 million out of there, and then they driven with it. And at some point, late April or early May, Zarqawi got his hand on 340 million of that. And it was reported that it was by force. It wasn't just only like, basically by, by design that Duri would just give that money to him, but it was actually by force. That he was able to intercept them and to get 340 million US dollars of that. And that was the seed capital. Actually, that money, exchanging hands around May of 2003, had a significant impact on the future of Afghanistan. And why? Because Zarqawi, who always had a fondness of both of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, in 2004 he gave 25 million to Al-Qaeda, and in 2005 he gave 25 million to the Taliban. And it is around 2004, 2005 you see the uptick of the Taliban resurgence in Afghanistan. That was the seed capital, which enabled them then to start the process of returning back to imposing the taxation on the farmers and the herders and the traders and the money exchange people. So the seed capital is always important. And that seed capital not only doomed Iraq, it doomed Afghanistan too.
Perfect. Ayman, thank you very much. And I want to thank you all for being here today. This is a very, very interesting conversation. Could have gone on for hours. On behalf of the Program on Extremism and OIDC, I want to thank you all. You already thanked the panelists, so lunch for everybody. But thanks again.
Julie, you tell me when to go. Until then, we're just going to sit here and read. Am I waiting for the video to end, or are we done? Oh, we're done, okay. Just had a good one. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our workshop on Iran's global proxy and terrorist networks, which I am very pleased to say is jointly run between ICT, Reichman University, and the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. I am Matt Levitt. I direct the Counter-Terrorism and Intelligence program at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy in Washington, D.C., and teach at Georgetown University. And you have here, as you can see, an incredible panel. Now, Julie, who's responsible for everything here that goes right, and anything that goes wrong, that's Ellie. You takes full responsibility. No, anything that goes wrong is me. Julie, thank you for making this also simple. Julie provided me several pages of bio background on each of the speakers, which I'm going to ignore. You should have that in your package. But you have here General Retired Sofrin, you have Dr. Eli Carmon, you have Miguel Bronfman from Argentina. Yeah, okay. All right. So we're a lawyer now. And then you have Nakisa from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. We have a lot of material to cover. And I've already been informed I'm not going to get our speakers to speak as briefly as I'd like, so we're going to jump right into it. And then we will have time, I promise, for Q&A at the end. Don't hold back. Ask your toughest question, and we'll pose it to whoever is brave enough to take it. So, lady and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here, and to ICT for making this possible. And Amnon, if it's okay with you, we'll start with you. This is your powerful clicker for your slides. Bevakasha.
Hi. My presentation is focused on Iranian proxies, which I call forward deployment on Israel borders. And of course, I'll explain why I use this term. You see some pictures here. First of all, the main picture here is Mr. Khamenei, the spiritual leader of Iran, or the supreme leader of Iran. Next to him is the new commander of the Quds forces, which are responsible for disseminating the values of the revolution on the Middle East. He replaced the late Qasem Soleimani, who was a very unpleasant figure, in our point of view, of course. And on the left, you see the main proxies, Mr. Nasrallah from Hezbollah, Mr. Haniya from Hamas, and Ziad Nahaleh, which is the head of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Iran is turmoil all over the Middle East, meaning everywhere it can, and of course this caricature or this cartoon demonstrates it very well. They play a main role in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iraq, and trying to extend their influence all over the Middle East. Why do we need proxies? When late Mr. Khomeini took over in 1979 with the Islamic Revolution, one of the main goals he defined was to expand or to disseminate the values of the Islamic Revolution in the Middle East, in any Muslim state that can be applied. For that, you need agents. I mean, you can't do it all from Iran, and still Iran was engaged at this time with the fighting with Iraq, So he needed someone to do his job. And these proxies are actually equipped, trained by Iran, and they have two main goals. The first one, they enable Iran to engage Israel without taking full responsibility. And the second one, in case there is an engagement between Israel and Iran, and of course it is related to the nuclear program, that means that first of all, they can deter Israel from doing something, an act, or on the other side, they can retaliate in case we did something regarding that issue. The Al-Quds unit is part of the Revolutionary Guards of Iran, headed at that time by Qasem Soleimani. He was the one who was responsible to expand the influence of Iran all over the Middle East in many places. And he died by an unfortunate accident caused by the Americans. He met a missile, he couldn't stand it, and he was overwhelmed. The caricature you see is that this cartoon is its origins in Saudi Arabia. That's the way they see Iran. But it's not fully right because Hezbollah and Hamas are not the same, and I'm going to speak about it in a minute. If you look at Iran proxies in the Middle East, and this is the full picture, you see that they have footholds in Syria based on, first of all, Iranian units, and second, Shiites who came from other countries under the flag of Iran fighting with Iran against the rebels or supporting Syrian regime fighting the rebels. You see it in Yemen, you see it in Lebanon, in Gaza, part of it trying to get even to the West Bank, to Judea and Samaria, and in Bahrain, which is partly Shiite country. Hezbollah is the main proxy and the biggest success of Iran in the Middle East. It was established by the Iranians in 1983 when they came to the northern part of the Bekaa Valley, to the area of Baalbek, and began to establish this organization. It was headed at the beginning by Abbas Musawi, and when he passed away, unfortunately with another accident, another missile that met him on the way, he was replaced by our friend Mr. Nasrallah, who is from 1992, the head of this organization, and he's leading it, equipping it. And Mr. Nasrallah today built, with the assistance of the Iranians and the Syrians, a huge semi-army that has 150,000 warheads of all kinds, of different ranges that can hit almost any point in Israel, and other facilities as well. This is a demonstration of the ranges of the warheads that Hezbollah possesses in Lebanon. And you see that the longest one is Scud missile that came from Syria. It's Scud-D with a range of up to 700 kilometers. That means if you launch it from the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, you can hit even the southern part of Israel up to Eilat. Hezbollah actually plays two roles in Lebanon. The first one, Mr. Nasrallah presents himself as the representative of Mr. Khamenei in Lebanon, meaning, first of all, I'm Shiite. I'm not a Lebanese, I'm Shiite. But on the other hand, he claims that this is an organization that protects southern Lebanon from the Israelis, and actually taking responsibility for that. And because of that, you cannot disarm it, and you cannot hit it, and it has a very strong foothold inside this country. Hezbollah responds to anything Iran asks for it. For example, during the civil war in Syria, the Iranians asked Hezbollah to bring his own fighters to fight against the rebels together with the Syrian army. Hezbollah was heavily involved in the fighting. He lost almost 2,000 people and 5,000 people that were wounded. And then he came back, but he got experience or gained experience in fighting what we call the combat or combined fighting, activating tanks, APCs, artillery, and so on. Hamas, on the other hand, is a Sunni organization, which is affiliated to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. When you ask what Hamas has to do with Iran, the answer is very simple. It's called mutual interest. Meaning Hamas was deteriorating economical and physical because of the siege Israel played on Hamas in Gaza. And because of that, Hamas looked for somebody to help him, and Iran was there, waiting patiently to be able to assist him. And of course, they wanted long enough another ally on Israeli border that can engage Israel in the case of deterioration. Even though Hamas is equipped, financed, and trained by Iran, it is not a full proxy. First of all, it has its own agenda, and when you want to go to have an hudna, meaning ceasefire with Israel, long ceasefire, it doesn't ask permission for Iran. That means he plays by his own agenda, but in case we are going to be engaged with Iran and we are going to act against its nuclear facilities, Hamas may retaliate from Gaza as well. You see the picture below. On the left side, or the left picture, you see Mr. Hania meeting the president of Iran. And on the other hand, you see Khamenei sitting and talking to Hamas leaders that came to visit him on Iran. That's how people in the Middle East see it. Iran gets finance from the US. Suppose, of course, the nuclear deal is going to be re-signed. And then Iran transfers the money to Hamas, as it does often, or on a permanent situation. And then Hamas uses it, instead of giving the money to his own people, which are hungry and very poor, he uses it for his military equipment and to launch rockets inside Israel. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIG, or an organization that was established by the Iranian, trained, focused, financed, and of course equipped by Iran. It is deployed in Gaza. It is coordinating these activities with Hamas, but it has its own agenda, and sometimes and frequently it does it. He acts upon his own agenda, meaning launching rockets and missiles into Israel and engaging Israel any way they could. On November 19 and on August 22, they faced Israel twice alone without the interference of Hamas. Hamas didn't take any active, didn't participate. They allowed the PIG to be engaged alone. On the last round we had with the PIG, the Iranians stopped them after 3 days because they were engaged with a negotiation for signing or re-signing the nuclear deal with the US, and they didn't want something to interfere with that. Iranian maintains military presence in Syria since 2012, I believe, very close to the Israeli Golan Heights. Iran found another arena where can they engage Israel from very close range, from the Golan Heights, a place they had never been before. They tried to establish a new organization which is called Hezbollah, or Syrian Hezbollah, but Israel denied it and of course didn't let it happen. And in addition, they have their proxies that have been brought to fight together with the Syrians against the rebels, Pakistanis, Afghans, and so on. They have in Syria rockets, suicide UAVs, and other weapon systems that can engage Israel from this front as well. What is the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that if something happens between Israel and Iran, and usually they tend to think that it will be an Israeli initiative, every one of these organizations can retaliate and respond to Israel on top of what Iran can do. Meaning Hezbollah from Lebanon, which has the ability to launch many rockets and many missiles into Israel. We speak about 2,000 warheads a day on a daily basis, which is a huge amount. Just for comparison, in 2006, when we had this fighting in Lebanon, they managed to launch about 130, 140 rockets a day. And now we speak about 2,000 a day. The second issue is Hamas and PIG, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad from Gaza, and the Iranian proxies in Syria and in Iraq. If I want to conclude, Iran is allocating huge resources over the years to organize and to build these capabilities to be able to engage Israel whenever it's needed. Therefore, actually, these proxies are actually compiled or divided into two categories. The first one is organizations that are fully committed to Iran, like Hezbollah and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and organizations that are partly committed to Iran, which is Hamas and the Shiite Muslim militias in Iraq, that not necessarily will engage Israel as well. That means that we must be prepared in case of the worst case scenario, that we are going to be engaged with Iran. We have to be prepared to deal with Hezbollah, with Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and maybe Shiites from Iraq as well. And this is the Iranians' vision. Israel is surrounded, attacked from Lebanon, from Syria, from Gaza, and everything is okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amnon. It was a great way to kick off our panel. Let's go to Miguel, who will speak to Iran's threat in Latin America, a case study of the Venezuelan Iranian planes seized in Argentina.
Thank you, Matt. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the ICT, and thank you to the Washington Institute for inviting me and letting me be part of this prestigious panel. I'm going to share an actual case that's going on right now, that it's open, that it's under investigation in Argentina, that shows that Iranian threat is not something abstract, it's something actual and present, happening right now. Just to put a little bit of historical context, we did suffer in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in 1992 and 1994, two major terrorist attacks that have been attributed to both Iran and Hezbollah. There are fugitives today with international arrest warrants and red notices from Interpol, accused of being the intellectual authors of these two attacks. A bit fast forward in time. In the context of the AMIA investigation, the late federal prosecutor Alberto Nisman in 2013, he issued a very detailed report about the Iranian infiltration in Latin America, about Hezbollah's network in Latin America. He showed how Iran was establishing intelligence stations in different countries throughout the region, using diplomatic agents, cover-up companies, how Hezbollah was making and building up ties with very dangerous criminal groups, for example, in Brazil with the Primer Comando Capital and the Comando Vermelho. And he also spoke very specifically about the Conviasa, state-owned by Venezuelan airplane, conducting regular flights between Caracas, Damascus, and Tehran, and that how Hezbollah was using these flights to move people in and out and different resources from and inside the region. And after that historical context, which is still very present, we come to the case I want to share with you, which we have been calling the mysterious plane. Why mysterious? Because apparently at the beginning it was a Venezuelan airplane, and then the evidence, which I'm going to talk about, shows that it's in fact most probably still an Iranian airplane. So this plane, Emtrasur Cargo, landed in Buenos Aires in June 6, just a couple of months ago, bringing auto parts from Mexico. After it unloaded this cargo, 2 days after, it had to return to Venezuela, and the oil companies at the Buenos Aires airport refused to fuel the plane because of the US sanctions against this company, against this plane, because it belongs to Venezuela. The plane couldn't fly back to Venezuela, so it took off and flew to Montevideo, Uruguay, the neighboring country that it's only half an hour away from Argentina. Uruguay received an alert while the plane was on the air. I'm going to talk about this alert a few minutes later, and refused the plane to enter its territory. The plane was literally on the air. It had no other option than turn around and come back to Argentina and land again at the Buenos Aires airport. Only at that point, all the alarms in the Argentine authorities set off and started to pay attention to this plane. What's going on with this plane? Why nobody is fueling this plane? Why Uruguay returned it while it was on the air? So a lot of information started to come, flowing from different sources, different countries, and more scrutiny was put on this crew, which had 5 Iranians, 14 Venezuelans. It was obvious to everybody that this was a very unusual, large crew for a cargo plane. And then one name in particular caused concern, which is Gholam Reza Ghasemi. I'm going to concentrate on this person for matters of time, but there were also other crew members that were and still are under investigation with different ties to both Iran and Venezuela. So he was the main pilot on the Emtrasur flight. He's believed to be former or actual member of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Quds Force, and he's the CEO of Fair Qasem, which is believed to be linked with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. As you all know, this organization and the Quds Force and Qasem and Mahan Airlines are all under sanctions by the US. So a lot of pressure gradually started to grow in Argentina by political groups from the opposition, the media, the Jewish community. As I mentioned before, the Iranian threat for the Jewish community is not something abstract, it's something more than real. We did suffer it 30 years ago. We're still fighting for and seeking for justice. And as I said, a lot of information started to flow. Some open sources like Flight Radar, it's an app that anybody can download on his or her phone. And these were some of the flights that appeared that this plane had taken in the previous month. You can see Ciudad del Este in Paraguay. You see flights between Caracas and Tehran, Moscow, Belgrade, Mexico. And they are not here, but there were a lot of flights back and forth, Tehran and Damascus in 2020 and 2021. So with all this pressure and this information, a federal judge and a federal prosecutor opened a formal investigation trying to determine if there was any connection with being terrorist activities, terrorist planning activities, or some other kind of organized crime. So the whole crew was detained, not arrested, but formally put under investigation. Their passports were kept, and they were not allowed to leave the country. The plane was also seized, and all the personal phones, all the personal devices were seized by the judge, and they were and still are under investigation. For example, Ghasemi's phone had 8,000 contacts that are still being worked. These are some of the pictures that were found in Ghasemi's personal smartphone. The first one needs no explanation, death to Israel. The second one is the logo for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is presumably the guy in the right is Ghasemi, is young Ghasemi in the IRGC uniform. This is the young Ayatollah Khamenei. This was all, as I said, in his personal smartphone. So different countries help providing intel about this person in particular. And one of the most specific things that we received was about Unit 190 from the Quds Force, which is a unit that provides weapons to its proxies and armed forces abroad. And they believe that these flights and stops that we showed just 2 minutes ago might probably have been used for this purpose, especially the flights from Tehran and Damascus. Ghassemi was also and is linked to Unit 190, and as I said before, fares their question. So auto parts trade between Mexico and Argentina are in fact quite usual and normal, and they happen frequently. This was a cargo for Volkswagen, and there's nothing wrong with that or unusual. The unusual thing was the plane, this high rank official was there, and the crew. One of the things that also called the attention was that there were two lists of the crew members. One was presented at the airport when they returned from Uruguay and had to get off the plane and go to customs. The first list presented 11 Venezuelans and 7 Iranians, that's 18 persons, while their second list that was presented at the hotel that they were sort of forced to stay presented 14 Venezuelans and 5 Iranians, that's 19 persons. So what happened to that person that's missing? That is still a matter of investigation. So the judge at the beginning kept the whole crew in Argentina. After a while, and as days went by, he concentrated investigation in 4 Iranians, Ghassemi of course, and 3 Venezuelans, and let the others go back to their countries. Just last night, the appeals court that's overseeing what the judge did confirmed this decision, so the main part of the crew was allowed to go back, and 4 Iranians and 3 Venezuelans are still under investigation, and the appeals court told the judge that he has 10 days to wrap up the investigation and present formal charges if he's able to. Then the case took an unexpected and surprising twist. In May 10, Paraguayan federal prosecutor Marcelo Pecci was murdered in Colombia. He had been investigating transnational crime in Paraguay and in the region, including Hezbollah. The perpetrators were caught and they were linked to Uruguayan drug dealer Sebastián Marcet, who is believed, so far just believed, to be the intellectual author of the crime. So this guy, Sebastián Marcet, is really young, 31. He's the head of the first Uruguayan cartel. This is quite a novelty for a small and always peaceful country like Uruguay. Apparently it's emulating Brazil and Paraguay. And he has a criminal organization in Paraguay, drug trafficking, money laundering, all the things we know. He's still a fugitive. And the link came no less than by the Paraguayan anti-corruption minister when he announced that it was a possibility that there was a link between Pecci's murder, the Paraguayan prosecutor investigating Hezbollah and its activities, and the cargo's crew. Why? Because when the plane was in Ciudad del Este, which is the city in the tri-border area between Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina, on May 13 and 16, only 3 days after Pecci's murder, the crew was received by another Uruguayan, Federico Santoro Basalo, who is believed to be Marcet's right hand and number 2 in his organization, or at least a high-rank person in the organization. This person took care of the crew and the lodgings of the crew. He took care of them. While the plane was in Ciudad del Este, Ghassemi was also the pilot, plus 2 high-rank members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, as I said, the case is open. There are a lot of questions. We know for sure that, yes, they brought auto parts, that is true, but we know that they were up to something else. The hypotheses are still open, money laundering, including funds to the US, because one of the intermediary companies that took care of the shipment of the cargo in Mexico had an account on the US, so money was transferred to the US. As I said before, moving in and out operatives, gathering intelligence for future routes, operations, planning a terrorist attack, or just what the usual drug operation linked to Ciudad del Este, Hezbollah, Uruguayan cartel. We don't know, but we, as I said, we're very concerned about this. The Iranian threat is not something abstract. We have suffered their activities. It's been a long time since we have been telling Iran is still operating in the region, Hezbollah is operating in the region. They have kept growing and growing. And this is what you have when the countries do nothing or nothing really serious in the fight against terrorism. So this case shows how they're still operating. It was a major strike for Iran and for Venezuela. This plane will not be able to go on air anytime soon. The plane is really old, it's in very bad conditions, so they lost a big asset for them. Ghassemi has been exposed. But on the other side, on the judicial case, if the judge has not, does not find strong, sustainable evidence to charge them for being involved in terrorist activities or even any transnational or serious crime, he will have no other option to let them go. So on the intelligence side, this has been a major triumph, no doubt about that. We're still working on the judicial case. I'm a lawyer for a profession, so I always pay attention to that, and let's hope that some proof can be found anytime soon. The black box from the plane was sent to the US to be analyzed. We're still waiting for answers from that, and as I said, the case is still open. I hope it was of any interest for you, and I'd be glad to answer questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Super, Miguel. Thank you very much. Next, we have Dr. Eli Carmon, who I have to be nice to because he's known me since I was very, very, very young, who's going to speak about Iran's strategy of terrorist blackmail in historic perspective.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be on a panel organized by the Washington Institute. It's exactly 20 years ago that I was a fellow at the Washington Institute in summer 2002. And since then, I'm a friend and colleague of Matt. And I'll begin with a citation from one of the latest articles by Matt. Why do Iranian officials keep ordering hits on US soil in the middle of sensitive negotiations? Because they know they can get away with it. This is his conclusion. In a paper I was finishing for my preparation of this workshop, I argue that Iran can get away with it and almost always got away with it because of what I call the success of their strategy of terrorist blackmail. Only rarely the Tehran Islamist regime has been deterred by the West or by any other state actor. My thesis is that the United States' defeat in face of the Iranian Hezbollah attacks at the beginning of their terrorist career has emboldened Iran to continue its blackmail attacks against the great powers and the minor international actors. The only short periods when deterrence worked were when they felt really threatened, very rarely, as I said. The United States coalition war against Iraq in 1991, the Mykonos trial in Germany in 1997, 9/11, and the first year of the 2003 occupation of Iraq by the United States. In a historic perspective, I'm not accustomed to this. In a historic perspective, this strategy was implemented beginning with the 1979 American diplomats' hostage crisis in Tehran. On November the 1st, 1979, revolutionary Iran's authorities demanded from the terminal Il-Shah that the terminal Il-Shah brought to the United States a week before be turned over for trial in Tehran. And the United States refused. 3 days later, the United States Embassy in Tehran was seized. President Carter responded with attempts at conciliation, and his letter to Ayatollah Khomeini, from one believer to a man of God, seemed only to reinforce the Supreme Leader's conviction that, I'm citing, America cannot do a damn thing. America, the great Satan from this moment. 3 days later, to punish these Americans for being spies, their country's close relationship with the Shah, and the history of what they consider Iran's subjugation by the United States, the 52 hostages were held for 444 days, the biggest diplomatic crisis ever. In April 1980, Carter aborted Operation Eagle Claw, attempt to make an escape of the prisoners, and 8 dead servicemen behind, left in the Iranian desert, and the most powerful state in the world can be considered as the first military victory of the modern Islamist wave. Because, by the way, there was another attempt of a military operation, and it was cancelled at the last moment. The United States eventually negotiated, the Carter administration, the release of the hostages by promising not to intervene in Iranian affairs, unfreezing 11 billion in frozen assets, and freezing the Shah family's property in the United States. The announcement of successful negotiations in November 1980, ending the hostage crisis, coincided on purpose the day the President Ronald Reagan's inauguration on January 20, 1981. This was because they thought that Reagan would be much more serious, much more a cowboy vis-a-vis the Iranian attempts to threaten the United States. But what happened is that shortly it became clear that Reagan didn't act as expected. American forces had initially entered the war in Lebanon in August '82 as part of a multinational peacekeeping force that included French, Italian, and British personnel in order to negotiate a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which had invaded Lebanon 2 months prior. But the suicide car bombing on the United States Embassy in Beirut on April 18, 1983 killed 63 people, 17 Americans, and all the CIA stationed 8 people. On October the 12th, the Congress approved the extension of the marine deployment for an additional 18 months, in spite of the bombing. But on October 23, an Iranian detonated a truck in the center of the marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 Marines and sailors. This was considered, by the way, by the FBI, the largest conventional blast ever seen by FBI's forensic explosive experts. The marine bombing was considered to be the Pearl Harbor of the Middle East, according to Fred Hoff, which was a former army officer, attaché in Beirut, who investigated the bombing as part of the Long Commission. A second suicide bomber struck the building where the French contingent was, stationed, and 58 paratroopers were killed and 15 injured. The single worst French military loss since the end of the Algerian War. 3 developments had incited Iran to drastically escalate its action in Lebanon. The congressionally approved extension of the marine deployment, America's inaction in the face of the attack on the embassy in April, and the aid provided by Iraq by France. 5 months later, in February '84, after the Lebanese government authority in West Beirut collapsed, all the international forces, including the Americans, pulled out of Lebanon. After the US pullout in Lebanon, Hezbollah gained wider ground, launching attacks from Israel to Kuwait, actually all of the globe, and it has since become the most powerful militia in the region. Bin Laden has spoken admiringly about the Beirut attacks, and I'm citing, "We have seen in the last decade," in an interview he said, "the decline of the American government and the weakness of the American soldier who is ready to wage cold wars and prepared to fight long wars. This was proven in Beirut when the Marines fled after 2 explosions." But this was not the end of the affair, because this is the beginning of the saga of the Western people from all kind of publics kidnapped in Lebanon. The first American hostage, the American University of Beirut president David Dodge, had been kidnapped in July '82. CIA station's chief, William Buckley, was the fourth person to be kidnapped by Hezbollah. Eventually, 30 Westerners would be kept during the 10-year-long Lebanese hostage crisis, which finished only in 1991-92. Some, including Buckley, died in captivity, and one, like we see, Colonel Higgins, was even hanged after torture by the Hezbollah. Iran, working through Hezbollah surrogates to insulate itself from retaliation, learned that terrorism paid off in a big way. It later used Hezbollah to capture 15 other Western hostages as bargaining chips to secure arms from the United States in what has become the famous Iran-Contra affair, where Israel also was involved. By contrast, when 3 Soviet diplomats were kidnapped in Lebanon, Moscow refused to deal. Instead, they captured a Hezbollah leader and began shipping his body parts, ear and parts home until the diplomats were released. So never they were attacked in Lebanon since then. There is a French experience also, very similar perhaps to the American one. In the 80s, France was a preferred target for Iran and Hezbollah's international campaign of terrorism, bombing the multinational forces we saw, attempting to bomb the French embassy in Kuwait, hijacking French aircrafts, taking French hostages in Lebanon, and launching a wave of terrorist attacks in France itself. And we see here what happened with the attacks in Paris in '85-'86. The objectives were to stop French military assistance to Iraq, remove the French unit from the multinational force UNIFIL in Lebanon, settle France's debt to Iran, and release detained terrorists, both from Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations, from prison in France. The terrorist campaign peaked in 1986 when 3 series of mass murder attacks were carried out in Paris by detonating explosive devices in crowded places in February, March, and September. In early 1987, after the French authority discovered this actually is an Iranian plot behind the Hezbollah on the one hand, would push the explosives, and the network which was formed by North African, if you want, pawns on the ground, there was a negotiation between the French government of Prime Minister Chirac and the Iranian government. Hezbollah reacted by taking several French citizens hostage. This was another way to press the French authorities, and France complied with Iran's demand for the return of the loans, $1.6 billion to Iran, expulsed all the Iranian opposition activists which had asylum status in France, and stopped any arms selling to Iraq. The diplomatic ties between Iran and France were restated on June 16, 1988, and the relations went back to normal after 2 months of negotiations. The only Iranian obligation in the deal was to stop all terrorist activities in France. However, on October 24, 1990, Cyrus Elahi, a member of the monarchist opposition, is assassinated in Paris. On April 18, 1981, former Iranian Prime Minister Bakhtiar, chief assistant in his movement, Abdurrahman Bourumont, is stabbed to death in Paris in his apartment. On August 6, 1991, Shapur Bakhtiar himself, a refugee in France, was assassinated by 3 men. So we see how the agreement was respected by the French government, but not by the Iranians. Fast forward to 2018, almost 30 years later. On June 30, 2018, a couple of two Belgian citizens of Iranian origin were arrested by the Belgian police and charged with attempt to bomb a major meeting of the Iranian opposition, Mujahideen al-Khalq, in a city called Villepinte near Paris, where participated 25,000 people from all over the world, and also personalities from France, from the United States, and others. The explosive was given to them by Asadollah Assadi, a diplomat at the Iranian embassy in Vienna, Austria. Assadi, who was arrested in Germany, was given last year a 20-year jail term by the court in Antwerp in February 2021. It was the first time an Iranian official had faced such charges in the European Union since the '97 revolution. But in a twist of the story, the Belgian parliament voted in July this year to ratify a new law, a new criticized treaty allowing prisoner exchanges with Iran, because they wanted to exchange Assadi with a Belgian, which is held as a hostage in Iran, aid worker. So you understand how this kind of blackmail continues these days. And President Rouhani, exactly the same period, had to visit, on the one hand, Paris, and he visited Paris, and he visited also Vienna. I'd like to cite from the book of a very important Iranian diplomat, Sayed Hussein Mousavian, which was the head of the Western European Affairs at the Foreign Ministry and former Iranian ambassador to Germany. I'm citing, 2 major terrorist attacks significantly impacted relations between Iran and the West. The assassination of Bakhtiar in Paris and the Mykonos terrorist attacks in Berlin in 1992 against exiled Kurdish leaders. A new episode suddenly aggravated the already tense situation. In March 1996, the Iranian vessel Koladuz, with a cargo for Germany, was seized in Antwerpen with a consignment of powerful mortars, 300 millimeters never seen mortars, in order to attack either Israel or the Mujahideen al-Haq in Europe. The timing of the Koladuz affair seemed to be perfect in terms of worsening the already troubled relations between Iran and Germany following the Mykonos murders. Following the Mykonos court verdict in April 1997, in which the Iranian government was for the first time judged to have inspired, supported, and supervised the terrorist act, Iran-German relations spiraled downward. Both countries recalled their ambassadors. Ministerial level of cooperation was halted. The expulsion of diplomats by both sides began, and critical dialogue on various issues involving Iran and Europe was suspended. The other European countries followed suit, and relations with Europe deteriorated, leaving Iran feeling detached from the developed world. So after 1997, German Supreme Court decision to indict Iranian leaders, and even more so after 9/11 attack in the United States by Al-Qaeda and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, Iran and Hezbollah kept a low profile in their international terrorist venture, especially in the West. I won't speak now, perhaps later, about the bombings in AMIA, in Buenos Aires against our embassy and the AMIA Jewish building, or the Khobar Towers, because the Khobar Towers, for instance, was thought to be an Al-Qaeda operation, but it appeared that it was a Hezbollah from Saudi Arabia together to Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and President Clinton compelled the FBI not to publish this information, not to follow the investigation, because he wanted to cooperate with the new President Khatami, but in the end it is President Bush who presented the indictment against the 3 organizations. The occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq by United States and NATO forces also brought this kind of, if you want, pause in the terrorist activity. And my personal experience when I was in Washington, during the interviews in July 2002 at the State Department with the heads of the Lebanon and Syria desk officers and the CIA liaison officer in the State Department. The 3 of them sent me, Iran and Syria are very helpful with intelligence in fighting Al-Qaeda. So we saw this kind of naivete, which disappeared in 2004 when Syria permitted the penetration of jihadist forces in Iraq fighting the American forces. Iranian moderate President Khatami himself in 2003 told the crowd in Beirut that Hezbollah should act cautiously, and experts have argued the United States victory in Iraq and domestic strife in Iran will compel Iranian leaders to seek better relations with Washington for the right price, or from fear of a very harsh response. But a year after the ruined American military occupation of Iraq, former Iranian President Rafsanjani, in a Friday sermon at the Tehran University, I'm citing only 3 phrases from his very long analysis of what happened in the United States in Iraq. The present situation in Iraq represents a threat as well as an opportunity. It is a threat because the wounded American beast can take enraged actions, but it is also an opportunity to teach this beast a lesson so it won't attack another country. At the top of United States' objective of the war was to weaken Syria and Lebanon's Hezbollah and to encircle Iran and weaken and destroy Iran's Islamic revolution. America intervened, and all of America's stand or unstated objectives were either not achieved or they distanced themselves from them. In fact, we have not become much stronger, but it is the Americans who have become vulnerable. America has become a hollow drum, and the question is, what can it do? And if you take in consideration this situation and this position of Iran beginning 2004 and the withdrawal with American forces from Afghanistan last summer, you understand what is the relation of forces or the balance of forces between the two. I won't enter here. There is some case studies, the Thailand case study, Turkey case study, which, by the way, we heard about the attempts to kill Israeli tourists the week before Erdogan had to visit Iran, and still they continue to try to kill Israeli tourists, and also India attacked by Hezbollah and by the Iranians. Thank you very much for this moment.
Thank you, Eli. And now you're in for a particular treat with Dr. Nakisa Jahanbani from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, talking about Iranian-backed attacks and drone technology transfer in the proxy network. And I'll just tell you in advance, if you want, during the Q&A, you can also ask her about her forthcoming work that's looking at the evolution of Iran's relationship with the proxies in Iraq and Syria over time, in case you want to ask her about that during the Q&A too.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you to the ICT for the invitation and the opportunity to present today. Thank you, Matt, for chairing. I've long been a fan of the center's work and also the work of the people on this panel. I'm really honored to be here sharing a space with you and learning from each of you today. I think Matt did a really nice job giving you a little bit of background on my research. It focuses on Iranian support to proxies. We've published a portion of that already in April of this year, a report that looked at Iranian support to proxies operating in Syria over the course of the conflict from 2011 to 2019. And we separated it out, Iranian and IRGC support in comparison to LH, to look at meaningful patterns. So if you're interested in that, I'm happy to talk about that in the Q&A. And I have one that's forthcoming about Iranian support to proxies on the African continent. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about a new project that discusses Iranian-backed attacks in Iraq and Syria, and a little bit about drone tech transfer within the proxy network. It's a topic that I think is particularly relevant given the spate of drone attacks that we've seen conducted in the last year and a half in Iraq and Syria against US targets. I'll share some insights, some big picture findings from some data that we've collected, with the caveat that they're preliminary and of course subject to change. And just as a note, I use the word proxy network to include groups that may be considered more partners or surrogates, like Hezbollah and Hamas, like Dr. Sofrin so beautifully described and put up for us at the beginning of this presentation. But I also lump in with that proxies, so groups that are a little bit more reliant on Iranian support. So it's been almost 3 years since the Soleimani strike, and Iran's activities with regards to proxies in the region seem to have remained somewhat resilient. That's not to say that they've remained in stasis, but we've seen some notable changes. So take, for example, the case of Syria. Iran's military footprint in the country has reduced somewhat, but there are still reports of IRGC commanders there, Fatimiyun soldiers there, but it is a little bit smaller. But however, at the same time, the soft power initiatives have continued both directly and vis-a-vis proxies, and a lot of the recruitment and reconstruction initiatives that Iran started either during the conflict or at the end of the conflict are continuing today. Perhaps one of the more striking differences would be the way in which proxies in the IRGC have shifted tactics when attacking adversaries like the US in Iraq and Syria, and specifically the use of drones. Broadly speaking, since 2020, there's been a demonstrated increase in Iranian-backed attacks on US diplomatic and military installations. And when I say Iranian-backed in this context, it means both IRGC and proxies, and it includes rocket mortar, IED, and drone attacks. Just to give you a little bit of idea about the difference, Iranian-backed attacks on US diplomatic and military targets between 17 and 19 numbered something in the 20s and occurred exclusively in Iraq. There were no drones deployed in those attacks. And by contrast, between January 20 and August of 22, Iranian-backed attacks numbered well over 100, 24 of which were reported to be drone attacks. There were no report of drone attacks in 2020, but in 2021, drones were used in about 22% of all Iranian-backed attacks in Iraq and Syria against US targets. And between January and August of 22, they accounted for about 21%. So we can't know how that last number is going to round up because there's still a few months left in 2022. But it seems to be already proportionally on par with the previous year. Initially, the motivation for the increase of Iranian-backed attacks on these types of US targets overall in 2020 was in retaliation for Soleimani's death. And it seemed that after that, the tactic likely remained as a means to put pressure on the US without risking full-out conventional conflict. And this sort of tactic also fits well within the forward defense doctrine that Iran and the IRGC uses that focuses on dealing with external threats before they get to their borders. And there's a really good report from Alex Vatanko with New America that describes that. If you're interested, I highly recommend you look it up. In the data that we collected from open sources, we noticed about 3 times as many drone attacks were launched against targets in Iraq in comparison to Syria. And those started in 2021. It seems that the decision to launch any Iranian-backed attack against US targets in Syria in 2021 was deliberately made by certain Iranian, Syrian, and proxy leadership in 2021 as a way for Iran, to answer Israeli strikes without risking retaliation on an already weakened Syria. This is according to a recent New York Times article. In many instances, these attacks are claimed by smaller, lesser-known groups, and in-depth research by people like Michael Knights and Hamdi Malik and others indicate that they're connected to more prominent organizations that we're more familiar with, like Asab al-Haq and Kataib Hezbollah, who have long been backed by Iran in Iraq and were even deployed to the Syrian theater. I've mentioned a few times that this recent spate of Iranian-backed attacks are unique because of their deployment of drones. Drones are just another instance in a line of technologies that Iran has passed to proxies in its network. Other techs have been rockets, missile technology, cyber capabilities, all of which are still a concern of varying degrees. And by way of context, Iran has developed drones since the Iran-Iraq War and has provided proxies with drone tech, components, and capabilities since the early 2000s, some of the earliest instances being provisions to Hamas and Hezbollah. Behnam Taleb wrote a really nice piece in National Interest sometime last year in which he discusses that Iran has exported drone, rocket, and missile technology and capabilities to areas that it had previously transferred other weapon systems. Exporting that knowledge to be produced domestically offers Iran even more distance from culpability in an attack. And this, to me, indicates that perhaps we can anticipate the spread of emerging technologies, whether now or in the future, to proxies in which Iran has shared advancement with in the past. There is support for this notion anecdotally by tracing proxies' gain and use of suicide drones, the ones that can loiter and detonate near a target. For instance, Hamas and the Houthis, whose rocket programs Iran has patronized for years, have access to suicide drones. There's been reports of that, and a lot of that tech can be traced to Iran. There's also some instances of similar suicide drone attacks by Iranian-backed actors in Iraq, notably Kataib Hezbollah and its alias organizations, targeting US forces at the airbase at Erbil Airport on multiple occasions in 2021. There's also evidence of Iranian-backed actors working together in the proliferation of drone tech. There are reports of Hezbollah training Kataib Hezbollah members on drone use as early as 2019, and reports of Hezbollah more recently training Fatim units in Syria. And in April of this year, reports of Hezbollah opening workshops to manufacture and repair drones, among other weapons, in Syria. So to conclude, I thought about this as I was preparing these results. You know, we're almost 3 years out from January 2020, and what does the network look like after Soleimani's death? Afshin Ostovar wrote a really nice piece in January 2021 for New Lines that said the infrastructure Soleimani put in place remains and was maintained after his death. And there's been some flexibility in that infrastructure. Ezzedine and Azizi had a really nice piece in War on the Rocks that made a case for how the axis of resistance, the collection of Iranian back actors and proxies that work towards its goals in its favor, has morphed to be decentralized due to internal and external pressures. More than anything, I think it's important for us, and we have ample time today, I think, to discuss, how has the capacity diminished, if at all? And what are some meaningful ways to measure this? I think we can all look at cases, we collect data, and there's always issues with open source data collection and whatnot. But it would be interesting to think of creative ways in which that could be measured. By its very nature, the proxy network is unconventional and not as susceptible to traditional counterterrorism measures. So how can we know what we're doing is working, right? With the soft power initiatives that Iran is engaging in a number of different countries in the region, how do we dislodge something, an influence that's embedded into the fabric in different societies? And so with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Okay. I was just about to ask you, how do I make it so that my presentation, and then poof, like magic. I told you, if things go well, it's because of her. So first of all, I want to thank all my fellow panelists. It's a real honor and a pleasure to be able to be on a panel with each of you, let alone to moderate it. And I want to thank you all for joining us today. Nakisa, I want to thank you for setting me up. I promise you I didn't put her up to this, talking about open source data. Because what I've done is looking at not Iranian proxy activity so much as Iranian external operations writ large, and try to figure out who's doing these, who are they targeting, what type of operations are they doing, where are they doing them, why, and this is the hard one, why are they doing them, to try and get some insight into the nature of Iran's external operations. So the reason we started this off was, as you've heard from some of our previous speakers, we've had a series of plots of Iranian operations in the West in particular. And in particular, the Assadi arrest in September 2011, which was really a watershed moment, leading, first of all, to an EU designation of certain elements of Iran's external intelligence service, the MOIS, the Ministry of Intelligence and Security. And that was pretty significant, given that this was against the background of Iran nuclear issues. But I think it's really important to understand that as much as this was an outlier, not an outlier, but a big watershed event, plotting an attack against a Mujahideen Khalq rally in Paris, at which all kinds of international luminaries were attending, including Rudy Giuliani and all kinds of other former senior Americans. It involved Iranian diplomats from Germany, from Austria, Iranian citizens living in Belgium, literally driving down the Autobahn with a trunk full of explosives, that this was only, at the time, because we've had more cases since, but at the time, just the most recent case. So I decided to take a step back and see, in the open source, this is only unclassified open source, what can we say about Iranian external operations carried out by themselves, by their proxies, by criminals, etc. The first thing is that this has gone on for a very long time. The first case we can point to in the open source is from just months after the revolution in December 1979. Shortly after that, another of the earliest cases was just outside Washington, D.C., not far from where I live. And so the idea that it's crazy that these Iranians would do things in the heart of Europe, in the United States, actually, that goes back to the very beginning. These plots, as I'll show you, have taken place around the world. And even since I started this project, some very significant cases have happened in places like Cyprus, in Colombia, 2 cases in Turkey, 2 cases in New York City, and there does not seem to be a slowing down. One thing I'll just throw out there is that when you're doing this, you're constrained by two things. One, what information is in the open source? I used to be the deputy chief of one of the US intelligence agencies. I don't draw on that at all. I've terminated all my clearances. There's lots of stuff that isn't in the public domain. We can't use it. We can't talk about it. But the other thing is that it's not the case that everything that's in the open domain is necessarily accurate. You'll read lots of stuff in the press that might not be entirely accurate. And finally, you have to have some type of methodology to figure out what's to include, what's not to include. So for example, we did not include every single Hezbollah attack. We included Hezbollah attacks where we could show that there was Iranian involvement, Iranian direction, an Iranian reason for wanting it to happen. And maybe there are other Hezbollah operations where we don't know about those ties, but they're there. But we can also point to certain Hezbollah operations where the Iranians were not involved. For example, Ellie talked about some of the kidnappings. Some of the kidnappings in Lebanon were not directed by Iran themselves. In fact, some of them happened in the first instance by criminals who were kidnapping these people because they knew that Hezbollah wanted these people, so they kidnapped them and then sold them to Hezbollah. So what you have here is basically what the data set looks like on the right. If you're old school, that's what it looks like in an Excel spreadsheet. But what we did is we built this in something called Airtable. And if you want to geek out about Airtable with me afterwards, I'm happy to do that. Basically, it's an online, extremely powerful, versatile, and in its simple version, even free. Though this, we have several projects that use Airtable, and so that's big enough that we have to pay, but it's not expensive. Even a student could afford it. And you can do really, really sophisticated things with this. Right now, the data set has about 115. I realize it says 106. I think it's about 115 cases right now. And it goes past to basically just a few weeks ago. We looked at all kinds of open source documents. We were very, very cognizant of source limitations. And we tried to figure out the basic, who, what, where, when, why, how of the external operations. To give you a sense, the Airtable is quite large. It's got 34 columns, 78 categories. It's very, very detailed. I'm going to give you the tiniest snapshot of some of what we found now. So the first who, we did two who's. Who are the targets and who are the perpetrators? And it's very clear that Iran has consistently over time been interested in targeting Iranian dissidents, including dual nationals, Iranians who are also citizens or residents of other countries, but also dual nationals who are not Iranian if they perceive them to be a threat to the regime. Legal foreign residents, Jews and Israelis, often Jews who are not Israelis, they don't make that distinction. Diplomats of Western countries, and in particular, but not only Western, Gulf interests in particular. And what's very interesting and timely right now is a conversation of the few cases where these operations have been carried out as a fulfillment of a fatwa, such as the fatwa targeting Salman Rushdie. And we had the recent case in Chautauqua, New York. And I'll get in the end to why I think that's particularly important for us as we look forward. They have a particular interest in diplomats. I like to point to a quote from a Hezbollah operative, Anis Nachashe. This is from years ago in the 1990s. I think it was Ellie, you referred to the Bakhtiar plot. Actually, there were two. The first time they failed to kill him. The second time they killed him. The first time when the operative from Hezbollah was captured, he said, look, I got no personal feelings against Bakhtiar. It was purely political. He had a sentence of death from the Iranian Revolutionary Tribunal. They sent 5 of us to execute him, like nothing personal. It's good to see how they think. I imagine for Bakhtiar was very personal. And you can see here on the table, looking in blue over just the past decade, and in orange over the full 40 years, what the targeting looks like. And I should have said from the outset, by the way, we ran, for all of our studies we've done with this so far, what we've been doing is running the data twice. Running the data for everything that's happened since the beginning in 1979 of the Islamic Revolution, Republic of Iran, and then running it for the past decade to see what is really current in trends. The second who is carrying out these attacks, and this is actually very, very interesting. Under what circumstances does Iran send its own operatives? Right now, this second, as we're standing here right now, the Iranians are actually a little bit, one official put it to me, said, on a freeze. I like to call it more of a pause on some of these operations. Why? Because they had a plot in Turkey involving actual Iranian operatives who were caught, blown out of the water, fully exposed, lots of egg on the face, and they're in a little bit of a pause right now. When do they send their own operatives? What are the benefits? What are the risks? When do they send others? And we're seeing them sending lots of dual nationals. So people who are either Iranian and something else, or they're dual nationals that are not at all Iranian. And this is a theme I think we have to think very carefully about right now, because the Iran threat network, as we refer to it in the United States, has become, while still just a network and not formalized, they've really become more intimate with one another by virtue of fighting together really more in Syria than in Iraq. And Iran now has at its disposal radical Shia from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Iraq, from Africa, from other parts of the world that it can and already has dispatched in different cases. So a Shia Azeri in Cyprus, a Shia Azeri in Brooklyn, New York, an Afghan Shia, not for an operation of killing, but for an operation of spying in Germany, a Pakistani Shia in an operation in Italy, for example, just to give you some cases. And we're seeing people who are proxies, people who are criminals and being paid, a whole different bunch of different types. So in the bottom left, you have Mansour Arbabsiar. Mansour Arbabsiar was a Iranian-American in Texas whose car dealership was not doing well at all, and whose wife left him, and his life's falling apart, and he goes home to Iran where he hasn't been in a long time, and he, at a family function, bumps into a cousin who happens to be a Quds Force senior, Quds Force operative, who basically sees an opportunity fall into his lap, and he says to his cousin, how about you help me? We want to kill Saad al-Jubair, then the foreign minister, then the ambassador, excuse me, of Saudi Arabia to the United States, later the ambassador, now another position. And they did plot to kill him in lunchtime, downtown New York, a very prominent, famous restaurant. And when the FBI arrested him and got him to call his cousin on the phone with the FBI listening in and recording, there was what I call the Nike moment. You know the commercial from Nike, Just Do It? He says to his cousin, listen, are you sure you want me to carry out this operation in daytime? Like, probably members of Congress are going to be killed. Members of Congress go to this restaurant every day. And his cousin tells him, like the Nike commercial, just do it. What type of operations? We tracked, in the numbers are a little larger right now, but for this part of the data set, 106, 44 targeted assassination plots, by which I mean they were going to kill that person. In 21 indiscriminate attack plots, like the one in Paris, which involved an explosive device and would have killed, maybe they wanted to kill this person or that person, but with an explosive device, you're going to kill and injure others as well. Abduction plots, surveillance operations, and there is some overlap between these, because almost all of these, for example, there's surveillance and support of indiscriminate attacks, targeted assassinations, abduction plots. And I have here a quote from General James Clapper, who at the time was the Director of National Intelligence right after the Arbabsiar plot, which really caused the US intelligence community to reassess. And they assessed that it shows that some Iranian officials, which is an important qualifier, we look very, very closely at the fissures and disagreements within the Iranian decision-making apparatus, shows that some Iranian officials probably, note the qualifier, including Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, have changed their calculus and are now more willing to conduct an attack in the United States in response to real or perceived US actions that threaten the regime. And of course, while there probably were some before, the targeted killing of Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes very, very much crossed that threshold. What did they do? How did they carry out these operations? It's a very, very wide spectrum, from small arms and knives, bombs, using sedatives in some cases, to cyber targeting, especially using cyber to lure people out for an actual abduction. Use of false passports has been a very common modus operandi. A bunch of very interesting financial trends, financial activities, including some very sophisticated and some incredibly sloppy and unsophisticated money laundering techniques, some of which were what ended up being their undoing, and in some cases, some very, very sloppy tradecraft. Like I said, this is happening all over the world, but what's interesting is the clustering in Europe. And I think that there's a very strong reason why that is, that the Iranians feel that this is an area where they can operate. It has a lot to do with the quote of Ellie's, of my work based on this, which is, they do it because they can, they do it where they feel they can. So we see a lot of activities in the West. And again, the dark on the chart is 79 to 2010, and then the light is 2011 to the present. We do see them carrying out operations in places with relatively lax security and border controls, and specifically looking for such places, but we also see them operating in places with excellent border controls and very sophisticated intelligence and law enforcement services. Because we see them operating in places where they believe they can work, and where, among other things, they have some type of leverage or influence, where if their people, especially if it's actual Iranians, are apprehended, they can do something, they can put on some pressure, they can use some back channels to secure their release. They're very interested in operating in or operating through, meaning traveling through places where Iranians do not need a visa. Very popular place, a point of transit, for example, is Malaysia. And the most significant takeaway, I think, is just how aggressive, consistently aggressive they have been over time, with one exception. Ellie was right, by the way, when he said the Iraq war and the war in Afghanistan, sure, but they still continue to carry out these types of operations that they felt could be reasonably deniable. Maybe not at quite the same tempo, but there's only one time when they went really cold turkey, based on the data set that I've been able to put together. And that's a 23-month hiatus right after 9/11. In the worst way, Iran did not want to be caught up in the crosshairs of what we were calling the war on terrorism. They saw us going into Afghanistan. There was axis of evil speech. They were afraid we were going to go into Syria. We were looking, talking, and then very much did go into Iraq, and they were very, very concerned. And they actually did play, for example, a positive role in the Bonn conference, trying to stabilize things in Afghanistan for a while, because they were really scared. Arguably the only time. When and why they carry out these operations, this is a tricky business. And there's lots that we don't know here, and it's dangerous to get into this space in the open source. But I am from Washington, D.C., where we give opinions even if we're not qualified to do it. In this case, I'll caveat them, but here's some of the takeaways that we can say. Sometimes the motives seem fairly clear. The bombing in Buenos Aires that Miguel talked about in 1992, coming right after an Israeli attack targeting the head of Hezbollah, Moussawi, that seems pretty clear. There was also, for example, in the context of the shadow war between Iran and the West over its nuclear program prior to the JCPOA, when Iran was carrying out attacks targeting Israeli, American, and in a couple of instances, British interests around the world, very much clearly coming in response to cyber and other efforts that the United States and Israel and some others were doing to frustrate Iran's nuclear program. Some attacks can only be tied back to other incidents after the fact, like the Amia attack in 1994 and the capture of Mustafa Durrani, or the sticky bomb plots that followed the assassination of Imad Mughniyeh that were tied to that anniversary. They weren't carried out on February 8th on the anniversary, but they were originally intended to be. There are some for which we have really big competing theories. For example, the Arbab Share plot I told you about, there is one theory that it wasn't so much targeting the United States, it was really targeting the Saudis, and they saw an opportunity to do this, and they said, even in the United States, we'll try it. And why did they primarily want to hit the Saudis? Because Gholam Shakuri, a senior Quds Force general, had recently had a meeting with a leader of the Shia Bahraini militants. They were very concerned that the Saudis had crossed the causeway and prevented an uprising in the context of the Arab Spring. There's all kinds of circumstances where we don't know for sure, but there are theories. Again, some really interesting cases where we can point to a distinct lack of cooperation between different parts of the Iran threat network. So we know about the Bulgaria plot by Hezbollah in Burgas in 2012. Most people are not aware that within weeks there was Quds Force operatives doing surveillance of the synagogue in Sofia, which is strange. You'd think there'd be more coordination. In the entire world, intelligence and law enforcement communities are zeroing in on Bulgaria. Tremendous focus and attention. Didn't stop the Quds Force from doing surveillance just a couple of weeks later. Or Bangkok in 2011 and 2012, when you have literally overlapping Hezbollah and Quds Force plots. A Quds Force operative nearly blows off his own feet, dropping a sticky bomb. This is one of those plots where their terrible tradecraft, as they're undoing, they literally went to a stripper bar before the operation, took pictures, selfies of themselves with prostitutes. Authorities were able to track them to this bar, found the prostitutes, got the phones, and there were the pictures of these guys. Just one example of several in that case. And it's also the case that we see Iranians being proactive because they seem to reward initiative, even when that initiative is not given approval in advance. So, for example, in 2008, when some Iranians detained British Royal Navy personnel and caused a huge kind of international incident, I understand that some of those people were promoted because of the initiative they took in carrying out this activity. And finally, I think we need to pay a lot of attention to interagency rivalry. After the Green Revolution, Iranian agencies were told it's time to crack the heads of Iranian students or others that are protesting in the streets. The MOIS, the intelligence service, seemed to be very uncomfortable with that, and they didn't want to do it. And so they got dropped a little bit in the pecking order. The IRGC, the Basij, they're thugs. They said, sure, we don't care if it's foreign heads or Iranian heads, you tell us, we'll do it. For a period of time, suddenly IRGC, even internationally, is getting more attention. And now, for example, a very important structural difference, the IRGC has its own intelligence organization, IRGC-IO, which has become very prominent, get a lot of funding, and is in sometimes cooperation and sometimes competition with the MOIS. We are very focused in the United States on these plots that have been happening within our border. The 2021 and 2022, first an abduction plot, and then we believe potentially an assassination plot targeting Masih Alinejad, who lives in Brooklyn, New York, and is a human rights activist, very vocal about how the hijab should not be mandatory. The idea that two Quds Force officers would try and kidnap her, bring her to the New York port, put her on a boat to South America, it sounded like something out of a very, very bad, unbelievable movie. But it was the real deal. And then, just a year later, an Azeri Shia is literally on her front step on the top picture, captured by her doorbell camera, with his phone, doing surveillance of the entire area, taking footage, and then he's captured not far from her house with an AR-15 in the back of his car. And then, of course, we have the more recent plots that were revealed involving Pur Safi, who is a fugitive still in Iran, the plots targeting John Bolton and Pompeo. There's a lot to talk about this case if you like. Very, very, very interesting case in terms of great insight into how they are operating, what's good about it, and what's not so good about it. But I think even despite the fact that they've been outed here, from their perspective, the State Department has made it clear that they're spending $2 million a month protecting these former officials. If I'm Iran, I'm thinking that's a success. And it's not the only one, the only case like that. We have this case involving Dustar and Gorbani. They pled guilty. They were in the United States doing surveillance of Mujahideen Khalq rallies in California, in New York, but maybe most disturbingly, at one point one of them happened to be in Chicago. Chicago's a lovely city. If you're ever there, I can tell you wonderful ways to spend your time. How did he spend his time? He went to the University of Chicago and he started doing surveillance of the Hillel and the Chabad Center, where Jewish students from the University of Chicago are hanging out. Not Israeli targets, not dissident targets, just a bunch of Jewish college kids. And so to conclude, I think there are a bunch of themes that we can look at here, and I'm happy to talk about them more. One, I think we need to understand, Iran seeks to undermine and target dissident groups that the revolutionary regime perceives as threatening the regime's stability. They are very sensitive about regime stability, even though the regime, and I don't like to admit it, but it's a fact, is actually quite stable right now. They believe that what they're doing is proportionate. If, maybe according to the foreign press, Israel is carrying out assassinations of nuclear people or missile people or whatever in Iran, they feel that Iran, they can do the same elsewhere. Why not? If you can do it to us, why can't we do it to you? So they seek to exact revenge for real and perceived acts of aggression, and they think that these are effective ways to deter maybe Israel, maybe the United States from doing things in the future. Iran's antipathy for Israel is a constant, and its commitment to the Jewish state is real, though most of those cases are being pursued through proxies. And in this case, I think it's pretty clear that Iran is willing to fight to the last Arab. Iran has from time to time carried out operations that are tied to its perceived self-perceived status as the standard bearer for revolutionary Islam. The Salman Rushdie cases are examples here. And acting through proxies in ways that are either, they think, by their calculus, reasonably deniable, which doesn't mean you can never say, oh, we now know it was Iran. They want to, so long as they can say, I don't know what you're talking about, that's fine. Maybe one step removed. They believe they can manage risk and project influence well beyond their borders. For them, it's risk calculus. What's the benefit? Is it worth the risk? And their risk calculus is much more aggressive than a typical American or European risk calculus. And so I'll conclude by just saying there are a few possible trends I think we can forecast here. One is President Raisi is part of the IRGC clique, and it represents a significant step in the solidification of the IRGC's place at the center of the Iranian power and decision-making. They are likely to aggressively protect the revolution. The more they feel it is being challenged, the more they will feel the need to act to preserve it. And this particular type of administration, which is unlike previous Iranian administrations, presidencies, this one is very close to the supreme leader, has the backing of the supreme leader. We should expect more efforts to do what they consider efforts to protect the revolution. They see these external operations as proportional to what we are doing or dissident groups are doing. And in the absence of a nuclear deal and with sanctions in place, they see this as, again, a proportionate response to those things. This is not meant to be a comment on the nuclear deal, whether it's good or bad, but they do see that as long as you're sanctioning us and doing things to us, we should be able to do things to you. And on forecasting trends, just 2 points. One, we see Iran deploying teams of Shia militants, mostly non-Iranian and non-Lebanese, representing Iranian proxy groups to carry operations at Iran's behest. Some groups, some individuals. This is a big challenge for intelligence and law enforcement because network mapping is much, much harder. And finally, and perhaps most interesting, the US intelligence community, even before the targeted killing of Qasem Soleimani, started talking about, could you see a situation where within Shia extremism you could have inspired lone offender attacks, which traditionally we associate only with Sunni extremism, because that's basically how it's been. Now, we are beginning to see the potential for those types of Shia homegrown violent extremist attacks, and people are watching carefully to see what Iranian and other Shia extremist leaders are saying publicly. Are they doing and saying things that might be the basis for making people believe they should carry out attacks? And I think that the attack on Salman Rushdie is part and parcel of this. This is the one area where they have historically worked in this regard. So to conclude, to answer the question that Ellie started with and that I started with, why? Because they can. And we collectively have never instituted a cost that is too much for them. Sanctions, I'm a former Treasury official. Sanctions are wonderful. They will not alone do it. I think diplomatic sanctions, and certainly a credible military threat, but diplomatic sanctions are incredibly important. And I even think things like travel sanctions on the family members of Iranian leaders would be huge. I bet you everyone in this room would be shocked at the number of immediate family members, nuclear family members of senior Iranian leaders who are living or studying in the United States or Western Europe, or who go on regular shopping trips to Paris. And if they couldn't do that, I think that would be one way of putting pressure on the people who are making these decisions right now with no personal cost to them. So with that, I want to thank you for your patience in listening to me. And yeah, all right. Never going to live that down. And I want to start by taking the moderator's prerogative and asking our panelists each a question, give you a chance, those of you who haven't already, to formulate a question, and we have plenty of time for that. So if we can, I'm going to ask a question for each of you, and then we'll just go down, and you can each answer your own question, if that's okay. Pardon? We're going to. So Amnon, first of all, what does Israel do, and is it effective to deter the Iranian proxies around its border who have all these capabilities that you've laid out? Is Israel successful at deterrence? For Miguel, why is Argentina in particular, or Latin America in general, why does it continue to be an attractive area for Iran to operate, given all the different things that they've done there over the years and that have been exposed? You'd think maybe they'd feel like it's now a risky area, but it does not appear to be. Eli, you know, the Beirut bombings arguably worked very effectively, and they've been cited by Iran and even by Al-Qaeda as proof that if you just strike at America hard enough, they'll withdraw, because ultimately US troops did withdraw. But if we look since then, especially in terms of the US presence in the region more recently, it seems Iran has not been successful at pushing us out of the region. So do you think that the Iranians believe that these types of terror plots in the region are still effective at pressuring its opponents to get out of the region? And Nakisa, how do you see the spectrum? You touched on this a little bit, but the spectrum of proxy relationship, or those who aren't quite proxies, that are working for or with Iran. What's the difference? Does it make a difference in terms of how we categorize a Hezbollah or a Houthis? So Amnon, if you could start, and we'll just go down the table.
Okay. You ask about how Israel can deter, or is it making efforts to deter all these proxies that are surrounding us? Israel's security concept is risk management. And that means we have to be prepared to be able to deal with each one separately and all of them together, on one hand. On the second hand, we make all the efforts not to get to that. Meaning, first of all, deterrence. If we take, for example, Nasrallah, since 2006 up to about a year or a year and a half ago, was still hiding in his bunker in Beirut. And that says everything. That means he was scared and terrified from the fact that Israel can make any effort to take him down, and he was hiding, living in the shades, and didn't go out openly for many years. And that tells everything. The fact that since 2006, there were almost non-clashes between Israel and Hezbollah means Hezbollah is deterred. It doesn't mean that he won't try again, but he knows he's going to pay a heavy price. And that's a fact he must take into consideration. Even though his Iranian masters will order him to operate against Israel in some case or some scenarios, he will consider it twice, because he's living in between being a proxy of Iran or Khamenei's representative in Lebanon to being a Lebanese entity, meaning a part of Lebanon. After 2006, he was blamed for ruining Lebanon. And the Iranians paid a lot of money for the restructuring of Lebanon. So it must be taken into consideration, and he is a wise man, and he knows exactly what he's going to face in case of another round with Israel. The fact that he can launch about 2,000 rockets a day doesn't mean that we are going to sit down and wait for that and not respond. Hamas is deterred as well. The fact that Hamas didn't take any activity or didn't apply together with the PAG on the two last rounds we had means Hamas doesn't really or necessarily want to take any risk of facing Israel one more time because it understands the Israeli power, our capability to destruct a lot of its infrastructures, the tunnels and everything else, as we did before, and is deterred. And that means, first of all, as Mr. I don't remember who was the president who said that, if you can assist me, carry a big stick and speak softly. Teddy Roosevelt, sorry, yeah. So we carry a big stick, we threaten that this stick can hit you, and we speak softly. That's the pose.
I think the problem is much deeper than the conflict with Iran. It is connected with Israel's strategic view, long-term view, and the fact that the last 30 years we passed from an offensive strategy of staging the war in the enemy territory to a defensive war, and we see it, all the fences, all the technology, all the billions of dollars involved in this. When I was responsible for the Lebanese border as a young officer in 1966, the fence was half a meter high. And Bedouins in the region passed on the two sides. And then we had, beginning with the terrorist activity of the Palestinians, before that, no, in 66, 67, we had already, before 67, because the Moshavim and the Kibbutzim did not even have electricity there, not fences, okay? So all beginning from there. But if we speak about the present situation, I think that Israel has decided not to act against Hezbollah. This is the biggest error, in my opinion, since the beginning of Israel's conflict after 2006. Because after 2006, we had the international legitimacy, we had the force, and we permitted Hezbollah or the Iranians and Syria to give a huge arsenal. This is the main problem today from the defense point of view, the huge arsenal of missiles in the hands of the Hezbollah. Even during the war in 2006, Israeli Air Force did not bomb, according to my knowledge, the trucks that brought from Syria to Beirut new munition. We destroyed a third, or almost all the long-range missiles of Hezbollah at that time, all of them in one night, and then we permitted them to have 150,000. And this is the only force, really, the Iranian force, not the Hezbollah force. And the fact that we left Lebanon as we left, exactly, in my opinion, in smaller, if you want, like the Americans left Afghanistan. If you compare the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, it is an imitation of the Israel withdrawal from Lebanon. Not that we had to be there in the first place. We didn't have to go to Beirut. But what happened is, and I don't know how the public here knows, that our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Shlomo Ben-Ami, which later became professor at this university, he went to Arafat to inform him that we'll leave Lebanon. And Arafat said to him, "You are crazy? Because of 800 guerrilla Hezbollah in Lebanon, you leave Lebanon? What should I do with the 27,000 soldiers that I have?" And he decided to open the Intifada. This is the truth. So this is an issue of high strategy or great strategy of Israel, and we are paying the price for what the politicians did for the last 20, 25 years.
Miguel, Argentina, Latin America?
Yes, thank you, Matt, for the question. I think there are two main reasons. One, we could call it ideological. It's been reported how from the early and mid-80s, Moshe Rabbani, who is one of the main actors in the 1992 and 1994 bombings that we talked about, how he was reporting to Iran that Argentina and the whole country, South America, was the perfect land to expand the revolution and to gain influence. And he did, in fact, found several mosques which he founded, then he ran them, and he did try to expand his ideological influence. Many people from Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile have been flying back and forth to Iran, to the city of Qom, to get instructions, to get involved with their religion, their worldviews, and everything. So I think one strong reason is ideological, and the other one is economic, just business. As this thing with the plane that I talked about happened, Venezuela's president, Maduro, was signing a 20-year agreement with Iran in cooperation regarding many fields: oil, gas, energy, military help, and different countries and different governments in the last 10, 15, maybe 20 years in Latin America have been more or less friendly with Iran. Ecuador, for sure, Bolivia, Brazil at some point, even Argentina signed an agreement that you know very well with Iran in 2013. So I think just like with Venezuela, they are also looking for business opportunities, to somehow call them. And yes, they've been exposed, but let's not forget that this case about the plane, it only happened by chance because Uruguay rejected them while they were on the air. Otherwise, they would have come to Argentina, did what they did, which we still don't know exactly what it was, and left.
So you had asked about what's the spectrum of proxy relationships for the groups that work with Iran. I think it would be some intersection between resources and ideological overlap. There are groups like Hamas, the Houthis, that may be considered more strategic or tactical partners, but they don't have the same sort of ideological overlap. And then groups that might be more resource reliant on Iran. A lot of the militias that Iran raised during the Syrian civil war would fall into that category, as well as the Fatimiyun and Zainabiyun brigades, which are essentially part of the IRGC and are Afghan and Pakistani Shia, respectively. I think a couple pieces that talk about this that are really good. Asaf Moqaddam, the dean of the Lauder School, had a piece in the Sentinel that looks at the strategic cooperation between Iran and Al-Qaeda, which I think is a really well-done piece. And actually, Afshan Ostovar has an article called The Grand Strategy of Militant Clients, and he has a really nice description of that spectrum. It kind of covers what I just mentioned. So I think in how we deal with groups is also significant. There might be more opportunities for exploitation with relationships that are not ideologically tied as well, or are not as heavily resource reliant on Iran.
Super, and now it's your turn. I will take the questions as I see them, and maybe we can turn down the light just a little bit because of the glare. There's a part of the room I can't even see. So we'll go right here.
My question is to Dr. Sofrin and to Dr. Levitt. Since the US targeted assassination of Soleimani, during the presidency, the remaining presidency of Donald Trump, was there Iranian or Iranian proxy attacks on United States targets in the Middle East, or even more unlikely in the United States? So between the assassination of Soleimani and the end of Trump's presidency, were there attacks on the United States? So that's one question. The second question is, now the nuclear deal is apparently on hold, what do both of you anticipate the Iranian or Iranian proxy attacks on the United States to be? Up or down or the same?
I will begin with the second question, with your permission. I think that the nuclear deal is done deal. It's a matter of time, so far, as I understand it. I begin it will be after the midterm in the US, which is November, because until November nothing will happen. The Iranians gave their answer. They're objecting to many of the restrictions that the US tried to impose. And so far there is a stalemate on this issue. I don't believe that we'll take advantage about this issue and try to hit the US. It's not in their interest right now. And I understand that this president is a little bit different than his precedent. That means he can react in a way, even though he's older. But I'm not sure that this is the only issue. I believe that Iran is in a very sensitive situation right now. First of all, there are no sanctions. And they're in a bad economical situation. And it's not going to improve until something dramatic is going to happen, meaning the re-signing on this agreement of 2015. So they'll be very careful, and I not believe that they're going to hit American targets in the Middle East just for pushing America or the US to try to broke this deal one more time. Because I understand the dynamics, and I understand that they are now focused on the midterm, and I understand the rules of this game. Okay? Regarding the first question, I don't remember that any big attack was carried out between Qasem Soleimani disappearance and the end term of Donald Trump. There were some attacks carried out by Iraqi militias in Iraq on American bases, directed probably by the Iranians, but it can be proved, but not to a bigger or larger extent.
Look, right afterwards, there were Iranian rockets. Very Iranian, very public, you know.
Without any real damage.
You know, the fact that there wasn't real damage was not something Iran could carry out. They hit real targets. You know, we had soldiers who had traumatic brain injuries. It could have been worse. But to me, the question... Yeah?
It was immediately, not afterwards.
Exactly. But immediately afterwards, was a response. Yeah. And one should not expect that Iran is necessarily going to be doing things always on its own. If Iran has proxies do things for them, that counts. To me, the real issue is that external operations, and there are different types of external operations. If you want to just hit anybody, you can do that fairly quickly. And so after Imad Mughniya was killed, they had two lines of operation. One was go hit soft targets of Israeli tourists, just so things will happen. They had a second line of operation where they wanted to hit senior, current, or former Israelis. That's harder, it's more sophisticated, takes time, takes planning. And so I think some people made the mistake in the weeks and months after the targeted killing, or like as you put it, the disappearance, as if we don't know how, of Qasem Soleimani. It happens. That all we saw were attacks against US forces in Iraq by Iran, and even more so by its proxies. And multiple people said, well, clearly that's it. And they're going to satisfy themselves by trying to achieve, after Qasem Soleimani's death, what he was really set out himself to achieve in life, which was pushing the US out of Iraq and the region. And I think that it's clear now that that was wrong. And that these types of operations, poor Safi and others, they take some time to recruit some sources and dispatch some people. The fact that it was thwarted notwithstanding, they didn't just decide to start that yesterday, last week, last month, or when President Biden came to office. They don't make that distinction. On the issue of the nuclear deal, I don't think that these attacks are going to be tied to the nuclear deal. But again, what my data set shows very clearly is both during the negotiations and right after the negotiations of JCPOA 1.0, and now during very sensitive moments of the JCPOA 2.0 negotiations, including sensitive negotiations with the Europeans, they have carried out plots, not just targeting Americans, but in the United States and in Europe, and they're willing to walk and chew gum. And I think that we make a mistake in the West. I'm American, so I'll just say America, but I think it's not just Americans. We assume that others make this, do calculus and come to conclusions the way we do. And that's a mistake when it comes to, in particular, Russia, China, and Iran. And they might be more willing to assume risk, especially if they think that the benefits might be there. Okay, do we have someone on this side of the room there? No, it wasn't, but go ahead.
I think that the issue is much bigger than the issue of terrorism by the Iranians. The nuclear deal, it is not clear the Iranians want the nuclear deal. But the problem is much more urgent, if there will be deal or not deal. Because according to the Israeli leaders, political leaders and military leaders, we are preparing ourselves, in any case, for a military alternative, okay? And you heard, by the way, discussion in the first or the second day about a possibility of a preventive war against Hezbollah. Now, if you look to the Iranian behavior since 1979, they will have to decide if they feel that Israel is ready militarily for an attack. In any case, they'll have to decide, do we stage or begin a war by Hezbollah, not by Iran, by Hezbollah, in order to try to destabilize Israel and try to avoid a direct war of Israel with Iran, which I don't think it will happen. I mean, in my opinion, if there will be a Hezbollah operation, a war operation against us, we'll have to hit Tehran. And you hear more and more Israeli politicians and military leaders saying this, including, by the way, the head of the Mossad, who said, now we'll attack the leaders of the terrorist branches in Tehran, okay? So I think we are in a period of great tension, strategic tension, with agreement, without agreement, in my opinion.
Okay, we have a question here, and then a question here, and then a question there. Okay, go ahead.
The panel has made a convincing case that Iran represents the most dangerous ideology to the world since Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. In light of the recent Hamid Nouri case, and I don't know if the panel are familiar with this, and the resulting sentences in Sweden of life sentence on war crimes and crimes against humanity, not globally, within Iran for his part in the 1988 Death Commission, of which the leader of that commission was a man called Ebrahim Raisi, who is claimed to have killed 30,000 dissidents in Iranian prisons. And this man is now being allowed into the United States to be treated as a guest of honor of the United Nations, represents to me the same Chamberlain behavior to a Hitler than we have then and we're having now. I'm coming on to the question, one final question. If this man and his regime are not taken down before the bomb, the next victims will be the same Jews that resulted in a Chamberlain of those days treating Hitler. My question to the panel is, do you see anything in the international community that would address the Iranian regime the way they need to be addressed, not appeased, but to be brought to the International Criminal Court for the war criminals that they are, and there are plenty of evidence. I know this because I'm closely involved with the Iranian dissidents who are actually planning and hoping to get the international community to take on this role.
I think that's for you.
Let me first refer to the facts. when you look at the Iranian regime, Mr. Raisi is not number one. He is hardly number two. Number one is Khamenei. He is the supreme leader. He is the one who dictates the foreign and the internal policy of Iran. He is the man who will address everyone and tell everyone what to do. He is the man who decides if Iran possesses a nuclear capability or not. Mr. Raisi is responsible for the internal affairs, for the economics, and nothing more. He's taking a part in the consultancy regarding foreign policy, but he's not dictating the foreign policy. So you give him too much power, first of all. Second, the world doesn't really want to be engaged with Iran, to my understanding, okay? That means, first of all, look at the Europeans, meaning the UK, Germany, and France. None of them want to be engaged with Iran, looking for the economical reasons. They want to make business with Iran, like they began doing it in 2015, after the agreement was signed. And all the foreign companies ran to Iran to do business and to sell and to get oil in return and revenues and so on. And the Americans the same, doesn't want really to tear down this regime. So in that case, the only option left is to live with that regime, to try to understand his capabilities and the risk coming out of this regime, and to try to handle this issue carefully. As I said before, risk management.
Okay, we have right here.
The change of regime in Iran can happen only by the Iranian people. We saw it in 2009, by the way, when there was a harsh repression and not intervention by the Obama administration or the international community. It will happen like in the Soviet Union. The problem is that the middle class and those which have the ambition to change the regime, they saw what happened in Syria, in Iraq, and in Yemen. The attempts of the uprisings in these Arab countries. And they are afraid that a change of regime, a violent change of regime, could bring chaos. So I'm not sure that now there is any element besides the opposition outside which is ready to take the risk, to pay the price for such a changed regime.
Thank you, panelists. So, Omri, a geopolitical analyst at ITSS Verona and a portfolio manager at Pioneer. So, Amnon already answered half of my question, which will be how important is the Iranian president vis-a-vis the supreme leader? Any Iranian president, not only Raisi. So fortunately and unfortunately, I think you've already pretty much answered my question, but I have another question which Eli just started commenting on. In terror organization and in terror regimes, we know that after 2 or 3 generations, there is a shift, usually to the more less rigid kind of side of things. Do you see this happening in Iran? Will there be a shift? Because we've been through several generations already since 1979. At some point, we should see something, but it doesn't look like it, does it?
I will just say that the studies that document a trend in moderation over time are mostly looking at secular ideologies. When you're dealing with a religious ideology, with a theocracy, and you're dealing with a revolutionary regime, I think we're going to have to wait and see, but I think the likelihood is that that will only happen as the revolutionary regime either moderates or, more likely, is challenged. But so long as there is a revolutionary regime in Iran to defend, the hardliners will seek to defend it. And so long as it continues to be a cost-effective, and by that I don't only mean monetarily, price-effective means of achieving their goals and having a longer reach, they will continue to use, among other tools, terrorism. You could also argue that there's a difference between some of these groups that were not, some of them were state-sponsored, but really because it was just in the state's interest, you know, the Libyans or whatever, to have secular groups do things, and that there's a difference between religious, ideologically religious state-sponsored groups. I think that's less of a factor. I think that the fact that we're dealing with the Islamic Republic of Iran is what will likely skew the findings of the studies that have documented those types of change among the Bader Meinhofs of the world to date. Anybody else?
Yeah.
All right.
Miguel, what I would call the Nisman list that you gave across Latin America, you mentioned Mexico. And if I heard correctly, you said something about Volkswagen. We, within the last year, had a problem in Mexico, in the store, the main store in Mexico of Volkswagen. There were pictures of Hitler, and I contacted Volkswagen, and Volkswagen said that they were closing down, so in Mexico. So what really is behind this?
I really don't know about that. As I said, the trade of auto parts between Mexico and Argentina, it's very common, it's very frequent, not only Volkswagen, but other companies as well. We are not sure what happened exactly in Mexico, who finally contacted this plane to bring the cargo to Argentina, but apparently the auto parts were inspected at the airport, and they were fine. They found nothing in them, and Volkswagen admitted that they were buying those auto parts. So far at least, nothing strange was found regarding the auto parts and the Mexico plant.
Okay. Excellent. Go over here on this side, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Khotazo from South Africa. I just want to raise the issue of Mozambique, Cabo Delgado. The issue of Mozambique has been well documented. However, it has been widely reported that Iran might be supporting Al-Shabaab. And in this case, it will be the cult force in terms of financing and supporting the militant group, which represents a new escalation. So the question to the panel is, why would Mozambique be a third country for IRGC's operations? Thank you.
We actually have a panelist who's focusing on Iran in Africa. So Nakisa, can you?
Can you repeat the last part of your question? Why would Mozambique?
So in this case, why would Mozambique be a third country for IRGC's operations?
An ideal country for IRGC operations, absolutely. I can't speak to Mozambique specifically, but in the information that we collected about Iranian support to proxies on the African continent, we noticed that there's a lot of activity in and around opportunities for Iran to gain some traction when there's conflict going on, right, in different areas. So they tend to come in and destabilizing contexts to be able to exert influence. And it's not always in the immediate future. They might see it as an opportunity to put in some foundation and make good on that investment later on. I think earlier in the panel we talked about Iran is good at playing a longer game. And so some of the activity that we've seen on the African continent, again, is they've invested in educational centers, religious centers in a number of different places since the 1980s. So again, sorry, I can't speak to that specific case, but I'm happy to send you that report once it's out and talk offline as well.
Super, we're right here.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. I'd like to thank the panelists in advance for their response. My name is Tammy Palacios. I recently and run the non-state actors program at New Lines, a small think tank in DC. And part of what we're engaging with is, solutions towards sustainable counterterrorism approaches. So part of that respecting how the information that we contribute to the information space leads us towards those goals. So that framework is where this question comes from. What do the panelists assess the potential reactions by Iran and IRGC being to increased public attention by states and by researchers and academics to their efforts? Is there an idea of what that reaction might be? Might it change previous state or IRGC choices?
Well, look, I'll start. I can tell you that there's a difference between kind of immediate reaction and kind of larger change. Right? It has been described to me by people who are in positions to see the evidence of this, that Iran really is, as I said, in a pause after the thwarting of this sophisticated, robust operation targeting Israelis in Turkey. I don't think that should be anticipated to translate into, a long-term pause. More likely to assess what they were doing, what went wrong, where they were sloppy, what needs to be changed. A. B. The Iranians are interested in reasonable deniability, not more than that. So it's perfectly okay if people know what they were doing. In the poor Safi case, targeting Ambassador Bolton, for example, if you go through those documents, at one point, the person that they had recruited to do this, who unbeknownst to them was reporting to law enforcement, said, well, what happens if it becomes clear that Iran's behind this? And poor Safi said, don't worry about that. We're not worried about that. Don't worry about that. There are some cases and others where I think they don't see the publication of this information as a net negative. We are reaching into America. We have operatives in America. We're all over the news. That's actually not a net bad thing for them. And finally, sometimes they try, and I don't know if it's retaliate, but it's we know that you know that you know that we know, and they go public. I had that personally in the context of Hezbollah, where Naim Qassem, the Deputy Secretary General of Hezbollah, spent 25 minutes talking about me and how the United States government has tasked me to come up with all kinds of lies about Hezbollah, and how I'm not to be believed because, among other reasons, I went to a Jewish school. That's what he was saying. I mean, it happens to be true, but that's, in his mind, reason not to believe me. About 25 minutes, and I think it's great. My mother doesn't, but there's a little bit of putting out there their own information warfare too. Anybody else want to respond to this one? Okay, great. Where's the microphone now? Oh, okay. All right.
It works? Okay. My name is Ariel David from the International Institute for Diplomacy. Just the other day, I spoke with former General Aluf Yitzhak Brik, which I know he has controversial opinions about the situation in Israel among all the senior officers of the Israeli Defense Force, Shabak, Mossad, etc. But he consistently says that Israel not only doesn't have a sufficient response for the Iranian nuclear threat, but also to the conventional threat. Like, it says that the next war with Iran, the conventional one, will be like, Yom Kippur will be like a walk in the park for that. So what do you have to say about that? My question is to Dr. Sofrin, please.
I guess it was toward me. First of all, I know Mr. Brik for many years, and I appreciate him very much. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says. He sees black anywhere. Only color he sees. Not gray, not white, not half white, totally black. That means in 1973 everything was okay, and since then we deteriorated. I've been in 1973. I was fighting in 1973. It was not a walking in the park. Not even the slightest of a moment. Now, we're not going to engage with Iran directly. The Iranians will use the proxies they built, the capacity of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the PIG, in order to engage Iran, or to engage Israel, sorry, in case they want to hit Israel. The Iranians want to hit Israel without being interfered directly. Okay? Now, when you analyze the number of 150,000 warheads in Lebanon seems enormous. When you begin to analyze it, you understand, first of all, that the ranges are different. When you speak about Scud-C or Scud-D, they have only few. We know the Scud-C and we know the Scud-B. It takes a lot of time to prepare it for launching. It is very vulnerable at that time, and it can be hit quite easily. Second, we know of many other sites they have for launching the rockets, and we know how to engage it. Israel is preparing itself for many years to deal with Hezbollah in Lebanon, because this is the main threat. And the another layer that we have is what we call the protective layer. David slings and all the three layers regarding how to protect the Israeli rear from these rockets. It doesn't mean that not even one rocket will fall inside an urban area, but the figures won't be enormous. It won't be 2,000 rockets a day on each one of the settlements, or kibbutzim, or cities, or whatever. Okay? And I think that Mr. Brick is going a little bit wild with his assessments, and I really disagree with him.
As Dr. Sofrin has said, the main threat is Hezbollah as a missile force and also ground force. They have 25,000, 30,000 people, which they hope to enter with them the Galilee. The Iranian army is very, very weak. They don't have air force. They don't have tanks. They have drones and long-range missiles. Not so many like the Hezbollah even, I think so. So clearly they would like to stage a war by Hezbollah. But I want to say to this audience, if they remember a bit the Iraq-Iran war, how the Iraq-Iran war finished. When Saddam Hussein sent Scud missiles from Iraq to Tehran, in one day, 30% of the population of Tehran left the city. And then he threatened to stage missile attacks with chemical weapons. And the Ayatollah Khomeini decided to accept the ceasefire. So Iran, or I would say Tehran, is very vulnerable. And they will have to take this in consideration.
Competition now to see which microphone gets there first. Go, go, go! And the winner. That's right. That's right.
So I was a little bit confused because it seemed when you guys were presenting in the beginning that it seemed like Iran was very strong and that they're very powerful and they're all around the world. And now there's like a different message that they're kind of weak and they're kind of overextended. So I was kind of confused. I'm wondering what you guys think. Are they overextending the resources and going around the world, trying to do all these different operations, or are they, to what capacity are they at with their operational activity?
If I would have asked you about 6 months ago about the Russian army, what would you say? Very powerful, very strong. It's going to smash the Ukraine within minutes, right? This has been 6 months since this war broke out. and are running away. In the last attack of the Ukrainians in the area of Kharkiv, they left weapon systems, APCs, tanks, radars, and just run away, leaving them as is. So when you look at the enemy, it always looks strong, decisive, brutal, frightening. When you come closer, you see that he's a man like you, like me, like anyone else. Now, Iran is a powerful state. Don't be mistaken. But it has its own limitations like anyone else. That means, and Eli said it before, the regular armed forces are very weak. They don't really play any role. The only weapons Iran has against Israel is, first of all, terrorism by proxies, like they do for many years. And in case of deterioration, they will use the proxies. They'll try to launch missiles, long-range missiles from Iran to Israel, knowing that we know exactly where those sites are, and we can engage it if needed. So when you begin opening up the picture and you begin looking for very close range, you understand that the red becomes pinkish and pinkish and pinkish and pinkish and becomes pale in the end. Don't take it too much easy, meaning don't underestimate them, because they have ideology and they have ambition and they want to carry on. But on the other hand, we will know how to deal with these proxies if needed in a case of full-scale war, kind of. Okay?
Absolutely. I just want to echo what Dr. Safran's saying. It's gray, it's not black and white, and I think we lose a lot of our awareness when we think in black and white terms. So I think you put it really well, talking about red to white, red to pink. We're always worried about how much money proxies are getting and so forth. We also have to remember that their funding streams are diversified. A lot of different organizations that Iran either backs or works with also make their own money through illicit criminal activity. So to think if Iran is overextended or underextended is part of it, but also what are the goals that the proxies are doing, and where do their goals overlap with what the IRGC directorate in that region might be asking them to do or to not do. In terms of drone attacks, however, I think another thing that we can look at is capabilities, right? And in some of the recent attacks in the last couple months, we've seen there's an opportunity for cross-border attacks, right? So even if they might be overextended, there seem to be things in the pipeline that might be able to kind of maybe buy them a little bit of time or a little bit of room or opportunity at any given moment. So again, it just, my cadets hate it when I tell them to, but it depends.
I just add, I think the way your perception of the presentations and the Q&A, they're not mutually exclusive. You know, a country can be very, very dangerous and not 10 feet tall. They've successfully carried out very significant terrorist attacks. They've also been bumbling idiots, right? If Iran were to follow through on plans to have certain types of missile systems in the hands of the Houthis and certain types of missile systems in Western Iraq, and it already has certain types of missile systems in Lebanon with Hezbollah, and certain type of projectiles, let's say, in Gaza with Hamas and Islamic Jihad, then that's a serious threat. So it's not mutually exclusive. I think we're next right over here.
Emily Blau, Georgetown University. I wrote a book on Iran, and I have colleagues there, and it seems as if the supreme leader is dead. If this is in fact true, now what?
So I would just first say, I'll believe it when I see it. The Supreme Leader has been quote unquote dead before, right? Many times. But does anybody want to comment on? Let's play act here. Let's assume that the Supreme Leader is dead, or a year from now, or 2 years when he is. What does that mean for Iran?
There will be another one. That's the only question. Now going to say, if and when he passes away.
I mean, it will be when.
Of course. Everybody in the end asks when.
Okay, so there's no if.
No if and when.
Okay, if and.
Okay? They're going to sit down and elect another person to be the Supreme Leader. Khomeini, who was the biggest cleric who led this revolution, passed away. And did Iran stop existing? Did Iran fall down? No. So it's going to be the same. They will be electing somebody who is going to be proper in their own point of view, and he's going to be the next Supreme Leader. And another one, and another one.
I will just say that I do think that the consolidation of the revolutionary clique is significant, and is the result of people already in Iran looking in that direction. And if you're curious about more of this, someone who knows infinitely more about Iran than I do, my colleague Mehdi Khalaji, wrote a monograph about what happens after the current Supreme Leader dies. And he gets into some names and some personalities, and I direct you there.
I will add one point. Until 1968 or 1969, Gamal Abdel Nasser ruled Egypt. He was considered by Israel to be the bitterest enemy of Israel. When he passed away, we had a ceremony in the Israeli streets. People were happy, singing, enjoying. And we got Sadat, who at the beginning looks to be, or seems to be very pale, a gray man with no charisma, with no vision. And he initiated the 73 war that caught us by surprise and led in the end to a diplomatic agreement and to us delivering Sinai Peninsula back to the Egyptians. So not always the one who is now currently in power is the best man.
I want to thank you all for joining us today, but most of all, I want to thank this panel. Amnon, Miguel, Ellie, Nakisa, thank you so much for doing this today. It's a real honor for me to be able to be on this panel with you. Thank you all very much for participating today. And I know you join me in thanking not only this panel, but the organizers here at Reichman University at ICT for putting on a really tremendous conference. So congratulations. Thank you very much.